Howdy.
What's up?
Hang on, I'm on stream.
I switch on my audio devices so I can hear you. There it is. I can hear you now. Yeah, I probably won't even stream much if you're streaming too.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is day 2 of the Blue Discord's little memorial tournament for Yanzo. In a moment here we'll be getting started playing our first of our 3 matches. This is a best of 3 format, and we're in the semifinals. So we have on screen the 2nd and 3rd seed teams. That's RG. Let's get away from that noise. That's going to be RG and Mayhem, respectively. RG finishing yesterday with 1 loss, and Mayhem finishing with 2 losses. I don't believe the teams played this map against each other. Excuse me, sorry. RG played this map at the end of the day against... no, they didn't. They played District. So yeah, I don't think either of these teams have played this map. I could be wrong about that. It's been a long time since yesterday. But regardless, we'll start with Market here. The second map will be Station, and if the teams are 1-1 after 2 maps, we will move to District. I hope everybody's having a good day. If you are wondering, the other match is Unexpected Predicament versus Space Jam. Gems is currently casting that over on gemstv.twitch or whatever it is. I strongly believe that this is going to be the more exciting game, and you know that I'm a much better caster, of course, as an unbiased judge of that. But if you really do want to see Space Jam versus Unexpected Predicament, you can hop over there. There's a link in the Blue Discord, and check him out. Feel free to pop open both and bop between the two if you're trying to keep up with both. And we will, in some combination, cast the finals and also possibly the bronze place match, which may or may not happen depending on how the teams are feeling. But that is for much later. For now, we're just getting prepped up. It looks like we're waiting on one more Mayhem player. And I think somebody pointed it out yesterday, but I have my stream set up so well that when I tab out to interact with chat, either the screen disappears altogether or the audio at least dies. And, you know, that's just a mark of how serious I take this and just how much effort I put into this to prep and make it a perfect stream setup, you know. So, still waiting on one. So this is Market. Market's a fairly usual map to see in these finals. It's one of those kind of everybody likes it. There isn't too much shenanigans that happens. The closest thing you would call to a shenanigan on this map is just the abundance of cross picks and pre-fires. You can sit down there at construction and down there at the sniper areas and shoot down the road. You can also pick diagonally from the connector to the other connector, and you can just mag dump at the beginning of the round, and you have a pretty good chance of hitting somebody if they try and rush. But other than that, the map has kind of just a pretty well-liked sort of status within the community. Station is our second map. That's a much more controversial map, you might say. It's a lot of pre-nades. It's much smaller. The rounds will be very quick. And then finally, we'll wrap it up with District, which might be the community favorite map in all of Insurgency Source. If anybody's not familiar with the game, this game is brand new. Just released and featured state-of-the-art graphics, gameplay, and everything else. And so I'm not particularly familiar with it yet. I'm still kind of getting used to that. But you know, the teams in the last week or so since it launched have really ground it out and tried to learn the game on a short timetable. And so anyways, so we'll see. You know, depends. They got to try and make it up on the fly. It's not like they've had a lot of time to prep for this, or you know, it's not like strats really exist yet, so we shall see. And I would never joke about that, of course. That's super serious. Who are we waiting on? QR code is here, finally. He will join his team, we will get started. All the same rules apply as yesterday. It's first to 11, 10-round halves, etc., etc., etc. Except that it is a best of 3 match, meaning we'll play 2 or 3 maps as is necessary to resolve. this matchup. Sides get randomly selected based on the plugin. No pistol rounds anymore because I guess the community has just decided those are waste everybody's time. We'll see some pre-nades getting practice there. And now we're good to go. Let's take a quick look at some loadouts. We have QR using the AK, MP5 out of that's Gerbs running the handle of OK for the day. We've got Mythic with that's a 74U. Django's got what looked like an M4, Nero M4, Glanton. So nothing weird. Sometimes we see a sniper. Sometimes we see a different rifle. I think one of the who was it? I think one of RG was running the M1 carbine. Might have been Django. I could be wrong. So there's a couple variations, but mostly you see M16, M4, MP5, and on the Insurgent side you see AKM and 74U. Basically, the rifles for each team have the penetrating power to get wall bangs and kill at long range very easily, and the MP5 and the 74U let you run faster, but also shoot faster. And in the MP5's case, shoot very fast, though it does sometimes take 2 shots to kill. Whereas the 74U is basically just a short rifle and kills in 1 bullet and just penetrates a little less, but still penetrates pretty good. As many will tell you, as David tries to give us a little bit of motion sickness here. I'm not actually sure why they're not getting started. I'm sure 1 or 2 players are just getting finished up with the bathroom or something. Have to ready up. Looks like Nero did, so now we're waiting on just 1. Big thing to watch for in market, as I get stuck on a wall here. Big thing to watch for in market is control of these 2 bridges, the blue bridge and the yellow bridge. That's your power positions overlooking B. The security will leave spawn. They will gain control of the top kebab. That's what this building is called. And they will try and secure blue bridge using that. They will probably also play somebody down here in Barber, trying to control this staircase. If they lose that staircase, or even if they control it but somebody sneaks by, then the insurgents will fight over the blue bridge. The yellow bridge is essentially the same, but from the other direction, with the insurgents defending it from top Africa and the security pushing in through shops and A. Looks like everybody is finally readied up, or is readying up one more time. And in 40 seconds we'll get ready to go. Players should be recording demos as a anti-cheat prevention method so that we can look back if there's anything suspicious, but for the most part this is a tight-knit community, and so I don't expect to see any misdeeds today. What we have seen yesterday, these 2 teams already faced, and RG was able to take out Mayhem. The big question for today is obviously just whether or not Mayhem is going to be able to adjust. It's possible this map will be better for them. I believe I saw these teams playing on Station yesterday. If I'm remembering correctly, I don't think I saw these 2 teams play each other yesterday. So I didn't see the game myself, but I do know that RG won. And as we get started here, we will see how the teams adjust. It looks like Mythic's been a very aggressive player and been one of the top fraggers for Mayhem. So I believe he's going to push Barber. I did see him playing Barber yesterday, I believe. I could be wrong. Dictator is going to get Glanton. Seth is going to snipe Nero. We'll take a look at him yesterday. Next round. Django and takes out my son while Mythic dies to David from Lower Kebab. Seth here with the sniper was able to get an early pick, but now he is left last alive as RG was able to take out his entire team very swiftly. We check out where everybody is. We've got Gerb sitting on B and the rest of his team blue and A side. So Seth is going to have to look for some picks here. He has a gun that can do it, but frankly, you usually don't want a bolt-action rifle this late in the round. Now, it's not very usual for Gerbs, for a player to be sitting in B. Seth able to take out Gerbs through what we were seeing as the dust kicked up by those bullet impacts. Now, the players have different settings than I usually run, and so they may be able to see things, you know, just because their effects may be turned down and their you know, bullet impacts may not be showing as much of a dust pattern when they, you know, using their graphic settings, but it's still an excellent shot under fire. And it looks like Mayhem has immediately called a timeout. This one seems to be technical. Somebody crashed out, which is unfortunate. But they will get that situated, and we will see. Looks like Seth was able to get 2 kills as we saw. I don't think anybody else on their team did get a kill. Yeah, because only 2 deaths on RG's side. So what we saw there was Seth sitting at construction sniped somebody, probably going Barber, possibly somebody going Seaside, but he was able to get a snipe down Main Street. And then Gerbs chilled in the helicopter. 2 of his players played under or on the Blue Bridge, and he had a teammate over by A. So if RG doesn't adjust, they're playing a relatively weak side, Seaside, which isn't unusual for this map. Usually you put one lower Barber, and the rest of your team sort of starts at Kebab and works their way across the bridge. But you will see some teams send players over here to C. That can give you flanking options. It can also just put the pressure on the insurgents to either split up and play B and C, or at least give you a respawn coming once you actually are able to cap the objective. Now, in terms of what went wrong for Mayhem, I didn't get a chance to see what a lot of them were doing. Mythic was able to get to the Barber stairs, but was taken out, and or over towards Barber and was taken out, and I didn't really see where the rest of them are going. The usual play is one into shops, one into B, one into Africa, but we'll see this round where everybody's going. I'm going to pop on with Seth to begin the round, because I want to see what sightline he's using, and whether or not... Oh, Seth has switched off the rifle. See? Immediately just realizing that it's not worth sort of limiting himself late in the round. You can pick up other weapons, but you're never going to get more ammo for them, so it's still tough. Pistols in this game are strong enough to work with, but obviously, especially at range, you just don't have the rate of fire and the recoil control to really contest with the rifle. Let's see what Gerbs is doing. He's going to smoke B right away. Now, this is a new sort of tech that the community has discovered, and this sprinting while the grenade is out, I don't believe they lose any speed when they do that. So that's multiple smokes coming in. We see... Oh, I can pop on X-ray. That should have been done a long time ago. So we see one player here at the red truck. Gerbs doesn't know about him, but he's going to crawl down into this divot and get cover from that top Africa player you see. David is able to take out Mythic. Oh, and quickly Django and Nero followed up with 2 more kills. And that top Africa player is under fire. They know he's there. Now, we heard a ping. That came from red truck. That nade was meant to hit those boxes in front, the pills. But no kill there because Gerbs is hiding down here. Glanton is able to take out Django, equalizing. Still sitting on B, but it is a 2v4, and David gets taken up by QR code. Sorry, David takes out QR code. QR code top Africa. And now Glanton, see, he's been suppressed and they've heard him, so he's basically stuck, and what I'm expecting to see is somebody rotate around and pinch him from behind. If not David. Gerbs basically just sprang, yeah, making noise. Gerbs, not able to penetrate that cover with the MP5, but by spraying and making noise makes it much more difficult for Glanton to even realize that David is coming behind him. David takes him out. Easy second round for RG. So far, we're not seeing enough resistance from Mayhem. They're going to have to adjust and basically just not die so early in the round. We're seeing a lot of quick deaths out of Mayhem, and what we really need to see is them survive, take a position. Obviously, win gunfights, like that helps, but it may be the positioning or the lanes they're choosing to play is hurting them more than even just the fact that they are dying in the gunfights, because all gunfights are going to be somewhat of a toss-up if you're not smart about it. So my son here looks like he's going to pistol rush into what I assume will be a shops play. He's going to get across the road. No pre-fires or cross picks coming in, so he will get to Yellow Bridge and be able to lock out. He will see and takes a nice shot onto Django, dodges the nade, and will now go up to Yellow. Meanwhile, we see Glanton getting onto B. This is an interesting choice because once this smoke fades, he's going to be much more exposed than he wants to be. Meanwhile, Nero and Mythic. Mythic is just to his right, but he doesn't see him. It'll be interesting to see if Mythic sees him. Mythic down below and not looking up yet. He's going to creep behind. David does take out Glanton on B. As I said, once the smoke clears, he's going to be very exposed. Mythic is on this flank. Dictator takes out QR, and Seth gets Dictator. Mythic will clear B. Doesn't see the player top Africa. Oh, that's a friendly top Africa. Doesn't know this player is white truck next to him. We'll look at Nero. Nero looking for this player. Doesn't see him. It's a 3v1, I believe. Yeah, 3v1 in Mayhem's favor. Nero had no idea Mythic had snuck by him or where Mythic was. Mythic didn't seem to understand where David was either. They were running in opposite directions, but at least Mayhem is able to seal the victory on that round. Good round out of Mayhem. Much better form, and that's what we wanted. We wanted a couple of them surviving, getting into the late round, and being able to pick off those players. I'm not convinced Glanton's positioning on B is doing his team any favors. He There are safe positions you can play. The first round he played red trucks. He may not have, or the second round he played red truck. He may not have wanted to repeat that, but he can play pillars. You can also sit farther back in pills. You don't necessarily. You can also go for the helicopter even, but you don't necessarily want to put yourself in a position where once that smoke clears, you're just going to get sniped. Let me double check whether or not Seth is. Oh, hang on. David with a sniper now. Let's see. Because nobody's smoking. He does see one. He will miss that first shot, but he's going to look and see. Nice hit out of him onto Glanton. That is their B player. I don't think he saw that player dropping to go Africa, but he's now going to look at the angle. There is a player, what looks like on yellow. No, that's in construction, and David will see him moving. Motion, there's fog, so motion is much easier to see than somebody sitting still. My son is able to get a kill. Gerbs, flanking, is able to kill Seth. My son will come behind him and try and find him. It looks like Gerbs is onto the fact that he's being flanked, or at least just taking precaution. My son heard Gerbs move, and so now we'll wait for him. But Gerbs is going to get the better of it, and that leaves just QR Code. QR Code we saw struggling a bit yesterday, but towards the end of the day was doing a little bit better. And we'll have to see if he can perform today, especially in clutch situations like this. Now, you know Gerbs, top yellow there, as you see on the screen with the MP5. And nobody rotating to C yet. But they are just holding B. They're not capping either, which is a little bit strange that they wouldn't put the pressure on time-wise. But it is a 4v1. They aren't under much pressure to begin with, the security RG to begin with. But if QR can find 1 or 2 kills, this may change the game significantly. And again, I'm just surprised we don't have somebody from RG rotating to C. They are capping B now. We see Gerbs peek and find QR Code before QR Code can react. But still, a little bit interesting. They sat, I believe that was David back in spawn. He got the 2 great kills out of the beginning, and that's why on this map, this long sight range, there's fog at a certain distance, and so without those high-powered scopes, it's very hard to see anybody, especially if they don't move. Though motion does make it a little bit more noticeable. But David sat there for another minute or 2 after he got those 2 opening kills, and I would have expected maybe a rotate either to help and fight for Barber, or even just to get over to C and put the timing pressure on. But obviously RG, knew they were at a significant advantage 4-1, and just decided to be passive and let QR Code move and expose himself eventually, as he did. So 3-1 now, as we see. This is your scoreboard between rounds. My son going to push over towards Barber. Was successful at locking down the position early, but then wasn't able to get the kill on Gerbs, even though he knew he was there. Now he's going to sit. He's going to dodge the grenade, and this time he will get Gerbs, which is huge. Gerbs on the flank, very dangerous. Mythic will get Django after Django takes out Seth. It looks like they're going to do an A play. Pushing into A is Mythic. He will get here safely. Glanton is on B. My son able to take out Dictator in the courtyard. I don't know if he knows a player is here or if he's just being careful, because it's, this is how they would rotate if they were going to go A. Nothing doing there. David kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. They have to be careful in A. If he gets a sightline under that player, he'll obviously take him out, but that player should stay down. Nero able to find a kill on QR Code. I don't think that was the B player. Yeah, it wasn't. Oh! B and A both capped up at the exact same time as Nero tries to jump down to contest B, but that gives Mayhem the win for capping all 3 objectives. That's very rare when there's still people alive, especially that early. Sometimes if a single player is alive and he gets his rotation wrong. But just tricky timing, and RG was a little bit slow to react and try and actually get on the objective, and that leaves Mayhem just with a win on captures, even without killing everybody. Very interesting to see. So yeah, the A play, not unusual. A couple people pushing past shops, maybe through the alley, getting over to A. That's normal. What I was sort of more expecting once that happened, once they know 2 or maybe even 3 players are on this side of the map, RG should have pushed a little harder to either clear B or at least get one over to C to compensate. But again, it happened very quickly, and the cap times are not too long, so interesting to see. Looks like that Mayhem's going to do a much more standard spread, sending 2 people over towards Barber. Gerbs is going to push out onto B. My son is able to take out Django, but Seth flanks around quickly and gets Gerbs off of the B objective. Look at this. Seth is flanked all the way up into Barber, and there is a player above him. It looks like Nero is going to look out onto B and try and get some people. Doesn't see the head immediately. Takes fire, but is able to duck away and not die. But he's now called out, and David trying to secure it. Nero's going to jump down. There's a player right behind him, so Seth will take him out. Oh, hang on. Dictator pushing up into yellow. He will get one shot. He sees another one down. That's a nice double kill. Seth takes out David in his spawn, though. And I believe that puts it into a 1v2. Yes. So we see Seth there. My son, I believe, behind Dictator as we speak. Dictator using the box to hide himself as he peeks. Yeah, my son is creeping behind. He knows Dictator's here. Seth almost shooting my son. Seth is now on B contesting it, so the progress will not change. Cap progress won't change. And my son's basically just going to sit here silently, wait for Seth to make some noise, and then peek out and shoot Dictator at the back. Dictator basically not aware that my son is there, obviously, because he's been silent and unable to react quick enough because, you know, it's almost instant once you peek like that. Alright. So that puts us at 3-3. Mayhem's doing a good job of fighting back. I don't know if they're making the adjustment or if RG just got lucky in the first couple rounds. It's obviously could be a combination of both. RG, Gerbs plays very aggressively, and we've been seeing him push out. And some rounds he gets an early kill either in shops or on B, and some rounds he just gets taken out. And that's what happened this round. He got taken out on B, basically just running aimlessly through a smoke. And that hurts his team because he's one of their big slayers. He's also one of their more aggressive players. A couple of the RG players, Nero and David, are much more passive. They're willing to sit back with a rifle and wait for enemies to expose. That's fine, but if you have nobody who's willing to be aggressive, you run out of contesting the people who are willing to contest the objective, or you push people out of their comfort zone. That was a nice nade out of Gerbs, except he cooked it a little too long. Didn't actually fall. Now, David does get a kill into Mythic. Nero, Seth is creeping up behind Nero, but they won't come face to face in a moment. Myson holding this staircase probably doesn't know that Django is right next to him. QR code playing the bridge. He's going to stick himself out and get taken out by Gerbs on B, actually. Gerbs using, I guess, this bush. Yeah, Gerbs hiding in a bush. So, you know, bush Wookiee strat. Seth does take out Nero. Is now going to peel up, but there's a player behind him. David not able to find him. So Seth will escape. Now, Django is creeping around. However, Glanton, I believe, is there ready for him now. Seth, it looks like in yellow, yes, in Africa, ready for him. So this is an excellent rotate from Seth. Takes one out in Barber, is able to rotate back around to Africa, knows there'll be an enemy player coming. But look at this. David was able to get all the way over to C. He's now 50% capped. Gerbs in the bush takes out another player off of Yellow Bridge. And now Glanton exposed and was killed. So David will cap C, Myson will cap A, and the B cap, they may cap it or they may just get it to 99%. They may just get it to 99% and leave it so that they have another cap coming when some of them die. Myson will try and hold. He's going to move after seeing the first player, not shoot the second player. Snap will get the kill. That's 2 down after the capture, so there's only 3 left. We are going to see David go for the spawn camp. Gets 2, 1 before I switch screens, but he's now pulling back and looking to defend C. Elsewhere, Django does kill Myson on A, so it's just these 2 players leaving spawn. David will get a 3rd. That leaves it to be just QR code. He will find David. He's going to get on A, and so we're going to see another spawn trading. But B... Oh, time is out. So he doesn't know that B is left uncaptured. They either don't know their count properly or they just think it's important. But it's going to take him far too long to decap B. And A is still capped 75%. So he's going to have to challenge this A player. Unfortunately, A is going to be capped before he can even get there. And he's been spotted, so he really is in a difficult spot now. He's got to find that kill, and by going to A, he's basically giving up on the round. I mean, he's going to fight for it. This is probably the right play, but he's got 4 people coming out of spawn he's got to remember. Now, none of them have rushed into A. They have plenty of time, so they're going to play it slow, because they can just go get B and C. See, QR code realizing this is now going to rotate. Sees 1, will start shooting, gets 1 kill, but he doesn't know there's another player. Pillars, and that will be it. That's a very good round out of both teams, but especially that spawn camp out of, I think it was David, David is I know what his real name is, but David's spawn kill, very nice, able to get 3 kills and delay the Mayhem's ability to get a spawn significantly. Give me 1 second. All right. So it is 4-3. Good round out of both teams. Glanton struggling a bit. QR code struggling a bit. Mythic, I'm surprised, but he's struggling a bit. Over on RG's side, Nero struggling a bit, but everybody else doing decent at least. And let's see what Gerbs is going to do this time. He's been throwing this smoke on B every round, and it seems like both teams are smoking B, and it may be that one of the teams stops. Oh, nope. See, this time, Mayhem choosing not to smoke instead. Going to pick Gerbs, who's been throwing the smoke. Mythic also pushing up Barber and getting a kill. However, Django has gained control of Yellow Bridge. will peek up. They killed one. Will clear. Does not see the player Ruggs. Dictator does kill Mythic and Barber. There is a player in Africa now, so Django has to be careful, but he's going to jump down in time to be safe. He's now in red, but they heard him. Dictator clears B, killing Glanton, who is at Ruggs. And QR Code now needs to find 3 kills. Sees 1. That's a nice nice sliver of an enemy to see. Unfortunately, now he's given away his position. B is being capped by 2 players, so he doesn't have long if he wants to contest. That gunfire should tell him there's one in the helicopter, which he does see and he will take out, so there's only one left, but he's going to run across the gap! Chooses at the last second to turn around. So, just by luck, he does now know where the player is, approximately red truck, but he's got to touch. He's only got about 4 seconds, 5 seconds to touch. He is going to... No, he's not! He doesn't get on the objective quick enough, and that's 5 up. He doesn't see this player red truck. He didn't realize that the player was red truck. And so he does get taken out. But he almost had that. That was a great end of round for QR Code. If he had simply just sort of recognized from the audio, or even by just spotting a sliver of him at the end there, that the player was red truck. If he had touched the objective quickly, he could have been contested at like 95% capture and just waited it out, found a way to get the shot off. It was a very close round. So it's now 5-3. RG is up, but not by a lot. This is perfectly doable. Even if RG wins another round, I always say like 6-4 is a perfectly normal, perfectly doable score line at halftime, and you can always have a chance, or a completely realistic chance to win at that point. So we'll see. I'd like to see Mayhem get a couple more rounds. Based on how they've been playing, I think they'll manage that. We've been seeing Gerbs do some early moves. Seth last round went to connector and did a pre-fire. We do see David sniping, gets Myson crossing the street. That's brutal because Myson... Oh, and he gets Glanton! That's an excellent 2-piece out of David with the bolt-action sniper rifle. We also see QR Code get taken out by Django. I should actually capture some of this on camera before the round is over. QR Code is able to frag Django in response. Now, Mythic is going to go hunting this sniper, but David was ready for him. Reaction time, unfortunately, not good enough to get the kill. Seth hunting around over here. Now, we heard David pull that pin and throw a nade. The nade is not going to get Mythic, so Mythic will go hunting. But as we see, Dictator has rotated to support his teammate, and so now Mythic obviously gets taken out. Seth is left to the left. What we have here is a 4v1, and it looks like they're going to come challenge him immediately. Gerb sneaking up behind. Probably will get taken out. No, he does hear him coming. Turns around. Also heard the pistol shots from the front. Runs out in the open, and David is ready, so takes him out with a Makarov. Round MVP, I agree with the game, is definitely David. Those 2 early picks, it not only gets kills, but it also is intelligence, because you tell your team that the players running those positions are not alive anymore, so they know they've killed the B player. That's the easy one. That was Glam. But when David kills my son running across the street, he's also watching the street. He knows nobody else is crossing to go play shops, and so somebody like Gerbs or Django is able to play much more aggressively over by yellow stairs and shop stairs and get up onto the yellow bridge. So one of the reasons that sort of a scoped sniper can be better than just spraying a full mag of AK ammo through a smoke cloud is you actually know if you get the kills usually, and you can tell whether or not enemies are going to be at certain positions so that your team can adjust accordingly. Having said that, a kill is a kill, so if all you can do is spray through smoke because people are throwing smoke, it's not so bad. Looks like David dropped the sniper rifle and is instead using the M14. Sees a player running across the yellow bridge, chooses not to try and flick him. Seth getting a good kill on Django. My son pushes down yellow stairs, looks towards A. Would have seen a player if he'd held steady for a second longer, but chooses to rotate back. Gerbs, as usual, playing aggressive. Nero and Dictator get kills off the objective, so that puts it into a 3v4, I think. Oh, Gerbs walks out in front of Glanton, so Glanton's able to get a kill. My son watching A will not see anybody over there because all of RG is now rotated back. It looks like Dictator has been spotted. Either that or the person top Kebab was. Dictator will now rotate back. It'll be interesting to see if my son hears him and gets him as he comes forward. Yes, my son is ready. Glanton sees the player top Nero. Now, we do have David over on C making capture progress, but Nero here playing peekaboo with QR Code on top yellow. Now, QR Code's got to go somewhere. They should know, if they have the count properly, that the last player is C. They're not going to get there in time to stop that cap. It's too hard to run across the open. So this is a smart play. He's going to hop on B, and the only question I have is whether they will cap both objectives. You can cap one, leave the other almost fully capped, and that way you have a second respawn coming, or you can cap them both to put the pressure with 30 seconds left for the enemy team to actually contest. And it looks like they are going to... See, QR Code was trying to get off the objective. He actually failed. So that's a quote-unquote mistake based on his team's planning. He will see Nero, able to take that out, then gets taken out by Dictator, pushing out a spawn at the end of the road. but instead we have Mai, who's very important, needs to try and hold A. And on the other side of the map, David is going to try spawn camping again. Mythic kills David without dying. Nobody died, as far as I'm aware, to David. And that's huge. My son will also get Gerbs off of A. One more player here, and my son knows that, but he can slow this down because his team should be flooding out of spawn. Yes, we see 2 people on B and 1 capping C, so regardless, RG is in the hot seat. They have to make the moves here. My son hears the nade. He's going to go for the flank. It looks like the player didn't hear him. My son hears him, so my son will get the kill on Django. That's huge, leaving just Dictator alive against 3. He's contested on B, knows there's a player above him, doesn't see the red truck player. He tries to get the shot on the player. He hears Top Kebab. He's not able to find an angle. Seth takes him out, and that's a fantastic round out of Mayhem, 6-4. That's a good halftime scoreline. Obviously, RG with the advantage, but frankly, it's a small one, and this is perfectly practical for Mayhem to pull a comeback out of. Quick update on scoreboard. Nero struggling a little bit. Django, not terrible, not bad by any means. Again, this is a team game, and it's all about supporting your teammates. So just because your objective player may die more often, or you may have one person getting a few less kills, doesn't necessarily mean they're not contributing. Glanton a little bit low here. This is where it starts to get difficult, because he's clearly been shot a bunch of times, so he is dying, but he is also sitting on B almost every round. This is one thing we saw with Mayhem yesterday. Glanton, when playing B, tends to sit on B in an area he cannot be that active from. He's usually stuck once the smoke clears or whatever positioning he's got to begin with. He tends to not be in a position he can rotate from. He tends to not be in a position that he can protect himself from. So he dies a lot. He's basically just a placeholder on the objective, not able to support his teammates or defend himself as much as maybe the RG players like Gerbs do when they sit in a bush and keep their gun up and try and respond when people peek them. It does also lead to more risk if Gerbs gets peeked from the wrong angle. Oh no, Mythic with the bolt action rifle. I was expecting him to get there quickly and try and snipe the road like David's been doing, but unfortunately he stops for a second. That's going to slow him down. Oh, he does see! Now, if there's fog, it's even worse probably than it looks like on my screen. And so motion, oh, he sees him, but he doesn't get the shot off, and that's going to scare the player away. The player's going to run off, but that is, oh, David's back. He's running ground level, so he's not going to get seen. Mythic almost getting that kill. QR code pushes across Blue Bridge, but Nero is playing this head glitch staircase, waiting for him. Glanton has crept onto B. This is a much safer spot, and he is taking a more active angle. Nero gets another kill onto Top Kebab. That's very difficult. Now he's going to drop and be spotted. Glanton not able to get the kill, sprays a little bit, ducks now. He will try and nade over the top, but he's exposing his left side, so Dictator will take him out. My son on the big flank. Django takes out My Son in shops. Nero takes out Mythic, and so that is a, I think, 5... I think, yeah, I'm not convinced anybody on Mayhem got a kill that round. Regardless, not a great round, and Mayhem's obviously going to have to adjust, but more importantly, Mythic with those opening snipes almost got David, was not able to actually connect with any of the shots, unfortunately. But that could have been huge if he had connected with those. Regardless, what we need to see, that Blue Bridge really killed him. Nero getting 2 kills across the Blue Bridge. If the security team, Mayhem here, can't control their own bridge, it's going to be very difficult for them to fight for B. And so, hopefully, I would hope that they put somebody better, or just put somebody, period, into Barber, who can survive. But see, they're going to play this heavy left side, this heavy A side position, and Seth, maybe he'll push across the bridge and try and get the Barber. Doesn't look like he's going to. He's going to play the mid-street, and he does see a player crossing, but without... Oh, Mythic is getting into Barber. Okay, this is what we needed. But he's going to go play C. He's not going to contest this staircase at all. So Nero is going to... Oh, but jumping down is QR code. That's a good way to do it. However, oh, Gerbs does take out My Son. Dictator takes out Glanton, both with frags. So those are good throws out of them. Dictator's going to be able to get on, and we see some spraying coming in at Seth, who takes his position top. Oh, sees the player horseshoe, takes him out. That clears B. We do see a player flanking, though. This is Gerbs. I think he has a... Is that a 74 instead of an AKM? Regardless, he is creeping up. He hears Seth take out David from above. So I believe it's just Gerbs now. Yes, against 3. He will touch B, and that means the person above him is probably going to peek down. And yep, but Gerbs is ready for that, and so expects it. He doesn't know the player's at White Truck, though. And so at some point, Gerbs is probably going to walk into his view and get shot. He is peeking under the truck, but the player doesn't see him, and so Gerbs also able to take out QR code. That's an excellent clearing of the objective. However, C was capped in the meantime. I missed that. Mythic went over and capped C, now sees Gerbs laying there, and will take him out. But also, even if Mythic had not found Gerbs necessarily, the 2 players coming out of spawn should have been able to come in, help clear B. That was a comfortable win for Mayhem. However, they are down 5-7. They're going to need to be consistent for the rest of this half if they want to want to come out with the victory. Again, this is game 1 of 3 in this best of 3. So these teams will play Station next, and then if needed, they will play a tiebreaker map of District. But again, obviously, winning is winning, and so both teams are trying to do that. I don't know which team necessarily picked this map because they do a pick and ban system. But especially if this isn't, well, whoever didn't pick this map, pulling out a win would be huge, because I'm sure that the second map will be to somebody's advantage, having been picked by them. It isn't unusual in these best of 3 to see the teams who pick each map do well at those maps. We see David doing this cross-pick spray. Unfortunately, oh, Nero is able to take out QR Code and Barber. So waiting for that drop down and then getting him. Oh, Dictator sees Planton crawling, takes a hit, but the box saves him. My Son takes out David. Mythic takes out. Sorry, My Son takes out Django. Mythic takes out David. We do have Gerb sitting here, but he gets spotted from A, or those boxes. Oh, knows another one's coming, but Mythic teams up with Mai to get him. Nero does still control the blue bridge. He's been fantastic on this side of the map, getting double kills earlier in rounds. There is Dictator on B, unable to get the kill. Nero does take out Mythic on top shops, and so now, looking for that B player, didn't see him by the concrete blocks. Now B is being capped. Nero will get an audio cue when it transitions to 0% and starts capping for the blue team, so now he knows somebody is on B. Seems to think there's somebody here in Kebab, and he's not wrong, but they're downstairs. He is looking at the concrete block. That jump made noise, so My Son should know where he is. I'm surprised. Oh! Turns at the wrong moment. Seth is able to rotate up, probably based on the call-out made by My Son, and clear Nero off the bridge. And that's another good round for Mayhem. Again, momentum is everything now, especially as you get down to tight round count. You'd be surprised just how much the mental aspect of this comes into play. When you start getting down to being at like 9 or 10 rounds winning, the other team gets put into a position where they tend to act, I don't want to say recklessly, but they feel the pressure of having to win, and so teams, it's purely out of anecdotal evidence, I would say, I think most teams tend to do worse when they're facing, a 0 to or something to 9 scoreline, or something to 10 scoreline. And so it's very good that Mayhem hasn't put themselves in a position where RG has got 9 wins already, because it can be disheartening, and frankly I think it actually does make teams play worse. Seth is gonna excellently take out David, but take out Dictator, but David, I think that was just a spray. I don't think he was seeing the enemy. Is able to take out Seth in response, so that's all even trades. The flashbang, that's an interesting choice, but Gerbs is able to get into Horseshoe. He's actually going to push up even more. The smoke is covering him, but this is risky, but it could pay off. If he's able to break through and get behind people, that's going to be huge. My Son and Mythic. Mythic going for the big flank to try and find David. QR Code kills Nero in Barber. That's huge, but unfortunately, I don't think they know Gerbs is behind them. Gerbs is going to get this kill on blue. Yep, easy peasy. Now, David also killed Mythic, who was going for the big flanks. David is now going to escape towards A, and My Son is going to go try and take him out. Gerbs make a ton of noise, but knows the player is in pillars, drops down, takes a hit. My Son is able to kill David, and the cap happened before Gerbs was able to jump down. Gerbs not getting there in time, so the respawn happened. Gerbs touches B for a minute and then backs off. He's now sitting lower, well, near Kebab. Kills one. Teammate doesn't make a good call out, so Mythic runs right into another death. Unfortunately, QR Code is going to rotate, get to see. Gerbs knows there's a player about to come facing him head on, so Seth unfortunately running into his death as well, hunting for this player. Not sure it was necessary to face him head on. You could have just lurked and let Gerbs move around and eventually killed him, because your teammate is going to get another cap. Unfortunately, Gerbs, he decides he doesn't have time, chooses to go for the play, but I'm not sure what he's going to do, because capping B, it's certainly closer to, or farther from the security spawn. It'll make it easier for Gerbs to stay alive, but I don't know. The security team's going to go to A and decap. Gerbs now has to somehow contest 2 objectives, and QR Code very quickly rushing to B, which is a great way to put Gerbs under pressure. I think Gerbs has realized that he has to leave, and so he's not even going to finish the cap, but unfortunately, not only did he have to leave, he actually had to get to A and defend it, and with 3 or 4 players coming in, that just is not practical. So Gerbs loses that round, or RG overall loses that round, and that is our first tie game of the day, first tie of this match, which is interesting. Mayhem have been coming from behind up until now, but finally we see the scores equalized, and it's possible Mayhem may pull ahead. I would say that the momentum and the trend for this match is obviously in their favor, but RG definitely seems less comfortable on this side. That round would have been completely hopeless if Gerbs didn't sneak through and get multiple kills on what was a fantastic flank, but the overall the overall just strategy and team cohesion has been better for Mayhem here. They are doing a heavy smoke strat, which lets them get up the road without getting hit. That is still subject to pre-fires and just spraying. Oh, Glanton a little bit visible here. Nero does get the kill on the QR code. That's a back and forth they've been having in Barber the whole time. Glanton's got to be careful here. He needs to hold still and not make himself noticeable. Mythic kills Nero. That clears Barber, but unfortunately, Gerbs is on his flank again and is able to kill Mythic. Now, Gerbs is going to rotate up. He's going to go out in the open, but he's not visible to My Son, because My Son is looking the other way. My Son will get one kill, but Gerbs is behind him. Does not get the shot off, but Gerbs will now come contest him. I don't think My Son knows Gerbs is back here, so My Son's probably going to get caught out. Glanton's going to cap B, though. They never stopped the cap. I don't know what happened, but RG just did not recognize Glanton was here. He's about to get killed from top Africa. Yep, there it is. But his team is 4 up alive. They have to rush out, though, now that B is being contested. They only have 25 seconds. A and B will be capped in 25 when the B cap finishes. So we are going to see relatively aggressive play, or at least I think that's what they need to do, but they are not moving quickly. They will get there in time. My Son is going to try and make entry onto A, but it looks like he's allowing the A cap to happen. He is making too much noise if he just wants to lurk, though. That player is going to sit in A, not do much of anything. My Son will now enter and get taken out from 3 directions. Wow! So they decided that they would play for C. I'm not sure this is the right move, though. They're both downstairs. Well, now Seth, QR code will go up top. He's too exposed. He needs to get down. Oh. Very weird positioning at a QR code there. Way too exposed. He should have known. Oh, Seth doesn't realize there's a second person coming. He's going to get stuck. Oh! Barely avoiding the sightline of that player down below. Not ready. He kind of gets prepared and peeks around the corner aggressively, but not aware that that player is there in the jail, and so is taken out. Unfortunately, a very clunky round at Mayhem. They had, as David says in chat, very weird. They've let Gerbs through twice. Gerbs just running through B, through all of the smoke that Glanton is throwing. And some of that might be audio. They may just need to listen for Gerbs' footsteps a little harder. But also, Nero and QR Code have been having a duel every round in Barber, and I'm going to try and watch that this round and see what I can get out of that. And that's huge. I mean, if QR Code wins, it puts his team in a much better position. Obviously, if Nero wins, RG is in a very nice spot. But the big thing here was just RG able to cap A, and then the respawn wave, or sorry, able to cap A, Mayhem able to cap B, and then Mayhem's respawn wave not able to deal with the RG players that were already alive. All of Mayhem's wave got either killed or was pushed over to C. Oh, see, Nero's here waiting. QR Code is way too slow, either because he's throwing the nade. Mythic is able to refrag, so that secures the area for him, but still, not getting that kill on Nero every round is hurting them quite a bit. Now, My Son on a big flank. We'll check on him in a minute. Seth is able to kill Gerbs, which is fantastic because that's one of their big issues. Glanton is still capping. RG has not been contesting the objective that much. Dictator takes out Seth and is now going to jump down and contest B. Unfortunately, they now know he's on B, and so we see, I believe that's Mythic peeking from top blue. Mythic going to take shots at the person top shops. My Son on the huge flank. He's going to be Africa, and he's going to get this kill on Yellow Brick. He's not going to peek B. He's going to focus on staying alive and getting down. Glanton still safe in the pillars. Very hard to dislodge. Oh, Mythic sees the player's arms, is able to take the player out, and now My Son, I think he saw this player in the alley. He did. I don't think that push was needed. He could have been a little more passive. No need to put himself in a position where he could get killed and then the enemy could escape. But regardless, he does die. David, or whoever it was that was last alive, still chooses to peek around the corner, and so the Mythic top Barber is able to take him out. That's a good round out of Mayhem. Very much a more controlled round. My Son getting through the garage, through A side, and able to go on that big flank helped late in the round break the deadlock. But even if they just let it be deadlock for a while, I mean, Glanton was in no danger. RG's position on B was much more strained because Dictator chilling in the helicopter was always going to be more risky. Just harder to stay hidden in the helicopter than it is in the pillars. And so it's going to be very interesting. I mean, this is 8-8. Right? David obviously breaking. That's fantastic. Seth doing the same. That's fantastic. I want to see again. Nero is throwing a frag. Oh! Dictator gets a 2-piece with his pre-spray. That's just, again, spraying through smoke. He's not seeing those players, I expect. But Nero's here way early. You can see QR Code peeking over the top now. almost seeing each other. They should have seen each other that time. And they will do this peekaboo game where they try and shoot each other first. Nero's going to get the kill. Gerbs has again been able to push through B. Glanton is all alone on B because... Oh, he's all alone, period. No, sorry. My son is still alive. Glanton alone on B. Probably going to get cleaned up from behind here in a moment. Gerbs looks like he's flanking around to kill him. Maybe not. They should know he's there. My son, pushing yellow, is able to find one kill. He's going to try and pull out and survive, which is important. Glanton gets David before he's taken out. That's huge. It puts my son into, I believe, a 3v1, but that's still doable. My son looks to be aiming at the white truck, wondering if there's a player over there. There is. He's got plenty of time, but oh, he's got to watch that blue bridge. Sees the player. Not able to hit the shot, though. Very tight head glitch, and so Gerbs is able to take him out. And so that makes it 9-8 in RG's favor. Very tight game here. Very tight. Big thing, we gotta see, I mean, the QR code's really been struggling on Barber. It's a tough position, like it always is, and so I hate playing it personally. It's such narrow angles, it tends to be this peekaboo game as we've been seeing. But if he could win that, it's going to change his team's outlooks each and every round. So that's huge. Last round we saw Dictator do some form of a pre-spray. It's usually down towards the main road at a particular angle they prep so that they can catch players as they run across the street. We'll see if he does that again. It looks like he is. Last round he got 2. They won't know that, but by the end of the round when they win based on... Oh! He's aiming at an enemy there. There are pillars, so the bullets don't necessarily make it to their target. And lots of shooting going on. Not much. Nero does sneak through. Mythic finds David. That's probably mid-street. Oh, wrong time for Mythic to move, though, so Nero was able to pick up the kill. QR code playing more passively, as you can see, not exposing. If Nero wants to walk up those stairs, he can get shot in the back of the head. Gerbs is blind on B, shooting a little bit random. Both him and Glanton were face-to-face blind at each other, so Gerbs kills Glanton, but Seth gets the refrag. My kills Dictator, QR code gets Nero, and so last alive here is Django, who has somebody with him in the shops, and so he will try and escape by running away, but unfortunately gets shot in the back because my son is sitting waiting for him. So that makes it 9-9. Very close game. And just to be clear, if they do tie at 10-10, we will simply go to an overtime. We are playing up to 2 overtimes. Oh, sorry, I guess we have to play it. I guess we have to just keep playing overtimes. I'm not clear. Yesterday the format, because it was round robin, they would play 2 overtimes and then call it a draw. Here we do have to find a winner eventually, so I believe we will do infinite OT. It's possible we could cut it off and call this game a draw because we will play 2 more maps and those could decide it, and simply make the final map infinite OT. But we shall see. I'm going to check Dictator's spray one more time. It looks like he's going for a quicker positioning. He's going to spray way in front of the enemies. He is kind of looking, but again, that smoke comes up. He doesn't get anybody. But as we saw 2 rounds ago, if he gets any kills on that early rip, it can absolutely shift the tides of the team. Looks like Gerbs here is, or not Gerbs, Django here is blind again. Seth gets taken out by Gerbs, probably doing his flank. Yep, Gerbs flanking. Oh, pushing in. He's been in this spot like 3 times. Nero does kill Mythic. My son looking for Gerbs, sees the gun barrel, but unfortunately that's not a player model. The shots give him away, and Gerbs leans out and takes the kill. QR code does kill Nero. That's huge, clearing the blue bridge. Now they're kind of stacked up on each other, though. His teammate is right here next to him at white truck. Glanton playing passively as usual, keeping his head down, letting QR code do the work around him. Gerbs chilling in that side of the house visual. David is going to creep out. See, they don't know where Glanton is, so he's spraying at the pillars. I don't even think you can penetrate that even with an AKM with AP. They are obviously contesting B, so there's no pressure. Gerbs is going to creep around here, find Glanton, and get this kill here just momentarily, unless Glanton looks this way. He's not going to. Gerbs finally notices the body, will get the kill. QR code now knows there's a player below him, but also knows there's a player top Africa straight across. So he's basically stuck. Gerbs has no reason to push up here. They're going to get the cap, it's going to be 5 up, and then they're going to win. So Nero has to move. The jump down is probably what's necessary there. He cannot allow that capture to happen, but it's obviously a low percentage play. It's simply the best play he's got, even if it's low percentage. So jumping down there makes it 10-9 in RG's favor. And basically we now just get to see whether Mayhem can clutch up and put it into overtime, or whether RG is going to take map 1 by the thinnest of margins possible. So, I mean, I guess OT victories would be a thinner margin, but you know what I mean. Very exciting first game, though. Again, looking at the scoreboard real quick. Glanton, I know he's playing B, but I still, in my heart of hearts, I think he needs to be doing more for his team. There are ways to play B that allow you to be an active participant early in the round. And frankly, you know, he's not clutching late round either, which would be another way to make it sort of worthwhile what he's doing. But he gets on B, puts his head down, and then he wakes up halfway through the round when most of his teammates are dead, and it's just not helping enough, unfortunately. It is great that Mayhem is getting on the objective and applying that pressure. It's one of the only reasons that they're still in this game, because they've been getting that capture progress, forcing RG to make a move, and sometimes they get the respawn it, and obviously that swings the round in their favor. Similarly, Django, I think Django's their B player, and besides Gerbs, who's blitzing through, but I think Django's actually sitting on the B player. He's got a few more kills, that's reasonable, but really, David and Gerbs here with the lion's share of the kill. My son and Seth doing a fantastic job on the other side. Yesterday we saw more out of Mythic. I'm a little bit surprised he's not doing better today, but still, good, even distribution of the kills. This is what you want to see over here from RG, with the exception of Django. You just want to see an even kill distribution so that everybody's participating. What it essentially means is that everybody is winning a good amount of their gunfights. When you see over here like Mythic and QR struggling a bit, they're still contributing, they're still moving on the map, but they're losing maybe more of their gunfights than they would like to be. Whereas obviously Seth and my son are winning the majority of their gunfights. There's sort of two different ways gunfights can happen in this game. Some are very much uncontested, where the enemy has no idea you're there, or you see somebody running out in the open, and so the kill is basically free, and you did the work simply by being in position. The other type of gunfight is when you're actually shooting at somebody who's shooting back. That's what Nero and QR Code have been doing a lot over in Barber. That's what happens a lot when people push the bridges, and those types of gunfights are the ones that make or break rounds. Your positioning obviously is hugely important, and that can decide whether or not your team is in the right sort of situation and controls the map properly. But especially towards the end of the round, sometimes, or even at the beginning, as we see with, like I said, Nero and QR Code and Barber, those face-to-face gunfights, being able to win those consistently is just huge. So we've been in a little bit of a tactical timeout here, which doesn't surprise me with it being the last round. And oh, looks like Nero is still in the bathroom, so we'll be we'll be delayed for just a moment more. Glanton, I hope, joking about the fact that they are that they spawned in poor positions and so are resetting for that. You're not really supposed to do that, but also chat has now confirmed that we're doing unlimited OT for this, and so if we do tie 10 to 10, we will simply reset. We'll play 6 rounds, and the best of the 6 will win. And if we tie 3-3, we'll just do it again. And when we hit midnight, we all just throw our hands up and say, "Okay, we're tired," and we give up and just declare the whole tournament a draw. And you know, that's our solution. So, not only do the rounds have the chance to go infinite, the actual tournament format has the chance to go infinite. And all praise for that decision can be directed towards Kaylau, because he is the best at everything. Love you, Kaylau. I see you in chat. Gerbs is now whining about the technicalities of how many pauses or timeouts a team is allowed during a half, which is true. But frankly, I don't think he's gonna convince the judges to declare this game a forfeit anytime soon. But it is his right to bring it up, and I'm sure it'll keep Mayhem from dragging this out too much longer. Frankly, the rules are always written with the intention of keeping things moving while also allowing a team to have a pause as needed for tactical situations, but for strategizing or talking with each other, adjusting their game plan. But nobody in the community really wants to see rounds or whole games forfeited simply because somebody may have paused for 2.5 minutes instead of 2 minutes. So now we are back live, and I'm going to hop on with Gerbs this last one. Almost every round, he's just using a regular AKM. That's not even a 74U, but he's playing very aggressively. I'm also a little bit surprised to see that he's using a sight. When this game was popular, I know it's a brand new game, just been released this week, as I've been saying, but when this game was popular back in, let's say, 2017, 2018, sights were very much not the meta. You almost always saw iron sights on most weapons, especially the AKs, which have really simple iron sights. So to see him, taking shots early after he throws that first smoke, the shots do not connect. So anyways, to see him use the sight, maybe that's a bit of a carryover from this other random game we play, Sandstorm. Remains to be seen. He does burn out in the open. Seth from Bridge is able to take him out. Look at this play. The whole team is stacked up The whole team is stacked up on the blue bridge and under it. And QR code, it looked like, took out Nero there, which is huge. I've been talking about that duel they've been doing the whole game. Django is actually going to pull back off of B, knowing his team is getting pushed out. Fortunately, he runs back out into the open, and so Seth takes him out. So now we have 2 players in Africa that are all that is left for RG. Now Dictator's going to slow crawl across while David goes and tries to clear C, because if they let the C cap happen, it's going to be bad news bears. Does not see the player lying around the corner because he's through the wall. Gets taken up by Mythic. That's a great play by Mythic to survive and then respawn. Dictator now pushing to A, but he's going to run across the gap. My son is there waiting for him. And that is the cleanest round Mayhem has had. Maybe the tack pause was worth it. And obviously it's worth it because they now push it to overtime. So 10-10, we're going to overtime, ladies and gentlemen. This will be the same map, same rules, everything the same. We're just going to do 6 rounds, first to 4. And the teams stay on the side they were just playing. So the second half, the sides that they were on for the second half is how they start overtime. And then they will switch back at the halftime of the overtime. And I'm not a tournament official, so I can't tell you the rules perfectly, but I believe they all get their tactical timeouts back when we go into overtime, and everybody gets either at least 1 new tactical timeout, or they get the full set of however many they get back. And so I would not be surprised if we see a 1 or 2 rounds and then another pause, then a 1 or 2 rounds and another pause, because again, there just is not a lot of rounds in overtime, and it's only 3 per half, so if you lose 2 in a row on 1 half, you're in huge trouble to begin with. Regardless, here's your quick scoreboard update. Now, last round we saw Gerbs chuck this smoke and almost take a bullet to the face as he jumped. He bonks on that concrete barrier, gets a little bit slowed down. His teammate is going to spray, so Dictator will take out Glanton. That's the B player down. Remains to be seen if Dictator running out in the open again, gets taken out by Mythic. Great shot by him. Django's frag finds Mythic, so Mythic dies. QR code is doing the peekaboo. He does get taken out by Nero. They've been doing that all game long. Seth is going to rotate over and try and find the kill. I'm not sure peeking the same angle. Well, I guess Nero's not ready for it, so that is going to work. Meanwhile, I didn't even realize it, but David last alive. Now, he's using the FAL. This thing can penetrate a lot of surfaces that the regular rifles cannot. And as I describe the advantage he may have, he gets taken out by Seth from Top Barber, I believe. So the not an uncompetitive round, but a clean victory for Mayhem. Nothing too messy, nothing too lucky. There was an early cross-pick from Dictator, and Mayhem was still able to survive, so that's good. Gerbs, I will say, 2 rounds in a row now, the final round of the second half, and the first round here, has basically just walked out into the open relatively early in the round. He should know that people are at the blue bridge by then, and he just keeps trying to get across with these smoke grenades. And that's fantastic because, let me tell you, earlier in the second half, Gerbs was just running through B and nobody was stopping. The solution to Gerbs' problem is actually for an Africa player to defend him, and it looks like, no, Django is not playing Africa. So they've adjusted the whole play, but nobody's going top Africa, which is very strange. Dictator trying to cross-pick a little bit, there's just nobody home. Seth kills Django, as Django went into shops. Mythic going wide, it's going to get David. Nero is able to take out both QR and Seth. That's huge. Dictator also takes out Glanton, clearing B. Gerbs is on B. My son spots maybe David. I thought David already died, so I'm not sure who this is. But my son spots him in spawn. Lots of bullets from Dictator is who it is, and my son unable to get the kill on Dictator after seeing him a couple times. Just tiny little pixel peaks. Mythic is now on B. I agree he needed to stop the cap, but now unfortunately his position is known. And he's looking lower Barber, but he'll see the head. Oh, does not get the kill. He's now going to go for the reload. Oh, Nero gets the kill. That's a 3-piece for Nero at least. And fantastic positions out of him. Fantastic positioning and kills out of him. Really locked that round for his team. And that's all it can take sometimes. One person on your team having a good round can push through and clear other people off their positions. And yeah, that can really adjust the round. I see Sanctus in chat asking whose pick this map was. I would like to know as well. And yeah, Kalau's confirming that Sandstorm returning players tend to like the Cobra better. And I agree, like, in theory, but even for me it's not the same because the Sandstorm recoil and the way the sights were, the iron sights and the holographic sights were sort of displayed to the player is very different from how it is in Source. In Source, they're basically like static models, and so it just takes up more space on your screen. use a red dot. Like, David does take out Glanton with a pre-spray early. That's pretty huge, though Glanton, again, was all he was going to do was go stick his face into a concrete barrier and sit there for 3 minutes. So not the end of the world. Gerbs, interesting position on B. Definitely should not stay here, but he might get away with it. The nade is going to come in and miss him. That's okay. QR code playing more passively here in Barber is good. Kalo has confirmed that this map is RG's pick, so for RG to lose this would be devastating. QR code's going to see Nero. Nero looking the wrong way just at the wrong time. Gerbs can see this player, yeah, so Gerbs will kill that player out from under. Seth kills David, though, and now peeking B, but doesn't look at Gerbs, and so last live is QR code. Now, he should be able to get Gerbs. Gerbs is visible on his screen. Is that not Gerbs? Am I crazy? Oh, he does get Gerbs. That already happened. Right. So now QR code will jump down to B. Unfortunately, it's going to take him 20 seconds to decap the progress for B, and then he has to spend 25 seconds to cap. So for him to sit here and get this capture is almost impossible. 45 seconds is way too long. He's got to go fight for A, but unfortunately they have this on lock. There's one player playing this wall, which you can see he's prepared for, but yeah, that's going to be a tough peek. And then separately, he'd have to go fight on A, because the A player was about to cap. So that was going to be difficult. It's the right attempt. He needed to try and do that, but it was just not a situation that would be an easy victory. So we finished this half 2-1 in RG's favor, but we're going to flip sides and do it again, and you know, we'll have to see if Mayhem, to win, to outright win, they need 3 straight wins. To tie the overtime round and go into another round of overtime, they simply need to win 2 of the 3 gameplay rounds. And that's possible. It's certainly a disadvantage, but it's a small. And we'll just have to, you know, watch and see, obviously. Suppressor from Seth. Interesting choice. That probably means he gave up either his grenade or his AP ammo. The AP ammo not super critical, but there is a lot of walls you might want to penetrate on this map. Or not necessarily walls, but pieces of cover, especially around the B objective. The trucks or the thin wood. And other things like that. So the suppressor, I don't know, it obviously, what it's mostly used for is not the sound, because people can hear your silence shots just fine, but it's usually used to hide your muzzle flash, and I'm just not sure, maybe he's concerned that he's getting spotted through smoke by shooting, and so if he's going to do a big pre-spray or something, this might make a little more sense. We'll hop on with him and see. Obviously the teams have now switched sides. It looks like they're going to do a left side push. QR code not going to challenge Barber, so from this side, Seth is going to be the one playing Barber. And Glanton taking his sweet time. My son using the Sterling. The Sterling, the lowest weight weapon in the game, or primary weapon at least. So it lets you get to position a smidgen faster than an MP5, but in return, you shoot almost twice as slow, or half the rate of fire as an MP5. Look at this. We have 2 players looping all the way around. And it looks like Seth has visually spotted one. Mythic spots another, gets Django off the concrete barrier, doesn't see the player in Kebab, slides across, or gets across the view one time. Seth is now in the other team's pillars. Nice shot on Nero. I apologize for the lines when the glass breaks. I have some sort of a visual bug. Regardless, David and whoever that is, Dictator, now stuck. He sees the player top Africa, but, well, doesn't notice the player top Africa, but his player top Africa is visible. Does see the player in pillars, not able to get that kill either. Dictator flanking. Going to push top yellow, will get taken out because my son is ready, leaving it to be just David. This player is still here in the pillars, not dying. Now, no, still not dying. Glanton got the cap and is still alive there. And my son finally able to take him out, or maybe he did, yeah. It looks like Glanton was there. Whoever was in the pillars did get taken out. But, David, I'm shocked. David was using the M14, which has a ton of penetration. So that should be able to penetrate almost anything that can be penetrated in this game. You can penetrate whole thick walls on Ministry with it, but not able to penetrate those pillars, or at least not lined up properly to get the kill at pillars there. Regardless, good victory by Mayhem. That heavy left side play, that heavy C side play, putting multiple people around the back, getting that flank off, it really penned RG's players into Kebab, and they just slowly died as they got picked off from about 3 different angles. So that was huge. But also, their ability to hold yellow is critical, because Django, I believe it was, pushing yellow, would obviously love to control the yellow bridge and shops. Now again, my son using this brush. David with the sniper takes out Glanton. Again, interesting to see how that will affect the round. QR gets a frag onto Django. Django kills QR in return. See, my son already wants to get rid of this gun. Oh, no, he just wants that frag grenade, but he's got one in his pocket, so he can't pick up another. He's going to look down onto B, but the smoke obstructs his view. That way he doesn't take damage, is why he dropped sort of in that weird way. Gerbs will see Seth once the smoke clears. David is held back, or Dictator was the one who actually was able to take out Mythic on the flank, leaving it to be just be my son against 4, and he's got a terrible weapon for this position. This thing can't penetrate a piece of tissue paper, and it also shoots at the speed of a slow jog. So, very difficult to get kills with this. He is spotted from top Barber. Yeah, there you hear it. Chunk, chunk, chunk. Knows Gerbs is in the helicopter. He's really basically just playing peekaboo and hoping some enemies exposed. Not able to find any enemies to kill, and so he does go down, making it 13-14 in RG's favor. Alright. So, it is now make or break for Mayhem. If RG wins, they will win for this map, and we will then go to station. If Mayhem wins this round, we will push it to a second overtime. And I really hope that Glanton has figured out that he just cannot get pre-fired like this. David, with the sniper rifle, if he gets a kill, it's fantastic. If he doesn't get a kill, he's putting himself at a disadvantage for the rest of the round. And I spoke earlier about the knowledge that you can gain from the scope, even if you don't get a kill. So it's not always equal, but it looks like... Oh, David peeking. If they crawl, if they show themselves around that corner, nope, he's going to shift off. Django does find my son. That's huge, because my son is especially one of the more aggressive and flanking players. Whoever's on my screen is blind as heck. Looks like 2 kills happen. Glanton does get a kill onto Gerbs, rushing across B. That's fantastic. Mythic chilling in Barber. He could also peek Blue Bridge at any moment. And a QR code holding Yellow Bridge. They've got a good setup. Unfortunately, Glanton is contested. Mythic gets Nero. Nero gets QR code. And Django on the flank is able to take out Glanton. So now, not David, I don't want. Mythic, David is coming from behind. And it looks like Mythic has been shot in the butt but doesn't realize it. David knows he's here. Or he's shooting a dead body? No, he knows he's there. Yeah, Mythic needs to wake up, but doesn't realize it. And so, I don't understand. Mythic was getting shot at like multiple times. Maybe he thought David was just sending bullets down range, like randomly. But, yeah, should have turned around, didn't realize what was going on, so gets taken out from behind. And that is our first round, or sorry, our first map, 1-0 to RG. The next map will be Station, and if RG wins it, that's them prevailing in this matchup. Obviously, if Mayhem wins, then we will push and we will play our final tiebreaker map on District. Everybody's favorite. How's everybody doing in chat? I hope people are enjoying. I don't have an update on Gems' games, or game, probably so far. If somebody does find out from the Discord, I'd appreciate if you post it in chat. If I have to just make a prediction, I am obviously saying that Unexpected Predicament should probably wipe the floor with Space Jam. Unexpected Predicament was fantastic yesterday, and frankly, Space Jam looked pretty rusty, so I think it's going to be a quick exit for Space Jam. After our first map here, I think this is definitely going to be much closer, and may even go to a third map. Station here, much different map than Market. Market is a small map. Sorry, Market is a relatively large map with a big open space and a lot of high up cover positions that overlook the B objective. Big on smokes, big on there are a couple pre-nades, but not super heavy on pre-nades, but big on pre-sprays and crossbows. This map has some of that same features, but also very different because it's much smaller. There will be many more pre-nades. There might still be a pre-smoke, but probably not as much. And what we're expecting to see is much more rushing and quick play. With such a small map, you're going to see a lot of refrags. It'll be much more difficult for me to follow the action. You're going to have to keep up by just keeping up with the kill feed and trying to track how many are alive for each map. As the rounds wind down, things will slow down considerably and people will start to creep quite a bit. The A objective over here is indoors, and you can see there's this balcony that can see out onto the rest of the map. However, most of the map is outdoors, most of the map is exposed to a lot of oversight positions. There are places like this balcony, or up here on, I believe this is called Shrine, I could be wrong. Everything's called Shrine as far as I'm concerned. And so there are some oversight positions, but it's nowhere near as exposed as B on market, because you do have this house, and there's 4 different corners you can hide in with the windows and stuff. There's at least 2 usually. You can sit on this barrel. You can sit in that corner. You can also prone out at the bottom and try and just sort of keep yourself hidden. Security has what most consider a pretty major advantage in that they can also chill behind this box and barrels. You have to sort of nose up against the barrels to cap. I don't think you can cap from in the tree here, but you can hide in that bush. Obviously, the dock platforms down here are also capture zones, but they're just very exposed. So B is a little bit more protected on this map. However, it is small, and so nading the B objective, if the B objective player is not protected, it is pretty easy to push him off the objective or just kill him outright with a grenade. So we will see that. There is a little bit of cross-picking. The rock up here, you have to cross behind this rock to get to C, and that sight line that I'm looking at right now, aiming at that building far in the distance, is a place where the insurgents can chill to snipe you in return. And the insurgents don't need to cross this sight line, so it's not very useful for the security team to use this sight line. However, the insurgents can get out of spawn very quickly, come right here, aim along this angle, and they get to see both behind the rock, but also this low road. And so they may do that with a rifle. They can use a bolt-action rifle, but compared to market, the distance is much smaller. There's much less fog. So the magnified scope, which is only available on the sniper, not as necessary, and a lot of people just tend to do this with iron sights and you know, squinting a little bit, trying to use their vision. What else are we expecting to see? Lots of pre-nades. You're going to see like 3 or 4 explosions go off on either side of the map at the beginning of each round. People are just going to be hucking grenades from one end to the other, doing NFL long passes. And yeah, there is some skybox shenanigans, so just because you see where people are releasing the nades and you can think about the arc, doesn't always land sort of where you would expect. There's some invisible walls up above this building that some stuff can bounce off a little bit and things like that. Ridge is very important. We're going to see people rushing, especially security, rushing up the ridge to get towards tin here, while the insurgents are going to have to try and come out on this low ground or go through the A building, you know, scissors up to the backside of A to get to tin. However, the security will probably also have somebody up here on the blue balcony, whereas the insurgents get this very powerful building, Shrine, which doesn't look like it has much of a view, but because you can get up here and nose around this corner and control your angles, you have a lot of control over what you expose to, and then you also can peek back on this side and basically murder anything pushing C. I mean, obviously they can shoot you as well, but the Shrine roof here gives you a lot of control over C, and you're very protected. It's very hard to get nades up here. It's very hard to get, you know, you're not exposed unless you want to be or unless you choose to peek. And it's also pretty easy to bail out because you can go down those staircases and either exit out here, which is pretty exposed, or this side door, which, assuming there's no player waiting for you here at Stilts, is usually pretty safe. But early round, there'll usually be a player chilling here, waiting to kill you if you push out. So the teams are getting ready, probably taking a quick bathroom break, maybe getting a drink. I should probably hydrate as well. I'm also getting a DM from somebody, so you guys can enjoy a moment of silence while I figure out what that is. And we're back. There's an explosion. We might see some people practicing their pre-nades. It's not much of a secret that this map is pre-nade central. Funnily enough, this big rock in the middle is very never used. No. Dictator telling somebody to go use the facilities. This big rock, when I started playing this map way back, you know, in the day when this was first released like a week ago, I expected a lot of people to crawl on this rock. Not crawl, but jump up, climb on, use it as a piece of cover. I mean, you do use it to like hide from people sometimes, but for the most part, it's barely a feature. It breaks up a little bit of the sightline, and that's really it. I don't think I've ever seen somebody climb on top versus like these rocks over here. People wind up using these rocks as pieces of cover all the time to fight people on top of the shrine or on top of the blue balcony. So pretty basic. There is also a nasty sightline that I used to love that we may see. You can come up here, and as you're coming out of security spawn, you can run up here, and there's a few different spots you can sit. You can actually sit inside the building and use this window. This diagonal right here is a fantastic sightline down the middle of the map, and it extends all the way to here. You can see that building in the distance. There's the window, and this sightline, the insurgents basically have to cross at some depth to get to C. And they start with C, so if they want to defend their own objective, they have to cross your sight line. So you can do this with a sniper rifle, you can do this with a semi-automatic rifle, it doesn't really matter. Again, the timing is pretty tight, so you have to have good reaction times and kind of know how to do this. But assuming you're ready for it, and if they don't smoke it off, you can usually get a pick from this. So a lot of teams will try and smoke it, or they will go while the grenades are going off, because that creates a lot of dust and smoke as well. You don't have to actually use the building as well. You can climb up here, and I don't think people do this as much anymore, but you can actually sit on the right side of this piece of tin, so you're not exposed to ridge. You can actually sit here, and you get basically the same sight line. You are more exposed to the right, obviously, and then if you really want to, it is possible to creep sort of farther up here, or rush. You will see people rush up to the front edge of the B house like this, and that gives them some good sight angles as well. Obviously a little bit more exposed, and it takes longer, but especially late round, this is a very nice spot to sort of just sit and chill. Yes, this spot. I don't know if this is what it is called or ever was called, but I colloquially know this as the Batman spot. Yeah, let's just assume that physics are real and say that they can totally do this. This isn't illegal. For the purposes of the competitive community, getting on top of roofs and places you're not supposed to be able to access, like externally, is forbidden. But for the most part, any pixel walk spot or other place that you're allowed to get through with normal movement mechanics, which in this case just jumping and crouching a bunch of times, is legal. There's a couple ad hoc spaces, like over here there is actually a bug. Because I'm a spectator, you won't believe me, but if you prone out kind of in the rock like this, you can see through the rock. That's like super illegal. So exploiting the map to make walls disappear or things like that is illegal. But using jump spots or using weird angles or standing on things that don't look like you should be able to stand on them, that's fine as long as you're not getting out of bounds, like on top of buildings or outside the playable area or something like that. It's much more of an issue in Sandstorm when almost all of the buildings could be climbed on top of because the map makers are fantastic and would never make a mistake. Alright, just taking a moment to breathe, drink some water. It looks like Space Jam beat Unexpected Predicament first map. That was also 11-9, so my prediction was wrong, and Space Jam pulls out a victory. Now, it's unclear whether or not that was Space Jam or Unexpected Predicament's map choice. And that was on Market, which I saw them play yesterday, and Unexpected Predicament actually beat Space Jam. So that may have had something to do with it. Unexpected Predicament may have showed off all their strats. Space Jam may have figured out how to adapt since yesterday. But that's a very interesting result. We'll have to see how their second match goes. I would be, if Space Jam is able to knock out Unexpected Predicament in the first round, it would be a huge upset. Space Jam unable to win a victory yesterday except the forfeit victory against the EU team, whereas Unexpected Predicament didn't lose a game all day. And so everybody saw them as the favorites to win in the elimination bracket today as well, obviously. But anything could happen. This is why we actually play the games. It's not just statistics, there is a human element. And obviously, people can practice overnight, and sometimes people just have a bad day. So, I'll be honest, I don't know why it's taking so long. But the teams are in charge, and this is a competition first and a spectator sport second. We're not going to pull any shenanigans like other sports are doing, where we put a specific timer on these things, or try and rush things so that we can fit a TV commercial on. I don't even have any sponsorships to tell you, but if you do appreciate this and you want to support in any way, I don't take personal support, but the Blue Discord does have a link to where you can support the person who pays for these servers so that the community can play so that the community can play without costing our community members money directly. And so we obviously appreciate the person's name is Apple Pie. He's been doing this for years, setting up and maintaining the servers, and we appreciate him very greatly. I see that chat is making fun of the fact that I'm essentially giving a workshop on the map, and to Sanctus all I will say is, look man, I don't really want it to be dead air, and I keep thinking that it's 30 seconds from beginning, so, you know, the fact that you just posted that means in 3 minutes you'll hear me saying this, and yeah, so I'm just trying to keep things at least somewhat relevant and not just make it dead air. And if anybody wasn't aware, we are playing on a 3-minute delay so that the players or anybody else can't watch the stream and get an unfair advantage in game. Obviously, you know, some information still might be obtainable by watching the stream, even on a heavy delay like that, but at least like 1 or 2 rounds will always have passed, and so there shouldn't be any current positioning available to the players if they were to open the stream on a second monitor, which is against the rules also as well. But you know, trust but verify, all that shenanigans. And the players do record demos so that if the tournament administrators ever want to, they can review. I think this is live, and so we shall see. I don't know if you heard, I think that was 4 grenade pings. And we see Dictator does get mythic with 1 of them. That was 4 grenade pings just from Mayhem here, but there was more from the other side. And the grenades continue to rain. Now every person can only carry 1 grenade, so late round there will not be that many more grenades. Glanton gets a nice kill on Jank, but looks like, who is this? Dictator has pushed up. Yeah, Dictator gets a refrag on Glanton. Mai is in A, gets a kill, sneaks by whoever else that is in A. He's now getting pushed. My son taken out by Nero with an M4 that may have been a wallbang, I'm not sure. Seth is in this strong position top shrine. There is a player on that balcony he needs to be careful of. Looks away at the wrong moment, but he gets behind the wall, so he's not going to get taken out. But he's got to be careful when he peeks back, because that balcony player sees the balcony player, takes him out. That's fantastic. And now QR code just lurking on C, making sure nobody pushes over while Seth does the work. And that's normal. That's a good division of labor. QR code finding Dictator as Dictator gets greedy, or maybe QR code pushed up, not even clear. And so last alive is David. Not sniping, just... Oh, the grenade gets QR code! That's a fantastic grenade. Puts it into a 1v1. And Seth is top shrine, or at least was. David rotating slowly, but Chef is pushing aggressively. He's going to try and get over to blue balcony, which is a fantastic spot late round. He may even push behind. Yeah, he is. He may catch David out here. It's all going to be about the timing of David. He's going to be visible. This metal slat to his right is protecting him, but oh, that running away. Okay, he doesn't get spotted, so he will safely. Now, I said this map is very quick, and that's true, except for the fact that with it being this small... Oh, he's visible on the screen. David's gun blocks Seth off of his screen's picture, and so Seth is able to get the kill, making it 1-0 for Mayhem. But as I was saying, it's a very quick map because of how small it is until the end of the round. It tends to get very slow because it's so small towards the end of the round. People are creeping. You're going to see a lot of crouch walk ADS, which makes you silent. And yeah, that's sometimes it can actually drag on a bit. The one thing that's nice is that these objectives on this map are so small, you will almost never get an objective stalemate. If 2 people from different teams are on an objective, they're going to kill each other. There are not enough places to hide. Oh, double nade gets Django and Dictator. That's gonna be awful. Oh, and Nero nades himself! Oh my lord, and Gerbs is full blind. This is terrible. RG ran into a hailstorm and got absolutely demolished. Glanton getting over onto A. Takes some shots. David spraying a little bit over towards C, but there's nobody there. Gets taken out by Mython on the balcony. Gerbs is now last alive, and I love Gerbs. You know, he has a clutch factor, but man, he's not going to win a 1v5 on this map. And my son obviously executes him to end the round. So that's 2-0 for Mayhem. And remember, this is Mayhem's pick. So the way it works is there's a map pool of 5 maps. Both teams ban a map, or maybe both teams pick a map. It doesn't really matter. There's some bans, and then the one final map remaining is the final map to play. So RG picked Market and won by a thin margin. Mayhem picked this map, so they think they're good at it, or that it's a good choice for them to play. The final map, District, is much more neutral, but we do generally expect Mayhem to be both comfortable and prepared. To be prepared. Sanctus, I see. Oh, QR code gets a frag onto Nero. RG's got to do a better job of avoiding these nades. It's going to keep killing. It's going to keep ruining their chances of winning. Gerbs is going to push up into B. He gets an interesting aggressive position. Myson kills Dictator on A. Django playing near blue balcony gets Myson, but Mythic refrags onto him. Mythic also gets David. They are absolutely pushing through C. And Gerbs again last alive. Mythic getting the kill. And another very comfortable round win for Mayhem. They are and RG is calling a timeout, so we'll have a 2-minute pause here. So again, they're going to need to talk it out and adjust. And I saw for a second there the screen said 420 blaze it. I guess that's what everybody needs to do during a pause. But regardless, we're going to have a quick tactical timeout. I see in chat that Sanctus, you're saying that the commentary about the workshop is not sarcasm, and I appreciate it. Then, yeah, I mean, I did at one point, like, you know, a week ago when this game launched, I did play this game a little bit. I have some knowledge. I certainly was no like top tier player, but you know, I taught a bunch of people how to play this game. My team was one of the big sort of feeder teams for the top level. We would have a lot of new people join our team. They'd play with us for about 6 months, and then move up to a higher level. And then that same sort of dynamic existed in Sandstorm. My team, I think at multiple points in Sandstorm's life, my team had, the community as a whole had more than half ex-TAW members, especially once you counted EU. There was a period where like all of the EU teams were just ex-TAW members because almost everybody had played with TAW at one point. Regardless. Looks like our tactical timeout is over. We'll see if RG has made the change. I'm actually going to do an aerial view for this map to hopefully show you guys these nades and these smokes. Have to avoid the magic invisible skybox there. But I believe I'll see the grenade arcs in the glowing lines, and you'll also obviously see the players. And so hopefully you'll get an idea just of how... So there's an early smoke. I'm also going to get flashed, of course. Not many. So there's the big nade. That time it landed on top of the rock. Dictator gets a nice M16 spray. He's doing that house spray I told you about. And it looks like somebody's back there, and that's one. Glanton does get a kill onto Nero. Let's actually get some first-person gameplay. Oh, look at this. Oh, I need to do this, right. My son, and I believe that's Glanton next to him. Might be QR code. Both at A. They are not capping because there's a player down below who's just going to sit there. It's very hard to push that doorway because the angles are just insane. Django and David... Django gets B, and David gets a kill, so it's now 3v5. But this is a map where it's not too hard to make a comeback with just down a player or two because everybody's so close to each other. Seth, I thought he saw that player's feet. Didn't need to make that aggressive push. Gerb's also getting QR code. My son now, unfortunately, feels like he has to push. When you're in a 1v4 like that, you can't just sit around forever. So he chooses to take the gunfight. But Dictator, cool, calm, collected, sits there. And that's a relatively decisive victory for RG. So whatever they talked about definitely worked. Either that or just terrible luck for Mayhem. But yeah, I will say, part of RG's strat was very clearly to hang back. They did not rush up as quickly. They didn't die to those pre-nades. And that can make a huge difference, obviously. I will say, I think it was Dictator. Dictator sat in the river hut and shot the angle I showed you at the beginning. He got a spray with that early on. We are seeing a counter spray from somebody in the other spawn. Not exactly sure who it is. Oh, see, Seth is doing... This is another spray you can do. It's not the one I'm using. David counter picks him, though. See, once you start spraying... Oh, see, Mythic gets chipped by Dictator, but gets on by. Django's nade also goes glancing. See, this is not good for Mayhem. Now they're the ones falling like dominoes. Myson gets a nice kill into Nero. This is an excellent spot, this balcony. But he will get pushed from behind by Dictator if he's not careful. Though Dictator won't want to be aggressive because you never know when somebody's sitting right above. Myson finds the head peak. Oh no, he's going to turn away. Oh! Mythic saves! Mythic gets the kill from way over in the garbage pile through that door onto A and is able to... QR code also killing Django. But Mythic saves Myson. Otherwise, Dictator easily would have killed him. And now David is last life. David does find the Mythic by the trash pile. Also finds QR code. Doesn't get the kill. And so QR code is able to take out David. David was about to go off there. If he had actually gotten that kill, it would have been huge. Though I think my son was capping A. Yeah, early pick by David there onto whoever it was, Glanton or whoever in the Insurgent spawn. So there's a building up here you can hop in. And that's the wrong side of the map. There's a building up here with a high window. And this window can also see the sniper rock. It's not an angle I like playing as much, or not the sniper rock, but it lets you see the spawn hill that they're going to come out of right here. It's not a position I like playing as much, but it is an option. And I think it was Seth who was trying to do that. Anyways, I hope they don't do it this time. Dictator, barely avoiding a nade, is going to do his spray again. As you can see, nobody's actually there. Almost takes out a teammate. It looks like we had a rush. My son, I think, rushed through very aggressively. Nero does take out Seth with a grenade. Or sorry, my son rushed and did get a kill. Nero does flank around, get the kill. Glanton is at a refrag. Again, it's a small map, so refrags are going to be very quick, very common. Glanton on A. He's now just contesting. Not, oh, Mythic finds Django, who's on a nice flank. That means Dictator's less alive, and he's basically stuck. If he goes out that front door, he's going to get picked, so he's going to peel around the backside and try and escape down to the low ground. Missed timings. Here's the player running to A, and so tries to go for a cheeky wallbang. A and B being capped. Mythic decides to go around the back and just give Dictator a little bit of a surprise, surprise back shots, and we see another. That's a very good victory at Mayhem. They clearly have stabilized. That one round that RG won after the pause was not the beginning of a massive comeback. And so RG's in the hot seat. I mean, the first game was very close, but that was RG's map. And so with the advantage of picking the map, they really were barely able to pull out a victory. Versus here, we're seeing Mayhem use their map, the map they picked, to their advantage, and clearly they've prepared for it. I'm not sure about these flashes. Like, those flashes will blind people, but all you're doing is slowing them down, so like you're not in a position to get the kills. So, oh, we're gonna see my son jump down, but get taken out by Nero. Nero's grenade also killed Mythic, so it's already a 3v4. Sorry, yeah, 3v4. A grenade must have killed one of RG already. Glanton's gonna work his way through, try and find Nero. I believe that was down in hell, as we call it. Seth kills Gerbs. That's good. He's using a 74, which is interesting. It's basically a 74 Hue, but slightly longer barrel. Almost the same. Nero does kill Glanton. We see Dictator. This is him towed onto B. Seth finds Django, but Nero up on the ridge is able to find QR code in the hut. And so now it's a 2v2. Unfortunately, 2v1. Seth runs onto the objective a little aggressively. I'm not sure that was necessary, especially knowing the objective wasn't about to be captured. And so that's the round. Nero with a 4 kill. He got the 2 people. He got the nade. He got my son in hell. He got Glanton, I think it was, in A long or left side, whatever we call it. And then he got QR code there towards the end on B. So excellent round out of Nero there. And I mean, look, it's 5-2. You know, RG's definitely fighting it out, but you know, Mayhem has a pretty good handle on things. I also don't know the sidedness of this map, at least in the current meta. Throwing a lot of flashbangs over them. See, it'll blind player, and that will make them a little bit less likely to get to positions on time. But RG is already holding back and not rushing too much, so, oh, this will be tricky. If my son jumps up, he's liable. Yeah, he will take the player off the rock. David should stop doing that. That got old a long time ago. Glanton also kills Django. My son, not full blind. He got flashed, but, well, he was full blind for a second. He got flashed, but he didn't get pushed. Seth getting kills, and it's just Dictator again. Again, he's playing this low A position. Oh, nice! See, he's just pre-firing angles he knows people are likely to sit at. And that's great. He got the kill on my son. Unfortunately, with it being a 5v1 or a 4v1, he just needed to... He just got refragged because Glanton is there waiting as well. So, but an excellent shot by Dictator onto my son. That's very hard to... You're basically just mentally prepared for where the angles are, and you have to be shooting even before you arrive on them because, remember, the other player is just sitting there holding the angle on the tightest possible sight line. So, very difficult to do. Gerbs has a pistol out. So we're going to see if he pistol rushes. It looks like he's adjusting his loadout. The thing is, if you're going to pistol rush and get stuck on a doorway, it's not particularly fast, and all you've now done is made it so that you don't have a good weapon. So I'm not convinced that was helpful. He's doing a bit of a delayed grenade here to kill that player on the river. It's not going to land. He's also going to get flashed. Funnily enough, because spectating is perfect in this game, the spectator gets flashed out of seeing their map. Glanton and Mai both get kills. My son on a huge... But Dictator playing the rock is able to take him out. But again, oh, Gerbs, oh, sees Seth not able to pull the shot off as the smoke clears. He does hear this player on the rock, but now he's called out. He's last alive, right? Oh no, Dictator's still alive on the rock. Okay, that changes things a lot. So Gerbs is going to flank into A. He's going to find a real gun. Chooses not to pick up a real gun. What is going on? Peeks Glanton, gets taken out. Now we just see Dictator. He's about to come face to face with the flying monkey. And Seth is able to take him out. Not calling Seth a monkey, just any jumping player is a flying monkey. And Seth, you can't shoot while you're in the air. So Gerbs has not Gerbs. Dictator there has 2 or 3 free shots from Seth as he flies through the air. Not able to land them. And Seth immediately snapshotting Dictator as he lands. Excellent play out of him. And this will now be our final round of the half. It is 7-2. I say that 6-4 is a good split. If you get to 6-4, you're okay. You'll be able to make a comeback in the second half. 7-3 is rough, but 8-2 would be devastating. Again, maybe Insurgents have a massive advantage in the current meta. I don't know on this particular map because of the spawns and the positions. But I thought Security had it easier. I was pretty sure that Security was the advantage team on this map. And so I think RG is in for a rude second half. My son gets a quick kill on Nero going hell, I assume. And Gerbs is able to sneak through, though. He's going to get 2 kills here, probably. He's able to... Yeah, they're going to line up on... balcony, but Glanton is there waiting for him. He's been doing that all game, and they keep dying to him on the refrag. Glanton, excellent refrag here. Doesn't see the player top shrine immediately. David exposing to him briefly. Takes some shots. Now he's going to creep around. But again, QR code, they're ready. It's incredible just how tight together Mayhem is playing. So when one of them gets shot at, the other person is always there to refrag. Now he's getting plinked. Yeah, Dictator getting shot. You can see that door. I'll show you after the scoreboard clears. But you can see that door from almost the whole map. So as you go up those stairs in A, you've got to be careful. Because you'll get shot from way off the objective if you don't get through that doorway pretty quickly. Regardless, that is 8-2 on this half, and I mean RG needs some real magic if they want to pull out a victory on this side. They're gonna need a ton of rounds in a row. They're gonna need to play almost flawlessly. It's just very difficult. I mean, and again, I think, and somebody can correct me in chat if I'm wrong, I think the Insurgents have the disadvantage on this map, not the advantage. So, if anything, RG should have been doing better last half than they even will this half. So, not to presuppose anything, because anything is possible, but we may want to just start asking if we think RG is going to win any round this half, or if they're just going to get shut out 3 rounds in a row, and go home 11-2. That would push us to a third map, though. To be clear, we will play District as the tiebreaker, and I don't actually know who I think is better. I know that RG used to be really good at District at one time, but I don't know what to expect when we talk about comparing these 2 teams. Looks like RG is going to be very passive. Lots of early grenades, but they're hanging back. They didn't run out, and that's going to let QR code get pretty far up. He sees that player. No, he does not see that player. The car is in the way. There is a player to his right, just past the pillars as well. He will see this player coming around the corner. Gets 1 kill. Mythic also gets a kill. Seth kills the guy on C. But Gerbs is able to respond with a kill on Glanton. Gerbs gets cleaned up, and so now it's just David, and David is spotted from stilts. He is going to pop up and take the shot. That's great. But also gets the kill. That was a fantastic kill onto my son balcony. But unfortunately, when you have 4 people shooting at you, it's quite hard to survive. And so David will go down. And that's a quick round. Pretty decisive victory for Mayhem. They are rocking right now. And I don't know. I don't like to be too ahead of myself, but I don't see RG pulling anything out that can fix this. Look at this. I love this. We have a much more even kill spread out of Mayhem than we have in any of the previous games. Glanton, QR code, both pulling almost equal weight as everybody else. And similar on RG. Django doing a little bit of low, but he, I believe, is basically getting on B every round. And B is brutal on this map. It's very hard to stay alive, so that's almost unavoidable. Similar to what Glanton was doing last game. But this map's even probably a little bit more difficult to get kills when you're in B, except for maybe the other B player. But Gerbs is going to get this pistol rush off. He's going to run through the smoke cloud. Glanton finds a grenade onto 1. Nero and Gerbs both get kills, but Mythic is able to refrag Gerbs. Django is able to kill Mythic, and so there's 2v3, but all 3 players from RG are on A. So they've got to try and spread out and get some control. I'm surprised Django gets QR code. I was going to say I'm surprised that QR code wasn't over on C yet, and Glanton messes up a little bit there at the end, so Django's able to finish him off as well. A little bit of a clunky round, and obviously, as I mentioned, I guess I was wrong. RG did win a round. Streamer's curse there a little bit, commentator's curse. But Yeah, very strange. RG played a very heavy A push, which is not super unusual, but, you know, happens. And then, in return, Mayhem never really contested C. Like, they had cleared this whole half map, but instead of going for a capture, they didn't actually go over and get that capture progress. They just kind of waited. I believe QR was up on the balcony. And that's not the end of the world, but we see Mythic doing the pre-spray. And we see, okay, this is much better. They're doing 2 rushing, QR code getting into this alley. I'm not sure what he's looking at. My son gets killed in Nero. That's huge. Let's see if my son is going to push. No, well, lots of kills coming in. I can't track them all. Sorry. 2 down for each team. Mythic gets a nice kill in A. A side is now clear. I think it's a 3v1. No, 3v2. Oh, Gerbs is still alive, and he pushed through. They have no idea he's here. Mythic does find the David kill on the river bridge, and so it is just Gerbs now. They have no idea where he is. The suppressed pistol is relatively quiet. You can still hear it, but if there's other noise, you might not. Now they know where he is for sure, but Gerbs sees 2. He gets Mythic, sees the player balcony. If he'd gotten that kill, this would be a whole different ballgame. But now, now not so much. 2v1, he's making noise in the river as well. He's flashed, he's going to spray a bit, but I think he's going to get taken out before he can see again, and yes, that is the case. Alright, 10-3, RG in the hot seat. I'm being informed by Kaylau in chat that most people think Insurgents have the advantage in this map. Well, that has not been the experience in this matchup, at least. The Insurgent side has been... oh, no, sorry. Yeah, I have that right. Okay, I have that backwards. So yeah, so Mayhem did very well on the Insurgent side. Theoretically, if that is the side with the advantage, then that makes sense. But they're clearly still winning rounds on this half, and RG needs to now win, I think, 8, right? No, 7 in a row? Yeah. RG's got to win 7 in a row, and, well, let's just say I think that's going to be a difficult lift to manage. Tactical timeout pause. I assume tactical, at least it might be technical. Technical just meaning it's a you know, game problem with somebody crashing or internet problems, but tactical timeout likely since everybody's still in the server, and we'll take a beat, and then when everybody's ready we'll get back to playing. So again, whenever this does resolve, assuming RG does not come back, push it to overtime, and win in overtime, just assuming that doesn't happen, we will next play District. District, closer to Market than to Station, in my opinion. It's got more high, elevated Overwatch positions. It's a map that has a little bit more space, like Market, where it takes longer to rotate. I don't know if that necessarily favors RG. The angles are not particularly similar to Market. There's sort of more hallways and more indoor areas to play. That can be a different feel, different skill that it takes, but who knows? We'll have to see. 10-3 here on Station, and we get another round started. Lots of nades coming out from Mayhem, and then they back up to avoid the nades flying in. QR code is going to sneak across. Mythic gets Nero, and Blanton is pushed all the way up into Tin. Nice aggressive play from him. He flanks around to the left. Oh, my son's nade gets Django on the left side. That's huge. Blanton doesn't see him, but the player on stilts is taken out. I believe that's 1 left. Yeah, just Dictator. Dictator has to clutch against 5. I don't think his team has killed any. He doesn't even get the kill. Turns away. Seth kills my son. Dictator turns around and gets QR code. Oh, I hope Dictator doesn't win, and Seth feels terrible for that. There are 2 players on B, so they're probably going to get the cap here. They are basically just covering each other, but they're also very close to each other. and Mythic is able to get the kill. I believe Mythic's teammate is under the B house. Am I right about that? Well, he's disappeared now. But I believe one of them was lying under the B house. So, yeah, a little bit tricky there. All right, folks. Well, that is 11-3. This is your final scoreboard, and Mayhem with the decisive victory on Station. Our next map will be District. It's going to take us a minute or 2 to rotate. Based on how long the previous map switch took, I'm going to put us on a holding screen so I can grab a little bit more water. I'll be back in just about a minute or 2, and then we'll get started on District. And I will get you guys an update on the other map, the other teams, as when I come back as well, hopefully. See you guys in just a second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, we are getting set here on District, but more importantly, maybe, we have very interesting news. The other match has now concluded, and it ended 11-1, Space Jam prevailing over Unexpected Predicament. So, Unexpected Predicament, the team that went undefeated yesterday in round robin play, has gone down in 2 maps, not even pushing it to a tiebreaker map, and they will not advance in this competition. The first map that they played ended 11-9 with Space Jam winning, and that was a close match, but the second map, 11-1 on Ministry, and I have to assume, I don't think I saw them play Ministry yesterday, I have to assume that they just were not as good at Ministry or something, because I saw excellent play out of them, and frankly, the big takeaway here is Space Jam has decided that they are here to play today, because yesterday I know they were experiencing some technical difficulties as well. I don't know how much of their difficulty yesterday was based on just technically not being able to play the game, but you know, like computer problems and disconnecting and whatnot. But I know that there was some of that. But also, the gameplay I did see was a struggle. I mean, they were not playing particularly well. And based on these scoreboards I'm seeing today from their matches that just concluded, they are doing fantastic. So, whoever wins this map, District here, will face Space Jam in the finals. And frankly, I am glad to see Space Jam back to what I was expecting them to sort of be performing at. And it'll be interesting to see whether they can come back and win it as a 4th seed in this elimination bracket. A lot of people, I think, assumed that they would just get knocked out by Unexpected Predicament immediately, but no. They are here to play. They are here to rumble. Now, as is usual, nothing happens quickly here in the Insurgency competitive community, so it'll probably be another minute or so. I would love to hear people's predictions or talk about who they think is going to win in this matchup here, this 3rd map. And then also, I'd love to hear people talk about in chat what they think is going to happen next matchup in the finals. Do we think that Space Jam can beat either of these teams? Do we think Space Jam can beat both of them? What do we think? While you guys are thinking about that and typing that in, I will just quickly go over District a little bit. District, much more enclosed than Market, but much bigger than Station. And the most important thing when I talk about size is actually just the distance between objectives. The time it takes you to run from A to B to C on this map is much more similar to Market, though Market's even a little bit bigger, versus Station is so much smaller. And so very difficult to get captures on Station just because people can always arrive to contest the objective, versus here on this map, much easier. If you get a sneak around to A or to C, not unlikely that the other team will just let you have it and focus on killing your teammates and spawn camping you. So we will see some pretty egregious spawn camping here, and that's completely legal. The big thing to note here is going to be the duel from the 2 sort of Overwatch studio. The security team will control Dark Window, and they will control this doorway on Balk, and they will try and clear all of Balk and control all of Balk. And that, as you can see, will give them great visibility onto B. But what we need to compare that to is apps. So apps, these 2 windows here, the Insurgents will control to begin with, and that obviously gives them great visibility onto B. They will also have to deal with this window gunfight, as you see Django sitting where the enemies will be. That's where the security team will keep from. And also this hallway here, which probably will not have smoke in it, like, ever during actual gameplay. There will be players on B from both teams some of the time. The nades will fall on B. There's not a lot of pre-nades on this map because the buildings block everything. There are some that fly over these arches into the B area, but that's mostly just to kill the B player. So yeah. Hello, gems and people. I see that 3 minutes ago you raided with a party of 21. I hope your stream's been going well. We're on a 3-minute delay, so I can only react through time travel, but glad you're all here. Hope your matches were good, and I hope you're ready for one more exciting round. The first 2 matches here ended well, the first match was very tight. We went into overtime, and RG was able to pull out a victory on Market, 14-12. However, on the second map, Mayhem blew the pants off RG. I think they only give up 3 rounds, right? 3 rounds? Yeah, 11-3 RG last map on Station. And so I would say momentum-wise, RG needs to pick themselves up off the floor, but it really is just going to come down to how good the teams are at this particular map, because clearly based on their first round on their first map on Market, RG has the ability to win. Just depends on whether or not they're prepared to do that on this map. So I've already discussed and asked people in chat who they think is going to win against Space Jam, so if you've got an opinion on that, whether one or both of these teams... Who am I hearing this noise? There we go. If you think either or both of these teams could or could not beat Space Jam, feel free to share your opinion. And, yeah. We'll give a little bit of a chat about it. As usual, nothing happens fast in the world of Insurgency competitive, so we'll be here another couple minutes, I'm sure. What? Who is making noise? Whatever. I am going to really quick join a team and then join spectators. Nope. I have no idea what is making that noise. One of you guys may know. It may be a bug. It may be somebody in some area of the map that just makes everybody hear it. If it doesn't go away soon, I will reconnect to try and get rid of it. Actually, just going to reconnect right now. Alright, I'll be back in just 10 seconds after I reconnect. Alright, we're back. Well, it will be. Now we should be back. Alright, I'm seeing Maxwell in chat says Space Jam has the experience that can prevail more than any other team. I agree with that. I mean, when I first saw their roster, I was like, oh, it's the old gods from, you know, way back in the day when this game launched, like a week ago. You know, the people on that team on Space Jam are some of the best players NA has ever seen, and some of the community leaders of NA, for sure. Versus RG has been a very similar roster the whole time, and Mayhem here is a collection of sort of other NA players, maybe not going back as far as Space Jam, but certainly some great players. At one point, I thought my son was one of the best players in NA for sure. He was on my team for a little while, moved up to play on some more high-tier competitive teams for a while, has been bouncing around quite a bit. So yeah, I consider him great. He played mostly just as Sandstorm got started, is my understanding. So I don't know that he'd ever played Source, like seriously back back when this game launched like a week ago, because it's brand new, and so everybody's just getting used to it for the first time, and nobody's really had time to develop any strats. But yeah, it's looks like we've got 5 and 5, so we might actually get started. David, obviously, you know, completely blowing out everybody else in the kill-death ratio right now, doing fantastic during this warm-up period. And yeah, so we'll get going. Whoops. Oh, Django's flying. The players are able to enable bullet hit markers, like red hit as you see them over here. So you can have your bullet impact show. You can make it so that you can no-clip, you can make yourself invincible, give yourself resupply. Lots of little plugins, partially developed, but at least implemented by Apple Pie. And if you appreciate the fact that we're putting on this tournament, or you just like pugging in the blue Discord, feel free to drop him a coin in his tip jar. There's no pressure to do so. He's happy to provide, but obviously, as a community, we'd prefer he not be just giving us his own money if we don't have to. Alright folks, let's get this game going. Since I'm, you know, definitely not running out of things to talk about, let's talk really quick about profile pictures. Glanton, I believe this is one of the classic Insurgency boys. I'm not going to open people's profiles and look at them really quick. We'll see them pop up at maybe the end of round screens and whatnot. Very big fan of QR codes. Guy in a suit here, very professional looking. I hope it's not some serial killer from a TV show that I don't know.
Can you fucking stop? God.
I don't know what Grinmore is telling me to do. Oh, maybe it's about the, Alright. All good. DMs for everybody. I don't think you guys can see my DMs. If you can, well, there was nothing super secret in there anyways. It looks like we are... Apparently Seth is doing a ritual, and they're trying to start their demos. So everybody records demos so that we can check them for hacks later. But no, I mean seriously, it's mostly just to make sure nobody's exploiting anything they shouldn't be. But we should be getting started here in a moment. Hopefully we'll be.
Moving to Bravo.
Alright, here we go. Let's take a quick look at loadouts. David, as usual, running the marksman class, running an M14. That will have some implications. This map has a lot of walls that you can penetrate, and so we may see some extra wallbang potential out of him. Everybody else seems to be using, like, relatively normal loadout. Django, a little bit slow out of spawn. Unusual for him. He's more of an aggressive player. QR code leading the pack with frag in hand. So there's this bug, and somebody in chat can maybe explain to me how this bug works. All I've been able to figure out is you can run pretty much full speed while cooking an aid, or not necessarily cooking it, but having it at the ready. And that lets you throw it quickly once you get in position. So oh, look at this! What the heck is going on? Okay. RG taking a very passive position early, not rushing too far up. Now they're starting to push in. Dictator does kill Glanted. Oh no, QR code turns to react. He does get the kill on Nero, but then Gerbs takes him out. Seth takes out Dictator. David takes out Mai. All the kills are happening off screen. I apologize. Mythic takes out David. We are now in a 2v2. Gerbs above whoever is right below him. He will not go down that way. He will go down the other way. Django kills Seth, so now it is a 1v2. Mythic being last alive. He came up the stairs from Cubby. Did not find Gerbs here. B is not being capped currently, though they just stepped on C. So Mythic has to make a decision about whether he thinks they're still capping, because he won't know that. Seems like he's given up and he's going to go focus on C. Question is, will he find these kills? There's two players here. One of them looking, but Mythic's able to take him out. Unfortunately, if he runs away, Django's going to pop right back in. Django's going to leave and come hunt for the kill. Take shots, so now Mythic knows he's there, but doesn't get the kill. Mythic is going to chase. C doesn't have long to cap, though, so he's got to go quick. If he's going to get on and contest, he will get on and contest. He's going to prone out. I'm not sure the prone is necessary. He's going to step back, and this is going to be a slow play. And I invite... No, don't step... Oh, he decapped. Oh, Django stepped off. Django stepped off the objective for a second, making Mythic think he'd ran away. Mythic changes pace to go back to B, so Django was able to get the cap. And now it's 5-1, and Mythic basically has to sit on B. Yeah, Mythic... Oh, Mythic couldn't even sit on B. The time was expired. Right, A and C were capped. Yeah, Mythic leaving C there is a huge blunder, unfortunately. Mythic, seeing that Django was not capping, Django stepped off the objective just slightly, off to the side. And by doing Mythic sitting on the objective thinks that, you know, Mythic thinks that Django's left, but, I mean, he's got to hunt Django down and find him. He can't just assume Django's left, otherwise Django gets back on C like we just saw. Very smart play out of Django there. I see Chad is laughing about me calling the NA Space Jam players some of the best in the NA, but, you know, I have my opinion, and, you know, I was certainly one of the best NA players in D4 at one point, so, you know, everybody's got their own perspective. Even if they weren't the best players, I think we can all agree that, you know, people like Wooly and Link were some of the, like, most notorious players. My son's going to do this glass jump that keeps you out of a sight line that might get pre-fired. Looks like he's going to push Balk relatively aggressively. He has, I think this is a 74. Could be an AKM. I can't really tell. Nah, it's just an 8. Yeah, it's a 74. Glanton gets the kill on Dictator. David with the EBR is going to find the shot. Oh! My son knows a player will peek him once he shoots at the wall. So he sprays a bit at David and then goes back to watch the doorway. Gets the kill there. Smoke coming in. A little bit of a delay smoke. We're going to see somebody run through the smoke. That should get taken out. Seth knows a player's on because the objective stops moving. My son also gets the kill on David. Last alive is now Django on this big flank. He did this last round. He's going to try and nade over the top to get the B player. Slow creeping onto B. There is a player in Cubby not looking this way, but now is going to... Django kills one. Is going to try and dip away, but the Cubby player is going to peek him. Django not seeing QR code peeking, and so Django gets taken out. And so that is now 1-1. My son complaining about a Balk angle from the street. Not sure exactly what angle. I assume he means like over here, somewhere just through the arch. can see onto Balk, but regardless, here's your between round scoreboard. Nice even kills from everybody. Let's not pay attention to Nero's donut. I'm sure he'll fix that in a moment. Still early. Burger in chat has high confidence in Waffles, Link, and Wooly on Space Jam's ability to prevail over anybody. Maybe in a little bit more antagonistic phrasing, but I understand where he's coming from. Again, they're some of the most tried and trusted players in the NA, and they have a lot of serious skill. Seth looks like he's going to do our sprinting thing with the grenade. About to chuck it. So this grenade over into Apps will kill a player if they push up into Apps. That player barely ducks behind the corner and survives. Seth does peek around the corner to get the kill. Also, my son gets the kill on what I assume is Apps. Dictator kills Glant, but QR Code gets Nero, so it's a 2v4. Dictator is on B applying pressure, but once the smoke clears, boy, is he going to be in a big world of hurt. So he is going to leave as that smoke clears. That's smart. My son killed David, so it is just Dictator now. And A is being capped, so Dictator is already on the clock. Once he touches C, what I'm expecting is 1 or 2 people to come contest it, but the rest of Mayhem is probably just going to cap B and A and go spawn camp, because the spawn camps on this map are brutal. And so yeah, we see it looks like QR Code is going to rotate, and the rest of them might not. They're going to fast cap B. Maybe Mythic is also going to come help C. Looks like they will. QR Code peeks poorly, very poorly, and not able to get a kill. My son captures A. I think, yeah, so QR Code did respawn there, so it doesn't matter that he peeked kind of poorly. There will be a respawn from Dictator, but I promise you, my son is going to go make their lives very difficult. He is in the school, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not talk about that, maybe. Poor phrasing. I was trying to get back for it, but Dictator... Oh! Nero also kills Seth, so one of the spawn killers is taken out. My son's still alive and lurking. I'll go watch him. He's let them all pass because they went outside. They might hear him in the school, but he's going to come out here and peek them. Oh, he's got to be careful. He's got to get these kills. And one of them has already made it into A, Nero. My son doesn't know there's another one up the street, but he could peek that and get that kill. Wow, my son let them all by and now gets taken out by... Oh, I didn't even realize Gerbs was still lurking there. So actually, RG has done an excellent job getting out of spawn. Unfortunately, they are on B, and that's huge. They are capping. QR Code's got to pull a nice kill out of it. Yes, he's going to get this kill. Thank God. So he clears A. Unfortunately, Seth okay, so they're on C, so they're not in danger of losing by capping yet. QR Code just needs to hold A, and Seth just needs to defend C. Unfortunately, Seth is going to move to B because if QR Code dies on A, they're in trouble again. QR Code holding steady. He doesn't need to move fast. They have the numbers advantage, and there's no rush. They can't lose by capping while he's holding his objective. Fortunately, RG has respawn, so maybe Seth should get a move on because he's going to get flooded in A. Mythic is capped C, so we're back to 5-on-5. You're going to see Mythic move to B while his team comes out of spawn. QR Code getting naded. He made noise there, so they know he's there. He'll kill one. He needs to duck and hide. He needs to stay alive. Peeking here is not helping his team. He's going to go down, and so now the question is, can they cap A before they touch B? Mythic is the only one close enough to touch. He's going to run out. He's going to get taken out from Balk. He is contesting. Oh, the Balk player doesn't see him. The Balk player doesn't see him. Now he takes him out, but he did make some cap progress, and they clear Dictator and David off of B. So now they are capping B, and RG is going to have to blitz in here. We see one coming through Cafe. Where's our Cafe player? He doesn't see the player on B. They've got to touch. They've got 10, 15 seconds to touch. A little bit of time. One comes through Arches. He will try and get on. He gets, My son takes out Django. My son last alive on Belk, but he just has to hold. They have to push into B. Stop the cap. He gets one. He's out of ammo, though. I'm pretty sure he's out of ammo. He doesn't know there's a player behind him. And he gets taken out by Gerbs in the Arch. That is one of the most hectic and close rounds. Holy moly. What in the world? So again, much larger map than Station. Much easier to get captures. The spawn... Unfortunately, my son not able to get multiple spawn kills. That would have changed the round. And I think somebody was helping him over here, spawn camp this side, and wasn't able to do it, unfortunately. The fact that RG was able to bust out a spawn there, huge. QR Code did a good job holding on A. Probably should have stalled a little bit more. Mayhem did an excellent job pushing back out of their spawn both times to recontest both objectives. And it's just a little bit there at the end. My son almost clutching it up. Not able to get both of the kills there at the end, and so Gerbs last alive for his team, able to finish it off and get the kill. Man, I think it's funny that half the team now runs out of spawn holding a grenade, but whatever. Let's see what Dictator's going to do. It looks like I think last round he also rushed on to B. Now last round he kind of went out here, and then once the smoke faded, he left. And so yeah, he gets one kill into blue on Mythic. Gerbs also kills Clark. Is that a sniper I hear? I want to see if David is sniping in a minute. May have just been a grenade, I'm not sure. My ears don't work no more. Django getting glanted. This is quickly becoming a bloodbath. My son on balcony is going to peek it. Oh, peeks it wrong. Nero able to take him out. So Seth is last alive against 4, I think. And, well, let's just say that's no bueno. Balcony not able to see him, so he's going to jump onto B, give away his vision. It's a nice peek on the Dictator, but he's going to try and duck away. And he doesn't get back into Cubby in time. And so Nero is able to refrag him. I think that was their only kill of the whole round. Yeah, 1 kill. So, not great. Let's just say that. And it's 3-1. Security is winning. And, you know, that's RG, so they're doing well. But frankly, very, very tight rounds. Well, not that round maybe, but the previous round, very tight. And so I am not dismissive of Mayhem yet. They certainly still have a chance. Though, obviously, they do have to break RG here. Looks like, I'm not sure if it's RG or not. Who used the pause? Looks like, okay, yeah, so RG, it looks like, is using a pause. We'll have another 2-minute potty break here. And, yeah, let's check out chat for a second. Maxwell, I appreciate it. I was the best in both NA and EU. I'm glad that the community recognizes that. Bark, I 100% agree. Link is so old. I think he lives, you know, far, far away from me, but I think wherever he does live, I think he qualifies for Medicare, right? Doesn't he? Medicaid, whichever it is, Medicare. And so yeah, Maxwell, he is still doing. Link is still a beast to be reckoned with. He has taken a bit of a retirement, maybe you'd call it a sabbatical, but well, he's back. But once you're the grandfather of Insurgency, you know, some of that sticks around forever. Some of that is immutable, and so I'm not surprised he's still doing great. For those of you that did watch the matchup between Unexpected Predicament and Space Jam, was there any like wild plays or anything crazy that we saw over there? Anybody that get like a highlight reel clip that they can share maybe? It looks like we are almost ready to go. Nope, pause still going on. Players are starting to ready up, but not there yet. Hope everyone is enjoying. Glad we got at least one tiebreaker map. It's always a little depressing when you do a best of 3 and all of the different best of 3s happening are just 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Doesn't seem like it's as much of a, you know, close competition, but here we get a third map. Progressing at the glacial speed we all are used to in Insurgency competitive. Hope everyone's had a good summer. Not much going on for me. About to start some more classes. Probably should do my reading for those classes. But that's boring. Let's talk about the map a little more. Alright, so big thing we've been seeing, as I no-clip all the way through the walls. Dictator's been getting on B, but playing a very active role, and this is something I really like out of him. And I mentioned it a lot with Glanton on the first map. If you're a B player and you can stay active, holding sight lines, actually killing opponents, that's huge. Because a lot of teams, what they do is they send somebody on. Somebody's complaining about stream sniping. I don't know. I don't think anybody's stream sniping, but that's not my job. I'm on a 3-minute delay, and that's all that's required. That's actually more than required. I think it used to be 2 minutes was the baseline. But regardless, here's what I'll say. Dictator's been getting on B, actually getting kills. Glanton first map on Market was really struggling. He was getting on B, but he basically just puts his head in the sand. He stays safe, and that definitely contributes because you leave pressure on the objective, force the other team to find you and kill you. But it makes it almost like a 4v5. And this objective, smaller than the one on Mark, much less hard cover, no big concrete blocks, no big pickup trucks to hide behind. Almost all of this wood can be penetrated. Some of the low sandbags or grain bags can block bullets for real, but once they figure out where they are, they really can wallbang you. And frankly, I'm surprised that some teams don't choose to wallbang more. You can kind of just daka horizontally across these wood panels, and you'd be surprised. A lot of times you can get kills you wouldn't have expected, especially when you're using a rifle with AP, obviously. The big thing, besides the B play that we've been seeing, is a lot of rotating D captures. You're going to see a lot of A and C captures on this map, as I mentioned at the beginning, just because it's a larger map. But there's a lot of ways to slip through. It's a relatively controlled map, unlike the remake in Sandstorm, where it's just kind of opened on the edges. But it is a relatively controlled map. But even still, it's not too hard to sneak through, especially mid-round, late round. And so sometimes you have to make the decision to just sort of leave B, leave the rest of your teammates to fight over it and sneak over to A or sneak over to C. Start a cap progress, because that puts pressure on the opponent. And if both teams do that, usually the teams just let each other cap A, C, and hope to do better out of the respawns. And so a lot of rounds might be decided with how well each team is doing at spawn killing, because you can get very deep into the spawns. We saw my son in the school. You can get up here right in front of this big palace thing, and there's a lot of open ground over here, both in front of the school, like they've got to cross this street here, obviously. That's very hard to sort of get through. If somebody's waiting for you and you try and cross the open ground, you're just dead. Your teammates can try and refrag you, but that's both hard and also it slows everybody down, so very difficult. Apparently David, who goes by another name on screen, as you can see, apparently David is restarting, and we'll be back in just a moment. So this is a technical timeout. This isn't a tactical timeout. When computer issues happen, you basically get, you know, within reason, as much time as you need to fix the problem, because, well, this game is flawless and there's no bugs, and so people never disconnect or drop. And people's PCs are also flawless because we all only buy the best from totallynotaripop.com, and you know, take our $1 million PCs and never crash. So with equipment like that, it's hard to imagine why we would ever need a technical timeout. Mythic baiting a little bit, goading the enemies. Maybe that's a strategy. Maybe that's meant to frustrate the opponent, make them a little less effective, or maybe it's just goofing around. Alright. Yep, so Gerb's also communicating with me to just confirm, yep, everything is fricked, and we're going to be here for a little while, because of David's internet. Yamato is telling me in chat that they all died to nades on A. I assume that's in response to my question about what happened last on the other matchup between Space Jam and PR. Can you tell me a little bit more? Like, what map are we talking? Which team? Any identifying information? I appreciate that you told me which objective. You could have just said on the objective, which would have been worse. Yeah, spin that out a little more. Give me a little more context. I'd love to know what the heck happened. Alrighty then. Gotta love this color palette here. This almost glowing yellow. Score currently, somebody's asking. You'll see it in 3 minutes. I apologize, but the score currently is 3-1. And here's your scoreboard. David will be rejoining us as soon as he figures out what's wrong with his PC, which is probably on fire, but who knows. Let's see if they have not. They're stuck in spawn, which is kind of unfortunate, because if I was them, I'd be playing. Did they remove the TV? Did they remove the TV? I would be playing soccer with the TV. At least in vanilla servers, there's a TV on this table that you can kick around. Let me ask them if they. Actually, I don't know if they can see my chat, so I won't bother. But it's possible the Blue Discord, the mods they run on these servers make the TV disappear. It can be a little buggy, but it's also hilarious to kill time with. So, yep. Oy. Well, it's 2:30 Eastern now, and at this rate, I think we should be done with this map by like 4 or 5 p.m., which would be nice. Just kidding. But yeah, I mean, look, this is a competition first and a spectator sport second. We will let them fix whatever they need to fix so that they can actually play. There's no reason to mess it up. Force anybody to start when they're not ready. I know Space Jam had a lot of problems yesterday, and that slowed them down a bit, but it is what it is. I am officially out of things to talk about. So, my internal monologue suggested karaokeing, and I've decided that's a terrible idea. Grinmore is mentioning in chat, so we had some scientists in the community who figured out that if you have better specs on your PC, this game actually runs worse. That makes sense. Maybe that's why I only get 30 frames. Just kidding. I do hope the quality on the stream is alright. My CPU is from like 2015 or something, so I built this computer in high school. That was quite a while ago, so it's probably time for a new one, but you know, time and money, so maybe not doing that anytime soon. We'll see. If anybody has a hookup on a cheap GPU that was only used to mine a little bit of cryptocurrency, feel free to let me know, but I actually think I just need a new motherboard and CPU, frankly. So, wonder if anybody else has cool computers. Yeah, Ministry Wooly killed all of them for the A nade. Alright, cool. So, yeah. Well, if they do an A-rush, if they do an A-rush and you mess it up, you really do get nuked. So, I have some fond memories of wallbanging people. I take the M14 or the FAL and wallbang on Ministry A, and that's what happened. Do not adjust your television sets. That Bing Bong was my Discord, not yours. Some nerd joined my private Discord channel. I don't know why they thought that was okay, but I'm muted anyways, so they won't get through. You might hear another Bing Bong as they leave. Doesn't matter. And just gonna keep on waiting on the world to change. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Anybody played any other games recently that they like? I know BattleBit is all hot and steamy right now. I've heard a little bit about the new Call of Duty, not particularly interested myself, just because I've played them all, but, you know, we'll see. 2019 was cool. What else is going on? I can't wait for Payday 3. A little bit iffy. I tried the beta a little bit. Not sure. Oh, I had a lot of troubles in the beta with both like graphics and it was bugged, so I wasn't leveling up. But not sure if it's gonna be everything I hope it is. But boy, do I hope it is, because I loved Payday 2, and that game had a ton of flaws. So if they can fix half of them, I'll be happy. So yeah, Payday 3 coming out this fall. I'm sure there'll be a new Call of Duty. Obviously, we know Modern Warfare 3 is coming. Not sure what else exciting is on the horizon. Anybody playing anything currently that they like? Please, give me something to talk about. No, I'm kidding. But yeah. I have received more confirmation from additional people in the Discord that David's computer is in fact having problems, or his internet, I guess, is having problems. So it is still the same situation, and I appreciate those people for communicating that to me, though I think it's pretty readily apparent. Always nice, though. Also, for anybody wondering, simply, oh, he thinks he's back. Django, true? Is it possible? And they've already got a sub, it sounds like, on the wings, if they really need it, which would be Groggy. And Mythic is also AFK, Mythic being the person that would approve the sub. Oy, oy, oy. It's a hard knock life for us. Copyright strike incoming, of course, because I'm just so good at singing you can barely tell the difference. You know, in my dreams, I was almost a music major. Don't think I had the skill for it, but you know. So yeah, subs might happen if David's internet continues to be completely fricked. Probably not. Gridmore recommends PC Part Picker. Yes, indeed. That is my standard operating plan. I definitely am going to use that to check compatibility. Frankly, it's going to be a hot minute before I go through with it, but yeah. The rough part is, like, I think I still have DDR3 memory, so it's gonna, you know, I'm gonna have to get new memory, because I know all the new motherboards are on DDR4 or 5 or 6 or whatever we are on now. Isn't like 5 or 6 in graphics cards and not memory sticks? I don't remember. At some point, I At some point I knew much more about, like, hot and happening hardware, but frankly I just stopped caring at a certain point because I know whenever I do make a PC I'll do all the research, and remembering the NVIDIA's graphics card numbering system is just mind-boggling, even though they don't do too bad. Rotini is asking about a co-cast with gems. Frankly, I'm too stupid to know how to co-cast, and all I would do is have another person sit silently in the room with me while I casted, because that's all I know how to do. If Gems wants to cast, like, simultaneously, he's welcome to do that, and if after this match ends, Gems and I talk and we figure out a way to, like, cast at the same time, we might do the finals for that. There is the possibility of a bronze medal match between whoever loses this and Unexpected Predicament, and if there's a bronze medal match, Gems and I will probably split again and have one of us do the bronze medal match and one of us do the finals, just so that everybody gets on stream. Looks like David is not coming back, and so Gerbs is running through options to try and ask what subs they would allow. The team that is not losing their player gets to approve or disapprove a sub. Basically, they get to judge whether the sub is equal or lesser skill than the person who's leaving. Hayes is getting mentioned for some internal community drama that I won't get into. He is a comedic choice. But they've mentioned some other people as well, and I'm sure they'll find somebody suitable in a moment. Grinmore mentioned Armored Core as a game he's been playing recently. Is that the tank game? Is that like the other World of Tanks, or is that something else? I can't remember. You're going to have to enlighten me a little bit. This whole talking with a 3-minute delay thing is going to be very exciting, I promise. But yeah, let me know what the heck Armored Core is. I know there was a tank game that I think had that name, but I could be mixing it up with something else. Oh, Gerb says David's coming back. So, and again, remember, ISPs are scum, and so if even if you don't currently have internet problems, just remember that you soon will, and you have before, and you know, any and all problems they can cause, you know, just sort of normal. Grinmore says I'm doing great, and I appreciate that. I actually have a funny story to share with the group. At least it's funny as much as it is sad. A million years ago, this little-known man named Masser and I, we planned a big tournament, an international tournament, in this here game, this Insurgency game that nobody's heard of. It was called the Gym World Cup, and we had about 20 teams sign up, and Masser was supposed to run the tournament, and I was supposed to run the tournament. We were like the two main people, and that was great. Then the day of the tournament, I woke up and my ISP was just failing to deliver, so we had no internet. So I DM'd Masser on Discord, and I'm like, hey, I don't have any internet, so this is going to be difficult for me to really orchestrate, but I can still, you know, get on Discord on my phone, and I can, you know, help a little bit, and blah, blah, blah. And Masser replies telling me he has had an unexpected family road trip occur. I mean, literally, it's a Saturday, and Masser just was not aware that he had a family road trip that day, somehow. So instead of helping, Masser is stuck in a car on his phone as well. So I pulled out my laptop, ran cellular data for basically the whole day. And that tournament turned into what is essentially the biggest pile of poo we've ever had. And some people still had a good time, but it was a huge mess because there was lots of delays and server problems and blah, 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 blah. And I tell you this story both to humiliate myself, but also to say that whatever's going on right now, we've had worse, and we got through it, and we survived, sort of. And now we're ready to go. So this is now live, and we're back to gameplay. Grinmore in chat says I'm doing great, and I appreciate that, buddy. My vocal cords are going to kill me tomorrow, though. I don't do any warm-ups, and I don't really have the experience, so. But back to gameplay we go. Let's see if Dictator's going to rush on to B again. Remember, it is 3-1, and RG is leading. This is the tie-break map of the 3-map set. Dictator slides under the pre-spray. It's across B, very aggressive position. He will be safe here. He's going to nade into Arch, it looks like. Seth gets the kill onto Nero in abs. Taken out by Seth as well. 2 kills from Seth. That's huge. And now Mythic going for the flank around the back. Gerbs gets 2 kills, now 3 kills in map, so that's huge. That equalizes. So now it's back to a 2v2. Glanton on B applying pressure. Gerbs going to make motions. Doesn't seem like he knows that this is clear. They may not know how many he killed. He's now going to start peeking towards B. There is a player in Cafe that Gerbs can't see. His gun barrel is going to start to peek. Does Gerbs see the gun barrel? Gun barrel probably poked out there for just a smidge. They are approaching the B cap. Mai is able to get that kill. Kills Gerbs! So Mai killed David, who was up on the balcony, turned and immediately looked to support his teammate because Gerbs chose that same moment to peek. And I'll react to chat in a second, I'm sorry. Gerbs peeked at the exact same time that Mai got the kill on David, or that David was peeking, so my son turns and reacts. Gerbs gets the kill onto the B, but my son is able to refrag, and so therefore Mayhem gets the win. Quick chat react. Woolly's asking about the substitute rule. The substitute rule, again, all this is 3 minutes delayed, but I'm happy to talk. The substitute rule is whatever K-Lau says it is, ask him. My understanding was yes, anybody not on a different roster is eligible, subject to the opposing captain approving the identity. Apple Pie suggests that I both sub and cast simultaneously. Apple, you know how much I talk while I'm playing. I really don't think I can do much more than that, regardless. And then finally, Grinmore tells me that Armored Core is mechs, which does not interest me, and so I will talk about it no further. Back to the game. My son gets a kill on Balth, while Seth kills Dictator, and Gerbs gets Mythic. Let's go check in with Gerbs. Gerbs is playing B this round. Gets another kill into Glanton. Sorry, I missed that. Gets another kill. Oh, doesn't get the kill. Totally whiffs on the kill against Seth. My bad. Meanwhile, David does kill my son, but it's still a 2v2 here. Django chilling on Cafe while David goes for a bit of a flanker-rooski. Tiffcam, I have no idea how you do that link emoji, but it's cool. Okay. Django pushes onto B. David comes in to support, gets the kill on QR code, and then dips. Seth, good player, in cubby, has angles to work with, but needs to start moving. He's got about 15 seconds before the capture happens. If he peeks around, he probably will find this B player. Yes, he will see this B player, gets the kill. Now he can back off, but he can't leave B because B is still 75% capped. And as we see, they're going to crawl onto B. No, not crawl onto B. David is not crawling onto B. Okay, I thought he was going to. So now Seth gets on B, starts the decap. David has no audio cue to tell him that's happening. The only thing he'll get is when it crosses the 0 threshold and starts capping for yellow, he will get another audio cue. So that will give away Seth's location. But until then, Seth is basically just... he doesn't know exactly where David is. David at this point could have rotated to a lot of different places. We see that he is going to go, I think, apps. And... not apps, just tire. He might go C. Yeah, that is what's going to happen. I don't approve of this plan, though, because B is going to cap so much earlier than C. Seth is going to be able to run and almost fully cap A. And the point being, David can't sit. He can't sit on C. Or if he does, he'll barely have time to make it back to B, and that's going to be a disaster. So, this is tricky. No, that's not true. The run to A is longer than I mentally thought. So, he will get the C cap. And the respawn wave will be able to deal with Seth. So Seth's hold on A will be pretty huge here. Seth should hunker down and force them to rush out of spawn to come contest him. But the spawn wave that he got from B gets... I should have been over here already. I'm glad I didn't miss anything. David barely caps C and then is able to dip out. But he will get caught out by Glanton. So we're going to see a big rush of everybody. Oh, Seth gets a nice spawn kill before they're able to make it. He'll look for another one. Don't expose yourself. You got to finish the cap. No, he does expose himself. Sees one, doesn't get the kill. 60 second, gets that kill. So his teammate is going to cap C, and the players here on A from RG have to make it to B, not just clear A. So they've cleared A, that's fine, who cares? They've got to make it to B. So you're going to see a mad rush now, but I don't think they have time. They do not have time. The C cap will happen, and Insurgents will win. So that is another round for Mayhem. It seems like Mayhem is getting the better of this massive slowdown timeout we had. They've won 2 in a row, and I will... Well, not I will, but they are gaining all the momentum. They've pulled it back to even, and I'll be interested to see who keeps the momentum going from here on out, because RG they were doing well before the timeout, but maybe they all got cold feet or lost their magic juju when everybody sat down and took a chill pill for 15 minutes. So we'll have to see. Grinmore is challenging me to a 1v1, and I don't know. I don't play robot games. Sorry, man. But yeah, so big. We've seen Gerbs getting some great kills over around. Let's go check out with him. He's chucking a smoke onto B. He's chucking 2 smokes onto B. One over the top and one down below. And he's now going to push apps. Last round, so RG does a good job of shifting based on who spawns where, changing up who's going to go to what position. Gerbs is going to take a very passive position, which is another way of saying boring. Never mind. QR code will run straight into that death. Glanton looking for B players, doesn't see anybody. He's doing some wall spraying and he's getting shots in return. Doesn't see anybody, doesn't get hit. Bullets barely missing him. He does see that player barely through the smoke. Gets another! That one tap through the wall! I guarantee he has no idea. But that was just the last bullet in his mag or whatever, so gets that one shot. Unfortunately, he is alone here. His teammate is on A. So again, Mythic was able to sneak through. The capture progress on A is great. He's going to have to hold this, though, because RG, they're not going to come contest. They're going to get B, they're going to focus on C, they're going to go spawn camp. So, oh, Gerbs isn't even going to C. He's just going to spawn camp. That way the other team doesn't have any knowledge that he's pushed all the way up. So Gerbs likely to get an absolute slaughter here. And it'll be interesting to see if Mythic goes to spawn camp for B as well, or if instead, yeah, he does. Not sure running on the road out in the open is the right way to do it, but that's one way to do it. Gerbs, deep in their spawn, but they're running by. They took different paths out of spawn than usual. Gerbs behind one of them will get one kill. He's now called out. Enemy turns around. He gets Glanton as well. Mythic gets one kill on Dictator spawn camping though, but Gerbs has been able to lock most of them in spawn. Seth wearing armor is able to eat the MP5 shots, take out Gerb. Django and David both get kills. Django also spawn killing. Running away is going to get shot in the back, I think? No, he does make it to cover, but QR code is slipped through and will get to B. Meanwhile, RG is capping A, so they will have another respawn running. Django gets the kill onto MySun. Knows there's a player on B. Doesn't know exactly where. If he exposes to Arch, he's probably dead. Does expose to Arch. MySun gets the kill. But not MySun. Sorry, QR code gets the kill. QR code now has to look for these players coming to contest. If he caps B, he wins. He's got to look at Cafe. One's going to come through Cafe. Barely gets behind cover in time. Now looking at Arch. Will get this kill, putting it into essentially a 1v1 on B. And dies and is not able to make it. Obviously, there were players respawning. They would not have made it in time. So if QR code gets that kill, he wins. And by getting the kill, obviously, Nero finishes the last player. And so RG takes that round. 4-3 is the score. Very close game. Still up for anybody. All right. Here's your scoreboard between rounds. Everybody doing pretty good. Recognize that David's kills are probably reset to 0, but his deaths are not. Welcome to the world of perfect bug fixing by the developers. So the kills are reset to 0 when he disconnects, but not the deaths. So he's got 4 kills probably since he reconnected. Maybe you start with 1 by default or something like that. So maybe he has 3 kills since the reset, but regardless. Everybody else doing pretty good. Mythic probably needs a little bit more. Mythic may have reconnected as well. I can't remember. MySun gonna hold garage. Looks like nothing going there. Seth gets an AK kill onto Nero. QR code for the second time running into Gerbs' face. Gerbs shooting a little bit at Apps, does not get a kill. The other player will prone out and watch the hallway. Nothing there for Gerbs to shoot. David gets taken out by Glanton. MySun now pushing. Will get the shot onto Django in Apt. And Glanton kills Dictator after Seth killed Gerb. Lots of fast kills coming in there at the end. Well spread out. The whole team contributing to Mayhem's victory. And they tie it up at 4-4. Oh, Grinmore challenged somebody else. Got it. Okay. Oh, we're challenging at, it's at 4 because of the whole mobile gamer thing. Ah, well, ignore my previous comments. This is all 3 minutes delayed, so, you know, you won't even have heard this when you hear my previous comments, but, yeah. Cool. Alright, so let's talk about this. Seth wearing heavy armor. He's playing a rifle position in, I think, Apt. That's a wall bangable position. He's likely to take hits through the wall, and the armor is going to protect him from that residual damage. Armor does very little against bullets if they don't hit any surfaces. A bullet flying through the air hitting you with armor will still kill you most of the time. However, it helps against 2 things. It helps against the MP5 because the MP5 shoots peanuts, and it helps against wall bangs because the wall bangs are already doing reduced damage. So you can eat sometimes 2 or even 3 shots through a wall if you're wearing armor. And again, it will help against those MP5 shots like Gerbs is using because frankly, the MP5 just shoots tiny little tacky peanuts. Lots of kills happening. I'm too distracted to focus on it, but MySun has gotten all the way around to Cafe here. There is a player sitting in the Insurgent's arch. Yeah, that's a very awkward spot, but Gerbs was able to get that flank off, and so he is able to get the kill on MySun. Seth creeping down into Cubby will probably try and look for that player. Gerbs is already rotated. He might go back up to Apps through this hole. Now notice if he touches that glass, it will clink a little bit, but if he goes through the hole, he'll be fine. Looks like he's going to hold steady. Oh, QR code's going to zip over to A. Nobody capping B. Slight progress for the blue team. Now, who is this? Seth is on B. Seth gets taken out by David from the Arch. QR code last alive on his team, but he's at A, and he is so far away, he will almost certainly get this capture uncontested. That's right. So David is going to get on C. Gerbs is going to touch B, basically just to get the progress going. He won't have time to cap it, well, at least not right away. But with David getting the C capture, unfortunately, they have to decide if they want to go spawn camp, and they're not going to spawn camp. David is going to use this long sight angle, which does let you see into their spawn a little bit. No, he's actually going to pull back. So he's not even going to spawn camp at all. QR code is going to come contest B. Doesn't see the player, though. He's behind the box, but Gerbs, using some sort of pixel peek, which is perfectly legal, does see one. Okay, David, now called out, will get taken out from the window by Mice. He does cap Charlie in time, though, so he does have a respawn wave coming, but his team also capped B. So all the cap on C did really was give Mayhem an extra free respawn. So that's actually bad. He probably should have left C before capping. Gerbs defending B will kill this player if he comes out. He does not. The player goes around. Mythic does kill Django. Nero respawns, refrags Mythic. I doubt Mai will check tight right here, but if he does, it's going to be huge because Gerbs will fall. The C cap will come in, but time is expired. They've got to get on B. Seth gets the refrag onto Gerbs, but needs to turn around. There's one coming from, I think, Arch. No, Apps. There's also one sitting by the barrels, right? Oh, in blue. Oh, all the B players dead. Okay, so this is over because once they decap B, they lose. QR code literally has to sprint onto B and hope he survives, and he still will not make it in time. So this round is over, unfortunately. But again, a very tight round going back and forth with the respawn. Both teams getting huge plays out of their players. And a little bit suspicious for RG to not spawn camp aggressively. Like, David sat in C, tried to shoot a little bit as he saw some people cross the open area. Didn't get any kills out of it. A little bit suspicious, but they managed to make it work on the back end. I didn't... Mythic choosing to rotate back to B is a real choice. Like, that's not a bad idea. But then when he doesn't see Gerbs and Gerbs gets the kill, that leaves A wide open, giving RG the exact same open respawn that RG gave to Mayhem. So both teams really not having to deal with spawn camps that round, and that made both their lives a lot easier. Oh, right. In between rounds, I should give you a scoreboard, as I've been asked repeatedly. So here you go. Gerbs, lots of kills. Big spread on the objectives over here. As you can see, a few fewer objectives from these guys, but nothing too crazy. Pre-fire comes in as is usual. Players avoid it because they're professionals. Dictator chucks a nade. He's going to run onto B. Lots of smoke coming up. He has now gotten on. Sprays coming through once he touches. Oh no, they should not stack up that. Gerbs shoots Dictator in the back of the head as punishment for his crimes. Mythic gets a double kill. Fantastic down in tires. Gerbs now pushing across B. He's going to flank Mythic on tires. No, he's not going to go around. He's going to sneak over towards C, which is fine. Myson gets a kill on Django, and that leaves Gerbs as last alive. But that means that A and B are wide open, especially once he touches C. Now they know he's here. So you should see a massive rotate. Myson's going to cap. These guys should come challenge Gerb. They've got the numbers. One of them can sit on B. Seth is going to camp up, and these two are going to come challenge Gerbs. And that's because they've got the numbers. They know they've got respawns coming. They might as well try and delay or even stop the C cap, obviously. If they get the kill, they win. But even if they just force Gerbs to retreat or contest the objective, that's fine too. Gerbs looks like he is not going to get the cap. The contesting is going to come, but then he will get the kill because QR code not able to hide. Gerbs will go for the spawn kill. Notice he didn't reload. He's gotten 2 kills without reloading, but he has a 30-round mag. Does shoot pretty quickly though, so if he gets 2 enemies in his face, he may be faced with an ammo situation. Seth gets 1. Let's see if my son can get a double here. He's going to let them cross so that more of them are in view. Yes, sees 1. The concrete barrier blocks the other. My son does get the other. He's got to hide. Stands up instead. Gets killed. Gerbs killed 1 at least on this respawn, it looks like. And so now it is a 1v1. Seth versus Gerbs. But as soon as Seth steps on to B and gets this cap, he wins. Oh no, time's not out yet. 4 more seconds. But Gerbs is not going to make it in time. Really needs to... Yeah, he should not have stopped there. He paused to aim around the... and had no time to do that. I mean, it's obviously scary to just sprint towards B, but at that situation, you're out of time. You just have to do it and hope they aren't looking, because if you don't touch, you will lose, as has now happened. So, that is as even halves get. It is 5-5. The teams will switch and ready up again, and we will play our second half of this third map, tie-breaking for this matchup. Checking chat again. Yeah, Yamato, I'm not sure NWI is going to bug fix this anymore, but they especially could have for the years they were still updating it. Sad panda, but it's okay. And then Grinmore is saying fair and balanced. Yeah. I think you're referring to armor. I could be wrong, but armor is fair and balanced. The disadvantage is that it costs points, which is bad alone, because you don't get that many points in this game to spend on your equipment, but it also weighs you down. And weight not only slows your run speed, but it also reduces your jump height, though that's very minimal, so basically unnoticeable. But more importantly, it also reduces your ADS speed, and that is very noticeable. Especially if you're trying to snap aim onto somebody and shoot them. Just very, 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 feels very sluggish to ADS and try and shoot somebody, so it can absolutely be the difference between life and death. Recognize that as you ADS, you are still basically shooting center screen while the ADS animation is happening. However, because you don't have iron sights on your screen, it can be very difficult to know where the center of your screen is. But a smart player, a very experienced player, can just center their screen on the opponent, press trigger while they hold right mouse, and the whole ADS animation, you're still accurate to the center of the screen. David gets a kill on Glanton. Gerbs, again, playing aggressively. He's been doing this all game. He's got the 74 UNO, so he's going to push all the way into Cafe. That's a good flank from him. My son pushing Balcony, though. QR code playing Balk. Oh, Nero pulls that pin, but he's making noise to do that. The nade doesn't get anybody. Gerbs does find Mythic using his flank. He's now going to go up to Balk. Might get shot from behind. My son kills Janko, then pulls back. Barely missing Gerbs' sight line. And it's a 3v1. Who is this over here? Not my son. Seth, face-to-face with somebody in apps. Gets one kill. He's going to pull back, focusing on staying alive. 3v3. My son just making sure Gerbs isn't able to escape and go to A. David is able to find the kill onto Seth. My son going to try and nade the B player, but that's the wrong nade. Will not find anybody. Also gets taken out. Oh, my son does nade Nero. My apologies. But Gerbs is able to kill him. QR code not going to contest B. This is the wrong choice. He's got 30 seconds. He's got it. No, he can't. He cannot go C. This is the wrong choice. He's going to lose now because even if he gets on A, even if he gets on C and tries to cap this, all the other team has to do is cap B and A. There's less than 25 seconds left, so by the time they cap A, the game will be over, and by the time he caps C, the round will be over. So he's just going to lose here. As soon as they touch A, yeah, he's going to leave. Like, he was hoping that they were just too stupid to go to A, I guess, but obviously this is a high-level game. He's also got to deal with these respawners. Kills one, which is great, but he's now got to go jump on B, and there should be one waiting for him. David is waiting for him, and so will murder him. And so that is a quick, well, not a quick round. That is a hectic round for RG, but they do pull out the win. So that is 6-5 for RG. But again, very tight game, could go either way. I will say that RG, with every round RG wins, I lean a little bit more in their favor, which sounds stupid because obviously the closer they get to winning, the more likely it is that they'll win. But I don't expect Mayhem to be able to pull a huge comeback. I think they need to stay even. If Mayhem can keep it relatively even within one round or tied, that's great. But if RG gets like a two-round lead here right out the gate to start the half, I think they're going to succeed because it's been too close a game all the way through. I don't think Mayhem has had the lead ever. Maybe they had it for like one round, but they're holding pace, but they're never going ahead. So it's a long-winded way of saying I think this round actually matters. If RG gets ahead, I don't think they'll be able to make it back. You're going to see this player crawl, maybe? No? Seth waiting for that player to expose, hiding just behind the corner. Oh, now he's going to make himself visible. He should be visible. Yeah, Nero takes a second to pull the trigger, but he does get the kill. My son does kill Django. Gerbs has made it into Cafe again. Almost sees a player laying out on the road, but the player, well, he didn't notice the player, even if he did see a sliver of him. Mythic chilling there. My son wasn't able to get to him, but My son competing. Gerbs now will kill Mythic as Mythic tries to go garage. My son knows he's here now. It's a 2v3. My son, again, has to worry about Gerbs going to A. Gerbs hasn't done it yet, but it's always a possibility. It's not really Gerbs' style, but they don't know that. Or they don't even know it's Gerbs, necessarily. My son, last time he threw this nade, he got a kill. That one, not so much. That's going to land on Balcony. He should know there's a player Dark Window from those gunshots. I'm surprised he doesn't react to Dark Window. Dark Window now going down, not going to compete with Balcony. Oh, I've got it backwards. Sorry, that was a teammate in Dark Window. Nero is across the way. So last alive now is QR Code, who's going to get taken out from Cafe. I had it backwards. My apologies. And so now, 2 rounds up for RG, and as I said, I think that gives them a very comfortable lead. Like, they've obviously got to stay intent, but I don't see Mayhem getting a 3-round comeback. I just don't. I see chat reacting to a wallbang. Not exactly sure which wallbang. If it was the wallbang through the wood, that seemed like a one-tap to the guy's head. Yeah, that can happen, and it looks sus when you have the x-rays on, but you gotta remember, they shoot a lot of bullets at random spots all the time, and they hit nothing. So the one time it does hit doesn't necessarily mean it's you know, sus or unusual or anything like that. So have some faith, but regardless, it was a sick shot. And if it's something else you're talking about, I'm sorry, but I'm sure that one was cool as well. My son's going to chuck an 8. He's been doing good work off of Balk, but they keep letting Gerb through, and frankly, oh, this time not so much. Gerbs isn't going to push. Nero doesn't find anybody in tires. Glanton holding Cafe. Gerbs is now doing the push. Let's see if he tries to push over to Cafe again, or if he just waits in the weeds here. Seems like he's content to wait in the weeds. Seth takes out Dictator. Good opening kill. And Seth takes out OK from barrels, or maybe apps. Yeah, it was apps. That's fantastic. Oh! He even finds the player at the bottom of the stairs! That's a very off angle to be holding. And it's huge. That's 3 kills for Seth. Spraying at Cafe, which is a nothing burger. Django is on Balk. I wouldn't be surprised. Seth throws some shots that way, but is not able to find him. Nero waiting at the bottom of Cubby. Seth, if he goes down Cubby, he's going to find an enemy. But look at this. Django at A. And unfortunately, there's no one in range to stop him. QR code misses the cross. Django can now stay hidden. Seth now is going to go down Cubby, but there's a player there waiting for him. He's holding a flash! Doesn't know he's there. We're going to see Glanton. If Glanton kills A, that's huge. Oh, they're on C as well. I missed that. Okay. So Mayhem are capping C, and now he's able to contest A. This is huge. Glanton able to just camp. Django definitely has the pressure, has to go hunt him. Though, one sec. Bit of a sneeze there. Sorry. Nero also able to contest C. This can go on for a long time, but remember, QR code is free. He's capping B. The RG players have the impetus to actually make a move, because otherwise they're just going to be flooded with other players. Knows he's there! Oh, the Glanton shoots. Oh, Glanton gets the wall bang. Nice kill. That means Nero has to push. Has like no time. Needs to push 10 seconds ago. He's got to run straight to B. He has to do some magic ping-ponging between objectives, because remember, if 2 objectives are ever uncontested and capped for blue, the Mayhem will win. He's going to turn this corner, and he won't check left. Oh, it doesn't matter. He does see the gun barrel there for a second, but A was decapped in time that he was not able to make it to B regardless. Oh boy, what a round. Very strong round out of Mayhem, not even close. Glad to see that out of them, but we are going to need to see more rounds of that. Now, I said I didn't think they were going to make a 3-round comeback. We'll see. Obviously, I could be wrong. It would be a delight for this game to be close. We'll just have to wait and see. Sorry for any of my bug textures. I have 1,000 mods that I've deleted and reinstalled a million times for random servers, and so kind of everything in this game is jank at this point. Similarly, that's why I've got circles instead of squares. No, that's not some setting you can change. I genuinely don't know what custom co-op server downloaded that. I cannot uninstall it. I've tried multiple times. But I've grown to kind of like them. The squares are weird to me anyways now. I've gotten used to the circles. Feels more natural. My son gonna check his nade up the bow. Just keep somebody from rushing. QR code gets Gerbs. It's a huge opening kill from QR code. Stops Gerbs from doing his aggressive play, which we've become so accustomed to. Django is going to creep up here, basically just hold the top of these stairs, no need to push. Seth did some excellent work in apps last round. Oh! Sees the player, gets the kill onto Nero. Seth, I'm calling it already. Seth MVP for this map if they win. Holy moly. Django finally has crept over to Balk. He's going to nade the big doorway, but there ain't nobody there. Mythic below is now flanking around towards Barber and Arch. Django heard him, I think, and so is going to go hunt him down, but he's hidden around the corner. Look at this. Mythic out of view, out of sight, will not be found. Glanton going to get on B. This is a bit of a risk, but it's a 4v3. Seth kills David. That's huge. Dictator sprang at the window to try and refrag Seth, but Seth has already dipped out. Heard this player, may find him. Oh, Django kills Glanton. Oh, yes, Seth heard Dictator shoot. Rotated to check him. Oh, terrible timing for Django to flinch and look away. So QR code is able to get him, even though probably if Django had just held his aim, he would have been able to take QR code out no problem. Still would have been difficult in a 2v1. But that's another great round out of Mayhem, and they have equaled it up to 7-7. I see in chat Maxwell's clarified he was never accusing anybody of hacking. I apologize, but yeah, it was pretty nutty. Ballistic Waffles, I understand that that's like the Ballistic is talking about how the FAL with AP keeps a lot of damage even through 2 walls. I agree. It's a bit more nuanced than that, but yeah, the battle rifles, the FAL, the L1A1, and the M14, they have a much higher damage period, and they also have a much higher damage through walls, and also a ability to penetrate thicker walls. So those will do a ton of damage. Regular 5.56 and 7.62 39 rifles, the AKs and the M4s and things like that, a little bit less damage through wall, and so that's when you start to see the armor coming into play and people surviving wallbang shots and stuff. Ooh! My son, seeing the opponent not getting the kill, will wait for him to peek back around the corner. Oh, looks away at the wrong time! Peekaboo, peekaboo, nobody sees each other. My son doesn't get the kill. Also, Nero kills Glanton, so 3v5. Seth is going to peek. Oh, but hears him, but doesn't react in time. Dictator getting killed. Things are quickly falling apart for Mayhem this round. This is not going to go their way. Mythic left last alive, hoping against hope somebody basically walks in front of him so he can get a kill for free. Not going to happen. And so he's going to be forced to rotate. It's going to be very difficult. He's also probably going to get heard as he does this. I would not be surprised if we see... Yeah, Gerbs probably just heard that and called it out. And so Dictator's going to go up to the apps window and stare at balcony, if I'm not crazy. Yep. And take him out. Ta-da! I've played this game a little bit. Anywho, QR code, whoever it was that was last live, Mythic, I think, unfortunately goes down. It is now 8-7, still very, very, very close. And, you know, we will just have to see... basically, if Mythic can ever get ahead. They keep tying, they keep making it even, but they've not been able to get ahead by one, and we just need to see, you know, what's going to happen. Kalo in chat is saying the circle objectives might be a console command. If it is, I don't know what it is or how I got it enabled, and I don't really need to change it, but I would love to know the console command, so feel free to look it up. Apple is replying that he thinks it's just a mod, so, who knows? But I definitely have tried disabling it, and I have not figured out how. But I don't really care at this point as well. David with the FAL is going to do a big pre-spray. On my screen, it looks like he's shooting the ceiling. On his screen, it's probably a little bit more recoil control. Spectators are not perfect. Seth gets a nice kill onto Nero, and I will try and check him out. He is actually playing... Oh, he doesn't look to his right! What? Is there not a player just next to him? Yeah, Gerbs just completely missed it. He's gonna... Okay, yeah. Seth, I don't know how Seth escaped Gerbs. Gerbs just probably blinked or opened his map. Regardless. Oh, Seth now walks out in front of David. That's unfortunate. 2v3. Mythic and Cafe. Does not see that player in apps. Also, player on balcony is going to slow creep to dark window. Or maybe come staircase. Oh, is he going to come staircase? He is. He doesn't see the player in Cafe, but now that the shots are heard, QR Code and Mythic both get kills. And so QR Code in dark window is able to look down at the Belk stairs, get the kill onto Django, win the round, and so that is now 8-8. Holy moly, it just continues. We are tight as tight can be. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you recognize just how close this game is and how exciting this is. Besides the whole like 15-minute pause for David to get his hacks together, his internet together. Besides that long pause, I really can't imagine a more exciting game. This has been... Most of these rounds are quite close, and if they're not close, they're still fast. So, yeah. Fast, 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 fast. Lots of action. We've been seeing a lot of good early kills out of Seth. Let me find him. Oh yeah, I've been not showing you guys the scoreboard. Bad me. Sorry, here you go. Hey, Gerbs has broken the 30 bomb. Seth not far behind. Glanton struggling. Mythic struggling a little bit. And then, even though he lost some of his kills before he disconnected, he's back up to 13, David is. Let's see what Seth can pull out. He needs to have a good round up here if they're going to have a chance to win. Oh, looks like he's going mad bum rush. No! Okay, he does get the kill on Dictator. Dictator almost able to duck and dodge. Glanton kills Gerb, so I was trying to get a spectating onto. Now, Django's going to chuck this flash. A person is prone. I think that's my son. Or maybe it was a nade. Who knows? A person is prone on Valk. This is the nade. No. And so, oh, my son hits him, doesn't get the kill. Now he does. The nade not thrown, so will not get the kill. Elsewhere, somebody else died. So Nero, second to last alive. But David is alive, was able to sneak around. Will get one kill when the elbow gets exposed. But he is going to get this cap, but unfortunately B is going to be capped first, and he's not in a position to really spawn camp. My son also going to try and come challenge A. Will get there before the spawn wave, and because they're already capping C, it's no big deal if he dies. Oh, sees the gun barrel and is able to get the kill. So, for the first time, I believe this whole game, Mayhem leads 9-8. What a change, ladies and gentlemen. They were able to make a little bit of a comeback there. It was 7-5. Now they're up 9-8. I think RG's in the hot seat. They've got to win. I mean, obviously, if they lose another round, it's at least 10 rounds and they'll be going to overtime. But, man, just think emotionally and mentally what they are dealing with right now. They were leading or tied the whole game for the first time in the last few rounds. Now it's just the last few rounds, and for the first time they're losing. I don't know what they're going to adjust. They've got to figure out a way to stop Seth on apps. Obviously, you can't just bum rush every time, so he's going to have to change things up. They've also got to figure out a way. Gerbs has not... I'll look at Gerbs real quick. Gerbs has not done his bum rush strategy for like the last several rounds. I don't know if they consciously decided to stop doing that or if Mayhem was able to put a stop to it. I know one round, several rounds ago, they were able to kill Gerbs as he crossed B. Lots of nades getting chucked over the top. I'm not particularly sure these are useful, but they get thrown. Well, I should maybe talk less because Gerbs gets a kill with the frag, then gets taken out, unfortunately. Seth also getting a kill. Good work in apps again. Chucking another nade. Probably doesn't know he got the kill. Lots of wall bangs are hard to figure out. Glanton chilling in the smoke, vaping. He's able to get some capture progress on B. My son, a little too concerned about Django going A when Django was already rotated around to back off. Seth is going to provide support for Glanton here. Oh, almost sees the player Arch. Peeks away at just the wrong moment. It's okay, holding Cafe. They don't know Django's rotated. Django popping onto B, will get the kill onto Glanton, but should get killed from behind. Yes, Seth refrags. Doesn't know there's a player in apps. Needs to stay safe by staying close to the building. Does get the B cap. My son now going to look at apps. Looks at the wrong window. Sees the gun barrel to the left. Sprays, misses. It's okay, though. Seth is able to just hold things steady. 40 seconds. It's just David left. And again, Mayhem has respawned. So they've got 3 more people coming out of spawn going A. And Seth was able to make it to C, so David is completely screwed. He's got to go kill Seth and then sprint back to B. And let me tell you, this ain't happening. It'll be a modern miracle. I'll eat my hat. Yeah, he's got to peek in, try and get very quick kills. Seth is in an excellent position, hiding. Hard to get a visual on him. He's going to take way too long. Great kill, but David, has to turn around and immediately run to B. I'm not even sure 15 seconds is long enough to get there. Even if he does get there, he's sprinting onto the objective, and look who's waiting for him. Mythic knows the quickest way to get here is right through Arch. David gets the kill, though! David, he stops to pick up a weapon! What are you doing? You can't stop to pick up a weapon. I don't care if you're basically out of ammo. You gotta sprint. He gets killed by QR code in the end anyways, but I don't think he even had time. Even if QR code wasn't even there, I think once he stopped to pick up the weapon, even without picking up the weapon, he may not have had time. But he had to sprint. He had to try and touch, because without the touch, he just loses. And just like that, Mayhem is up 10-8. This is do or die. RG has to win 2 in a row to force overtime, which will be a 6-round mini-game where they play 3 on each side. But RG's got to win 2 in a row to get there. And I mean, these last 3-4 rounds have been a massive shift. I don't know if it's that Mayhem's making the adjustment, if RG's fingers are tired. I say that. It's not a joke. Like, you actually can get fatigued on these longer matches and stuff. But, you know, reaction time's everything. But, yeah. Whatever Mayhem's doing, it's working. And, I mean, look. RG's got to pull something out. Let's see what they got. David's going to do the spray. I don't think he's gotten a kill the whole game doing that. Might be time to put it down. Seth gets an opening kill on Nero. He's been fantastic. Bails out of tires. Goes back to apps. Gerbs gets a nade after David got a kill with the FAL. That's interesting. So it makes it back to a 4v3. Mythic holding Garage. Nobody pushing Garage, though. David is able to get on B in a relatively protected spot. QR code holding the apps door. Django's going to rotate around. Seth finds another kill on Gerbs. Oh, I'm sorry for covering that action. Django gets a kill onto Mythic. Trying to just figure out where things are going to be happening, but I shouldn't have blocked that. Seth flanking around. He's going to try and find the B player. They should stop this cap. They hear him. Yep, they're going to look. Django's going to kill him, so they know it's just QR code. Now, QR, aim a little lower. Shoot him. But the B cap happens. The kill happens after the B cap. It won't matter now, but the kill happened after the B cap, so he didn't respawn. Unfortunately, for QR at least, or for Mayhem, Dictator is able to refrag. And so that makes it 9-11. Blad Barbara asks, what game is this in the best of 3? This is the 3rd game in the best of 3, so the winner of this, will advance. Gooey asks, why is every score like 11-1 or 11-2? Well, it's not. Most of the games have actually been close. I know Space Jam did beat the pants off Unexpected Predicament in their final map on Ministry. And last map here on Station, Mayhem was pretty decisive. But our first map on Market was very close, and so is this one. So, yeah. Here we go. Gerbs had a good round last round. Seth had a pretty good round, but it wasn't enough. Django had a really good round. That made the difference. It all comes down to this. RG's in win or go home mode. And, Well, let's see what they choose to do. Oh, not double play onto Balk maybe, or I guess no, that's just the regular split they've been doing. Smoke onto Apps. Smoke onto Balk is interesting. My son chokes the shot, not able to kill Django. Now he's able to go for the flank. Seth playing passively, hasn't gotten a kill yet. Oh, David picks up Glinton. Mythic is able to refrag, but gets refragged himself by Gerbs. Seth gets Dictator, clears Apps. Gerbs looking for that kill, it's not there. Seth creeping back down. QR Code is able to pick up Django. That stops the flanker. That's great. Oh, fantastic for QR Code to get Gerbs, but it's not in time. Seth still goes down. It's now a 1v1. QR in a 1v1 against whoever this is, Nero, in blue. They're going to see each other. Oh, no! Nero gets the kill. We're going into OT, ladies and gentlemen. 10-10. Nero clutches, tying the half, and we are going to a 6-round overtime. Holy moly. And we will play as many 6-round overtime sessions as it takes for a winner to be decided. If they tie 3-3, we'll just do it again. Holy cow. Well, it really can't get closer than this. Oy, ay, ay. Sorry, I gotta drink a little bit of water. I'm gonna be dehydrated. Oy, ay. Alright. We are gonna get started promptly here, no big delay. The teams stay on the same side they finished the half in. So, Mayhem is still the security. RG is still the insurgents. David here with a pistol, not using his regular battle rifle. He is going to rush, and we'll have to see if he makes something out of this or basically just gets wiped. He is out in front. It's good timing so far. If he bumps on anything, it's going to be trouble. But if he runs through B, this could be devastating. Bumps a little bit. He's going to go Balk instead. He's going to rush Balk. This could work. Depends on who's there to meet him. QR Code and Seth both getting opening kills. That's risky. Now he is going to get to this barn door, but there's a player coming in return. He's going to peek, and he's going to get the kill on my son. That's huge. Now QR Code at this window. If he... Oh, QR Code's dead to the nade. That's huge, because otherwise David would have exposed. Yeah, unfortunately, that gunfight's a little difficult at that range. Seth is able to get the kill. Gerbs might be last alive. I'll check in a second, but he's fumbling with this gun on the ground instead of shooting the guy in garage, and that leaves Nero as last alive. Now remember, it's a 6-round game, 3 on each half. Much harder to make a comeback. Oh, exposes to Balk. Balk is going to take him out. That's Mythic. And so Mayhem goes up 1-0. Every round is huge here because there's so few rounds in the overtime. Every round is huge. You basically have to win. I mean, you have to win 4 out of 6, obviously. But you need to win the majority of both halves. Again, that doesn't sound too, special. Or you can go 3-1, obviously. But because the halves switch so quickly, there's a lot less time to adjust your strategy, and it feels a little bit more random sometimes because both teams are just kind of throwing whatever strat they think is best. There's not 5 or 6 rounds to sort of slowly adjust and incrementally change what you're doing to fit the other team's strategies. Now, in the opposite sense, you've already played both halves for 10 rounds, so you kind of already know what the other team is doing. So, it goes both ways, but just always a little bit of a different dynamic when you're only dealing with 3-round halves. Being told it's not pronounced gooey, and I don't care. And I'm being told the circles are dead. That would make sense. I think I played the mod at some point. Oh, very passive positioning from RG here. Mythic gets the opening kill on Dictator, though. Nero slides across the hallway. A little bit risky there. Oh, gets taken out by Seth from... Seth, again, been great this whole game from down in Apps. There is another player in Apps with him, unless he just went down to Cubby. Yeah, he has gone down to Cubby, so nobody there for... Oh, he's going back up to try and fight Seth. I don't think peeking this is smart. Oh, nade at the last second. Gerbs is going to get... Oh, no, he isn't going to get around the corner. It bounced around the whole way. 2 to... Oh, and my son... No, last person alive is David. He will get through tires, but it's a 1... I think it's a 1v5, right? Oh, my lord. This is just terrible. No capture progress. Now they will step on B. But still, going up 2 rounds would be just insane this early in overtime and would really put the pressure on RG. He's going to try and rotate around. He needs to find kills. He can't just get on A. There's not enough time left in the round. Apparently nobody told David that, though. With 30 seconds left, there isn't time. By the time he caps, there'll be like 4 seconds left. Yeah, now his team has figured it out. So he's going to leave, and they're going to cap B. Oh, nope, he gets taken out, and that's the round anyways. But yeah, there was no way sitting on that capture was ever going to work. Touching it just gives away your position. It's a difficult situation no matter what, because it's a 1v5, but I think there your smart play is just hunt for kill, try and hopefully get 2 quick kills in succession, and then have the rest of them trickle into you one at a time so you can kill them all. But yeah, the A play was never going to work. The Mayhem would have sent one to C, they would have capped C and B, and then they would have just spawn killed the heck out of RG, even if they had capped A. Not even talking about the fact that the spawn wave wouldn't have gotten out of spawn in time to actually do anything before the round ended. So, tricky. It's so rough. I mean, you have to keep the time in your head, and a difference of 20 seconds can be huge because it gives you the difference between having the time to cap and let your team get out of spawn, or cap and your team is still not able to reach an objective. Alright, let's see. David sneaks by the pre-fire. He's going to go Balk again. This worked pretty good last round. He was able to get 1 kill. Seth gets a double nade in apps. He is winning the game for his team. David able to get the kill. Now again, okay. Not okay, sorry. Whoever it is, QR code is in Balk window. He's now going to rotate around slowly. But he's making noise, so he should know. But there's... Oh, QR code finds David. Who is that in the window? Oh, QR code gets the kill on the Dictator. Last alive is Gerbs. Now, if anybody was going to clutch, I would believe in Gerbs, but there's no way. Oh, my lord. What a decisive victory. What an absolute decisive victory. So that is 3 rounds, the entire half of overtime victory by Mayhem. RG needs to now win 3 in a row, or they will lose and be sent to the bronze medal match, while Mayhem advances to the final championship match. What a spectacle. That is insane. Yes, Sanctus, I see others are recognizing that the pickup mechanics are new, as Gerbs was trying to pick up that gun and got shot. Yeah, it's a new mechanic, new game, only been out a week. The teams have been really grinding to try and figure everything out. But yeah. Outlawed, please fix. Vinny, we don't talk about that project anymore. Oh yeah. And again, you'll all hear this in 3 minutes. I hope everybody's having a good time. But here we go. Remember, RG has to win 3 in a row. And I mean, that's gonna be tough. Let's just put it that way. That's gonna be tough. But anything's possible. We've seen crazier things. Oh yeah. Let's see what they do. Gerbs sent to the back of the bus. He is not going to get an aggressive play off this round, that's for sure. Who's in the front? Looks like my son is at the front. He's going to slide, waste a little bit of time doing that, and get taken out by David. Great cross pick to begin. I don't know if that's visual or if that's a pre-spray, but the fact that he only shot a little bit makes me think he could actually see that. Spray coming in through the smoke. Nobody gets hit with it. They're doing a double rush into blue, or across B at least. And let's see if I can find Gerbs real quick. Where'd he go? Oh, Gerbs taken out by Seth and Apps. I think Seth just has decided that Apps belongs to him. Nero taken out by QR code. Dictator does kill Mythic, but Seth able to get Dictator. They don't know the other players on B, and so they do get the cap. Django is able to get the cap. I guess Seth's kill was too late anyway, so there's 5 up. Django still chilling. Glanton, come on, switch. Glanton's up top. QR code gets a kill at spawn, goes for the other, does not get the second. So Glanton now looking for 2 spawn kills. There's one right below him and one across the street. Django rotating to go for C, and it looks like Seth will go and meet him. The glass breaking below tells Glanton that, well, David probably broke that glass to psych him out. Glanton running now, probably made some noise. Oh, he's going to sprint down here. I don't think that's the right choice. Seth didn't go and contest C. Instead, he hopped on B. Glanton finds a kill, though. He's going to run to A. He's going to get refragged in the back. But that tells Seth where... Oh, no, don't expose the Gerbs! Why would you run out? Get the cap, you ding-dong! Oh, he can't. He's out of time. He has to contest an objective. And you see the armor eating MP5 shots because the MP5 shoots peanuts. Now, B is contested. He has 10 seconds. He will be able to touch A, but he's going to leave. I don't think he's going to stay here. He has to go back to B because he has to find... Oh, no, the respawn wave's coming. I forgot. Seth's screwed. Yeah. Seth is screwed. Holy moly. Well, that's a good round out of RG. And again, you saw Gerbs dumping bullets into Seth there at the end, but the armor protecting. The MP5 is one of the only weapons that is really... I don't want to say it's neutralized. You will still get kills, but it is heavily, heavily, heavily nerfed when you're wearing armor like that. It just makes it impossible... Not impossible, but very slow to get kills, especially if you're shooting people in the arms and legs. The arms and legs isn't protected by armor. So I guess it's not the arms and legs. I don't know what happened. Point is, the MP5 gets completely dumped on by armor, and we saw it right there. I think I saw Seth take 4 shots. Anyways, 1-3 in overtime. RG still needs to win 2 more in a row, and that was by no means an easy round. But obviously they managed, and well, we just gotta see. I mean, I say it now, I say it again. Seth MVP for this whole game if they win, by a long shot, because holy moly his kills. David does not get the pre-spray. QR code is going to hide behind this little generator. Gerbs is going to push across B. Nobody spots him because the smoke is up. He's going to... This is an interesting spot. Django is able to kill Glanton on B. If Seth peeks this window above, he's going to kill Gerbs because Gerbs can't see the window. But he doesn't. Nero gets QR code. These are good kills from RG. Mythic able to start equalizing. Oh, no. Mythic runs out onto the road and gets murdered. Seth exposes to Gerbs behind him for a second. Doesn't get the kill. Now Seth gets the kill. That is before the cap, unfortunately, so Gerbs will have respawned. My son with a nice double, though. Now he's going to dip away. Give me back to Seth. He wants to find this B player, and he will if he just looks. He will see him. Open your eyes! There he is. All right, and that makes it a 2v2. 2 people exiting spawn. My son and Seth on B, and Seth has started to cap. My son will try and hold the arch. Seth probably should look at the arch. Hello. My son should watch Cafe behind him. Is he going to turn around? Is he going to see the arch player? He will see the arch player, but turn around! Guy in Cafe! Oh, David's going for the wall bangs, and that's giving away his position, so now everybody's looking right at him. He's going to step forward and gets one! Gets the... Oh! Does not get the other! He had the shot! Obviously... Oh, no. QR code and then respawn. But, man, he would have had a real chance if he'd gotten that kill. But that was not meant to be. And that is your game, ladies and gentlemen. With 46 kills. Seth leading his team to victory. 37 by Gerbs. No, no small task either. But, yeah. Holy moly. Mayhem winning. RG will now be demoted and sent to play against Unexpected Predicaments for the bronze medal, while Mayhem faces off against Space Jam here momentarily in our final championship best of 3. I need a minute, so I am going to put you guys on a little bit of a hold screen. Please stick with us. Help is on the way, and I will have another cast of the final matchup for you here in just a moment. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are almost ready to start the first of our final best of 3 championship match. This is going to be on Market, and I believe I'll double check which team exactly picked the map. The second map and the third map I'll update you on in a minute, but in the meantime I'd like to welcome our co-caster for this championship match, Gems. He casted the other match in the semifinals, and he's going to tell you a little bit about how that went and what to expect in this matchup.
Thanks, Muzzle. Yeah, what's up? The first game in the semifinals was an absolute slobber knocker. I wasn't sure what to expect because I haven't really followed Insurgency in a while, so it was awesome to see two teams playing really, really good high-level Insurgency, as I expected. So, yeah, kind of the story that I'm picking up, having not watched much yesterday. Space Jam had a rough day yesterday. Some technical problems I heard you talking about potentially, and just some rust.
Yep.
So, yeah, they ended up swinging the momentum in their favor really late in the first map on Market. Unexpected Predicament was looking really strong. It was just back and forth, back and forth. And yeah, just the rotations were slightly more crisp. I think the calls were a little bit better, and there were some rounds that, even though the frags kind of went in favor of Unexpected Predicament, Space Jam was able to do some AC strats to win late round and things like that. And I think some of those rounds ended up pushing that first map towards their favor, so they won that. And then Ministry was a different story. They went 9-1 in the first half and cleaned it up pretty quickly in the second half. So yeah, and that was when they were playing on the Insurgent side of Ministry. So they were really strong in that, just playing really confidently. It seems like they'd kind of gotten the mechanical rust off in that game, and they were running around and just fragging. So yeah, I think today's, it's hard to know what's going to happen. I mean, they're kind of the underdog statistically, but yeah, what was the first game, or I guess the other matchup? It obviously went to a lot of overtime.
Right. The semifinal match between RG and Mayhem was pretty crazy. The first map was a very close one here on Market. Frankly, it's been a hot minute. I can't even remember if they went into overtime or if it was just a 9-11 victory. But that was very close. Then we went to Station, and Mayhem, I don't want to say it was like a brutal victory. So RG did win the first map, but just by a sliver. And then Mayhem picked the second map, and I mean, they lost a few rounds, but it was a decisive victory. And then the third map, as you saw in District, I think you and your stream were watching by that point, District was an absolute down-to-the-wire nail-biter. I mean, literally pushed it to OT with a 2-round comeback RG did, and then in OT, down rounds, they pushed it to the final round of OT, and it was essentially a 1v1, and just lost by the skin of their teeth. So, I mean, close as can be. Mayhem advances, now here in the final with Space Jam. And, I mean, Space Jam, the comeback story of the weekend, as you mentioned, they did not win a game yesterday. The only win in their record was a forfeit against the EU team. They had a forfeit victory, but did not win. They also lost to Unexpected Predicament on this map yesterday. The team they beat just before now in the semifinals. So it's interesting to see that we are back on Market. Now, I can update everybody. Mythic picked Market, so this map is Mayhem's pick. And the next map we will play is Embassy, which Wooly and Space Jam picked. And we have not, I don't think anybody has seen Embassy this whole weekend. So that'll be our first time on Embassy, and we'll see how that goes. But what do you think of the choice to pick for Mayhem to pick this map? Did you see Space Jam play this map in your best of 3, and how did that go?
Yeah, so the first map was on Market, and Space Jam had a really close match against Unexpected Predicament. So yeah, they're coming hot off of a 20-round game on this map, so they should be feeling like they've got their bag of tricks ready to go for this. So, but as far as comfort level, I'm not so sure. One thing that we were seeing was the sniper rifle coming out for Grinmore. Was a big factor that I think really swung the tide once they switched to their security side. So Gridmore in the back with that M40 was just intimidating. I think the intimidation factor of just hearing those sniper shots rain out, because Unexpected Predicament was doing a double bridge on both sides, playing 2 players up on that power position.
Huh, okay.
And the sniper rifle really put a damper on that to the point that they started hiding up in Upper Africa. And then Wooly, in one round, I guess got the call from Grin that no one ran out bridge. He just chucks a grenade into Africa against the 2 kill, the double kill with 1 grenade. So that was kind of a turning point when I saw that they had really clicked things into position. So we'll see if they can continue that. And yeah, I mean, there's some really strong players here on Mayhem that I think is gonna, we'll see how they deal with that.
Interesting. All right, because we did see some M40, and actually, I think it was just M40. I don't think we ever saw the Mosin come out. We may have a little bit earlier. So we saw some sniping. We also saw just some long-range play. David is, I guess, his name was for the day, but Boner, obviously, from Regicide was bringing out the battle rifles quite a bit. So we saw some of that, but yeah, the sniping. This map's the only one I think I've seen the actual M40 come out on. We didn't see it much at all on Station, obviously, which is tiny. But yeah, you're right. That those big sight lines from construction down to the sniper perch here at the back of the map, definitely. Even you say it's like mental and it scares, and it intimidates. I get that. I was discussing with the stream a little bit just the information you gain, because you can spray through the smoke with like an AKM or an M4. People do that and they get kills sometimes, but you don't really know you got the kill usually. Mm-hmm. So I find it interesting that when I see the M40 get a kill, the team also knows now there's nobody going shops, for instance, right? And so they can push that left side a lot harder from the security side, for instance. So.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I haven't really thought about it. I've kind of always been a little anti-sniper, especially being a teammate of Gridmore's. We usually wouldn't let him bring that out, so I think he's just he's done with being told what to do, and he's going to do what he wants to do in this tournament.
Yeah,
and it actually worked out really well for him. But yeah, it was nice to also see him switch to the M16 later in the round after that intimidation factor had been laid down, because there's one thing I know I love, and it's Gridmore with an M16 in his hand up on the bridge protecting me. So yeah, that was fun to watch.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I don't think I've seen somebody use the M40 the whole match, and I think that would be a mistake. Using it for a couple rounds, then switching to a rifle back and forth. Because we did have a couple rounds, I forget who it was specifically, but somebody was using the M40, and I made a specific mention of look, it's the halfway through the round, they've now pushed up, they're now in Barber basically, and they're basically useless. I mean, yeah, the pistol will get kills, don't get me wrong, but it's much harder, especially against the bridges, to take them out with pistols for sure. So yeah. Going to be interesting to see. In terms of other strats, we've seen a lot of aggressive play from RG, but my Mayhem, Glanton to me is the big thing to watch. Glanton on B loves to hide behind some solid cover and basically do nothing for the whole round, and I think it really is hurting his team. And I think if they do that for this game, Mayhem's going to struggle a bit. We need Glanton up. We need him. He doesn't have to be constantly exposing himself, but he needs to have enough capability to participate in the round that he's able to shoot some enemies while he's sitting on B, because a passive B player at this level I think is just not getting the job done.
Yeah, I agree with that. And on the flip side, I do think you're looking at a team with Space Jam with 2 of the most aggressive B players that North America has seen in Link and in Wooly. Both of them kind of, at least in my mind, modeled in my play style when I was learning the game. They're OGs. They kind of defined the B meta in North America. So I was always drilled by Wooly to play B, even if it's especially on this map, a pretty weak position. But a good B player on market, it's such a big site, and there's so many spots you can play, and there actually is some pretty good cover. If you're able to even get a frag or just stay alive or be in a forward position to even hear footsteps.
Yes.
Just being able to provide information to your team as the B player. But yeah, if you're just playing the same spot in the most safe,
yeah, we saw a lot of pillars.
To your spawn. Yeah, concrete or just playing in bunker. You know, it's a safe spot, and it's definitely your bread and butter. But I agree. I think we're going to want to see a little bit more aggressive B play from the team that's going to take this.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I will just sort of forewarn everybody watching on Twitch. I have my call-outs. I have no idea if gems, like I think I call them pillars, but I think a lot of other people call them concrete. So we will mix and match and try and keep everything straight. But to what you were saying substantively, I agree. We were seeing when I saw RG play this map, Gerbs, very aggressive. He did a few things. He actually laid in this tiny little bush on security side near concrete pillars. He laid in this little fern. That was his B position for like 2 rounds. I have no idea if he'll do it again, but if he does, it'll be interesting. Just out in the open, kind of tucked into a bush. But he also spent a lot of time down by the helicopter, and that's something I haven't seen many other teams doing. Dictator as well, I think I was seeing from RG, but I don't know, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some of those same moves out of Space Jam, where you have people getting down into the helicopter, playing more of an active position on B, putting themselves at risk for sure, but again, Glanton was finishing some of these halves like 2 and 10, and it's like, okay, you've gotten 2 kills for the half. You may have capped some objectives, that's great, but you're letting the other team move around. So for sure, we will have to see who on each team is able to play B and how effective they are. Now, in terms of other strategies, we're still waiting. I don't know who specifically are waiting on, but in terms of other strategy, a lot of trading captures. On this map, we saw the same thing on District. As far as I'm aware, Space Jam's going to be doing the same thing, and there's going to be a lot of both teams respawning, and we know there's heavy spawn killing on this map. Anything that you think that might be out of the ordinary there, or do you expect more of the same as we've been seeing this?
Yeah, I think my biggest question when it comes to strategy and rotations is how will A and C be involved? So there were some seriously critical rounds in the match I watched earlier where the AC capture and hold ended up winning the round for the team, and on Ministry. So that ability to realize that B is lost and then to commit to pivoting to that AC strat is actually, this is one of the maps that is really strong at doing that, because it's just so big. It's really hard to cover B and your friendly point from the get-go, so you kind of have to anticipate that they're rotating there when they are. So yeah, I do think we'll see some rounds where the team that loses B actually is able to win the round, and that's just going to come down to instincts and shot calling. So
yeah. All right. Well, it looks like we are finally ready. They're saying good luck, have fun. We have Space Jam starting on the Insurgent side. Anybody you want to watch to begin with here you think might be? Oh, hang on. We were just on a sniper. Grinmore's with the bolt action. I'm watching him. Executive decision.
All right, let's do it. Yeah, he's got the Mosin.
And relatively
the lumber.
Even spread. Looks like we're doing an A-side heavy push out of Mythic. This is, Mayhem. This is something they were doing. Grinmore not going top construction. Instead going to stay on the ground level. Smoke coming out from both teams, so he's now staring into a bunch of white nothing. And we will swap over to Link. Link nading shops early. I don't think that nade catches anybody. Seth finds a kill on Kingmaker. Mythic also getting Woolly Ballistic responds by killing Mythic. Link sneaks onto B, but gets taken out by Seth. Seth, great in the support roles on District last map. Seems to be picking up right where he left off. We will now pop over to A. Ballistic getting the kill on A, but now there is 2... Oh, Grinmore rotating up to top yellow, top shops. So it's going to be an A play out of Space Jam. Grinmore covering the courtyard. Seth will rotate over to try and contest. Will expose himself to the courtyard if he's not careful. I mean, to Grinmore up in shop's windows if he's not careful. And he's also walking for a noise. Now he's quiet. Waffles captures Alpha. They already captured B. Mayhem. So Mayhem's respawn wave about to push in. Myson chucks a nade, now peeks. Both players trading shots, not able to take anybody out. Grinmore does get, Mai gets ballistics. Grinmore does frag onto Seth as he crosses the courtyard, but elsewhere, Mythic and others are capping or holding B aggressively, and Myson on A, now uncontested. So we're going to see a drop onto red truck by Space Jam, and another player's going to push through shops, needing to get to A. We do have Kingmaker getting onto the train tracks on A. Linky Poo now in position. Link now in position to actually contest. peeks in, does get Myson, but Seth is there to refrag. Wooly, last alive for his team, jumps down, contesting B, but unfortunately it's not enough. He's got to get kills and get to A. And so Seth captures A, Glanton kills Wooly, and that's our round. What do you think of that?
Yeah, so unfortunately the retake there for A late in the round from Keymaker and Link just does not go in their favor, so A gets immediately taken back. And yeah, I think the timing on that was in their favor. The respawn came out much earlier for Space Jam, and there wasn't even a spawn camp set up for them, but still just kind of pushing out and I think spreading out and not deciding on the 2 points that they wanted to play for the win.
Yeah.
And spread out a little too thin and weren't synchronized with their retakes.
I agree. Grenmore stayed up and shopped. I think he was sort of trying to saddle between A and B, being able to rotate back quickly, but I think it also stopped him from supporting A in the long run once my son made entry. We have smoke here with Seth blocking his sniper, so he's not going to be able to get a shot. We'll pop quickly over. Waffles up in construction, not with a sniper, with an AK. Does see a player crossing the bridge, gets the shot onto QR code. One taps his head. I'm not even sure he saw that. Grenmore is carrying a bolt action, doesn't get anything going with it. We'll click through, just quickly check. So we do see Glanton. He is playing pillars. Nothing changing there from his earlier strat. Mythic will find Link A side, sorry, C side. He's also going to see a player. Oh, top Africa. Wrong moment to move by Mythic. Ballistic gets the kill. And now Kingmaker contesting B, but he is in Horseshoe, or whatever we call this. The player crawls out onto Blue Bridge, avoiding sight lines. We'll see which piece he pops up behind. Still a player top Africa supporting him. And we are basically at a standstill. My son poking around on Courtyard A side. Nade coming in, getting Kingmaker, but Seth actually shoots him. My son here's the grenade on yellow stairs, might try and push it. We'll see where that nade lands. Glanton takes the nade to the face, nothing going there. So now B is actually clear. Ballistic Waffles will crouch walk onto the objective silently. Seth knows, so Seth is going to peek. Oh, Ballistic ducks. Legs might be visible to Seth. I have to see if he can find it. My son's still poking and prodding. There's a sniper. Sniper in construction sees Seth but chokes the shot. Seth doesn't spot the players by pills or fridge or whatever you call the connector. My son now crawls out, goes for the sniper. Sniper has already rotated A side. My son's also going to get on B. So now they're decapping. Dies to Ballistic Waffles. Ballistic Waffles now called out. So Seth knows where he is. Waffles not clear where Seth is. So Seth is now on B. Wooly hunting for him. Will get the kill, and that is our round.
Yeah, great trade there at the end from Wooly.
Yeah.
Just a lot of good informational play there, and I think I'm starting to see what you're saying about that information that sniper provides. Had to be a lot of calls coming. You know, just keeping that bridge player's head down, even if he's not getting kills. Gridmore in the back with the Mosin.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the B trades just coming in and just more dedication from Space Jam for B, risking lots of lives, sacrificing lots of lives, but ultimately ended up with the last laugh.
Yeah, and like as you're saying, really good teamwork support, being there to refrag for each other on B. I think every time somebody died on B from Space Jam, a teammate immediately got the kill back, and that's huge. I mean, Mayhem was doing the same, but absolutely pristine. We're gonna watch Wooly going top Africa here. Sorry, Gems, go.
Yeah, Gridmore's put up the Mosin. He's looks like on the AK-74 with a scope, or with the Cobra sight. With the
Cobra sight, yep. I've seen more sights this game. I think some of the people coming back from Sandstorm. Oh, Link gets taken out by Seth off the bridge. Glanton almost pinned down by these concrete barriers. Nade now coming in to get him. We'll see if he's able to get away. He is not. Kingmaker down in the pit with the helicopter, able to take him out. QR code finds a kill on Grenmore. Seth peeking and prodding, looking. Oh, my son gets Kingmaker out of the helicopter and then immediately dips to avoid that player in Africa. Is able to get away safely. There is a player on the yellow stairs next to him, so if he tries to... Oh, yeah, he's going to wait.
Wooly's going to left peek him here, though.
My son getting the advantage as Wooly's big fat butt comes around the corner. Now will he get this kill on Yellow Bridge? Ballistic Waffles gets a nice nade onto QR code. My son goes for the shot, not able to get it, puts it into a 1v1, but Seth knows where he is. Doesn't seem like Waffles is sure he got the kill. What do you do here, Gems? 1v1, nobody's on the objective.
So it looks like Seth has a beat on Ballistic Waffles, so I think the information advantage there was enough.
Yeah.
but yeah, hard to say.
I didn't realize that Waffles didn't know where Seth was. I thought that was just he'd been there a while. Seth is a very consistent sort of rifle Overwatch post up on a head glitch. That's what he's been doing all weekend. So, but intel's everything,
Gotcha.
right?
Yeah, yeah. He probably would have had to wrap over to A. Would have been a safe play in hindsight, but hindsight's 2020.
Oh, for sure. Who do you think's worth watching? No snipers this round, it seems.
Let's see what Link's doing.
Link's got a smoke. He's gonna go connector, I assume. I haven't heard the connector spray, pre-spray. I'll have to see if anybody goes for it. Now he'll dip into Africa. Go ahead.
These smokes are a little bit late, and there's a lot of it, so I just wonder how smoking plus having ballistic waffles with the cross pick is working out for them. It seems a little counterintuitive.
Yep. No, I agree. I'm not sure. That's why they put down the snipers.
Wooly in this cheeky position and just drops down. He was up on Yellow Bridge, like standing up on the bridge.
No, he was hidden around the corner. My son up, able to get the kill. Now chucks a nade onto B. But yeah, early kills coming in. QR code got an early one as well, which is helpful. Grinmore finds the kill on QR code now, I think, as he dropped. Takes Blue Bridge. It's a 2v1. My son finds
2v1.
Waffles to put it into a 1v1.
Grinmore knows where he's coming from.
Yeah, that's a lot of intel. Now he's giving it away.
Oh, he's got to reload.
My son sees him.
Oh.
And Grinmore gets the shot off.
In the truck bed.
Little tense there for me.
That was very tense.
Ugh.
Yeah, that's a big clutch round from Grinmore with the 3K. Mai as well with the 3K, but
yes, puts
had
it in.
the disadvantage of not having the information at the end in the 1v1.
For sure. Puts it to 2v2. Quick look at the scoreboard. Chat all weekend has been telling me I gotta show the scoreboard after each round, and I repeatedly forget. So, doing my best.
Yeah, people love looking at their score.
People also just want to know, who's getting the kills, and like right now, QR code, Kingmaker, Link, they've all got one kill. Kingmaker in earlier rounds was playing. Sorry, not Kingmaker. I mean QR code. QR code was playing Barber Stairs almost every round, and was playing against Nero on RG. And that was a very tough gunfight. Grinmore, Mosen's Glanton, Link also gets a frag onto my son. 2 down for Mayhem early. Mythic pushing through shops.
Yeah, Mythic's going to be called out, though, because he's making a lot of sound, and Wooly's right below him.
Right, red truck, yeah.
And he even told his teammate to leave top Africa, so he didn't get killed by the nade.
And Wooly gets the Bravo cap. I don't know if anybody was dead, actually. Yeah, nobody from spawn. Link does take out Mythic as he peeks through shop. Seth and QR code almost team kill. And they're basically just going to lurk and hope for kills. They don't have any strategic leverage.
Yeah, this is kind of a paralyzing position to be in. I mean,
Doesn't see the player construction. Sorry, go on.
You just know that they've got the map completely locked down at this point, and there's not really going to be a good way in. However, if they had some way of knowing, Linky Poo is on C, then they might have a chance, but Link's just waiting for the rotations there, playing really smart.
Right. It's a good rotate. I think you have to try, but really they needed to find a kill or two, just basically because they were basically hoping Space Jam exposed themselves, and they didn't, which is smart, and so that secures the round. 3-2, Space Jam.
Yeah, a lot of respect there from Space Jam, not taking any unnecessary risks, making sure that they, seal the deal on that round. Just getting a strong setup and waiting for the push because they know that they had to be pushed.
Oh, for sure. I've been noticing throughout the weekend, my son, great flanking, great aggressive play, sometimes chooses to take an engagement that I don't think is necessary. Like, you could pull back, your team is already up a kill maybe. Don't necessarily need to put yourself in a 1v1 that if you lose, there's no support from your teammates. So sometimes you do have to go for them, especially if your team isn't up kills yet. But time and place is everything.
Definitely.
We don't have any snipers. It seems like both teams have mutually agreed that we're just going to stop that shenanigan. Nobody chilling construction this round. Let's see what Seth... Mythic crosses Blue Bridge, gets flashed. He's fine. Seth posting up on the bridge as we've been expecting. Mai, on the big flank A side, gets Grinmore.
Almost gets traded out, though, because the player back street trying to get the trade.
Oh, yeah, Ballistic Waffles back
Ballistic's
street.
not able to, but he has the information. He knows where Mai ran off to.
And maybe even more importantly, forces Mai to go back. Does not allow Mai to flank all the way around to their construction. Oh! Seth spots Kingmaker chucking a nade. The nade doesn't land. Also, I think sees Wooly. Red truck, that's an excellent kill. Again, Seth has been just lovely turret all weekend. Posted up. My son gets Ballistic Waffles and shops. Link refrags. He now has to dip out of Africa in a 3v1, I believe. Looking at these bridge players, they must know where he is. Seth barely exposing, immediately taking out Link. Link aiming at just the wrong spot on the bridge. That makes it 3-3.
Yeah, Seth's having just an absolute time of his life up on Blue Bridge right now, uncontested. All thanks to support that he's getting from his top Barber player. And if you're a Blue Bridge player, you love a good Barber player. Because if you feel safe on Blue Bridge, it is just so hard to shut you down, and you have a view over everything, and you can just rack up kills. So, yeah, the Barber player really making Seth look good too.
This is one of the things that Unexpected Predicament was struggling with. They were not committing two people to Barber. They weren't putting somebody across Blue Bridge, and they weren't putting somebody bottom Barber every round. And that's something you're seeing Mayhem do here. Mythic crosses Blue Bridge almost every round. QR code runs, contests the blue staircase almost every round. And doing that gives Seth the comfort to know he's not going to get flanked. Whereas some teams, like I said, Unexpected Predicament and others, really haven't been sort of committing those resources. And it's hurt them. Glanton, aggressive push-up. I like to see this out of him. I asked for more active participation.
Yeah, playing that helicopter.
He is contested. Waffles and Link in Africa. Kingmaker proned out right next to the helicopter as well at Pills. Nade coming. Seth sees him, shoots him, misses, but Glanton finishes the kill. Seth does get taken out by Waffles. That's huge. Glanton still capping.
Coming up top Barber and gets taken out. Mythic still up there, golden blue.
My son takes out Wooly A side. Means Link is going to have to rotate. Needs to contest. He does from Red Truck. My son will flank. Waffles looking for the flank, it looks like, though. Looking at shops, not looking at the flank. My son will sneak past Link's sightline. Now takes him out. Waffles will refrag, but Waffles is off the point, and Mythic is cutting him off, so he can't run onto the point or he'll get taken out. Mythic missing wildly. Glanton able to finish the kill. That's a fantastic round out of Glanton. Again, the more active participation he can do on B, the much better chances Mayhem will have overall.
Yeah, that helicopter nose cone spot is really strong. If they don't suss you out as being there, you're able to kind of work all of the main places that a bridge player or an Africa player would come to kill you from. So, yeah, I agree. That was a really good play from the B player, Glanton.
Yep. And we did see early that round Ballistic taking out Seth, and I think that's huge, because obviously we've seen Seth slaying. We don't want to, Space Jam obviously doesn't want to let him continue. They put Link and Ballistic in Africa. Do you think they're going to keep doing that just to basically tamp down on Seth?
I would like to see it. I think double Africa is a really strong default setup here. We've got Kingmaker, bottom Africa now doing a pick, and it actually kills Mythic as he tries to cross bridge. So there's an early cross pick there that he did, and it got the kill. So
and we see a big left side push coming in. Link and two others pushed. Link got naded, but two have still made it. Grinmore sneaking up. Wooly finds QR code bottom Barber. Grinmore kills Seth on the bridge. This is a big flop, unfortunately, from Mayhem. Oh, Glanton looks away at the wrong time, gets taken out by Wooly, leaving it just to my son on A side to try and 1v3, 1v4? Yeah, 1v3.
Yeah, he's got some time to work with.
He's got time. It was capped for them. He can find this Pillars player. That shouldn't be too hard. Oh, sees Africa. That's huge. Unfortunately, Pillars will now know he's here. If he moves quick, he has a chance.
He can do this. This is winnable.
Yep. Pillars doesn't know. He didn't turn around. Oh, now he's giving it away.
he's gonna crawl peek him.
You should be able to see him, right? Yes, it's the kill. Now needs to survive.
1v1.
Jumping down.
Oh,
Gets away from
escapes.
Barber. Grinmore.
1v1.
Oh, Grinmore looks away! And
Wow.
my son murders him in the back.
What a clutch!
Holy moly,
A
my
4K
son.
clutch. Nutty play from him. That was really good.
That's a huge swing. 5-3 versus 4-4. Big difference. Big momentum killer as well for Space Jam. Never feels good to lose when you're up kills.
Definitely not, but you love to see a clutch.
Oh, for sure.
And you know that B being capped up so heavily gave him the time to work with, and he used it really well. So that was really good game sense for Mai.
Yes. One thing Mayhem has done all weekend is put Glanton on B, and sometimes he's been less effective, but every time he's gained cap progress, and some rounds that makes all the difference. Looks like another big left side push out of Space Jam. Mythic with the pick on Waffles, that's huge.
One tap.
Link muffs the grenade. Grinmore does find the kill on Seth. That's huge. Gets rid of their big Slayer. Link is going to aggressively push past Concrete. Glanton
QR.
prones out and kills Link. QR gets Wooly, yes. My son, big flank, gets Kingmaker.
Wow.
Easy, quick round for Mayhem. What? I don't know what you're supposed to do against that.
Yeah. There was some aggression that was looking good from Space Jam, but the trades came out really quick and double kills.
Yes.
So security side looking like the advantageous side from what I've seen today, and it continues to be the trend. I think that's kind of been what a lot of people think about this map.
Security
think?
advantage. See,
Yeah,
it's tricky
slight.
to me. I think security has the much better B presence, but I love that the insurgents don't have to worry about C as much. Like for me, it's so much easier for an insurgent to make it to A than it is for a security player to make it to C. That Africa window looking at C is just able to shut down that whole side of the map. It still happens that you can sneak over to C. I'm not sure that swings the favor of the map entirely to the insurgents. But it certainly makes the dynamic very different. A and B are highly contested. C is an afterthought for when the round is almost over and people are moving around without that much contention.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah, you know, I've always kind of liked Insurgent side better. You know, I like playing in Africa. I like playing on Yellow Bridge. And when you're in Africa, you don't have that wooden door blocking all of your views. So you can just hide inside of Africa and pick Blue Bridge players all day long from that dark room up there.
Yeah. No, exactly. And we've seen that. I think Waffles especially has started to punish Seth a little more by doing that. But yeah, I mean, it is it is a bit of a steep hill to climb already. 6-3. This round is huge. I've been saying all weekend 4-6 is not that big a hill to climb, but 7-3 is much worse. And so Grinmore back on the scope. We'll see what he can pick here. Waffles also proning out, looking to get that top blue kill. Smoke up though. Not able to... Oh, Seth gets Kingmaker. Oof. Not a good way to start. Doing the connector-to-connector cross-pick. Waffles does find a kill onto Glanton, but somebody else will sit on B. Seth rotating the top blue. Waffles now pushing up. And Link is contesting from red. Wooly taking some shots with top yellow, not seeing anything, or not getting the kill at least.
Yeah, I think his AKS just didn't have the penetration to wallbang through that top little piece of the bridge.
Did you know you can wallbang above the horizontal line of the bridge, even though it all looks like one continuous piece? You can't wallbang the lower portion, but you can wallbang the top portion.
I did know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, only the little humps
Always
are
seems weird
wallbangable.
to me. They look the same. Grinmore gets a kill on Mai, near B, not on B, or maybe not even near B. Sorry, that's on A. Yeah, Grinmore capping A. B is being contested by Link. Waffles gets the kill on Seth, pushing him, but Link is taken out by Mythic.
Bullet's rotating back here, drop down to B, but he gets killed, messes up his jump.
Oh, Waffles doesn't step on in time, and Mythic takes him out, but Grinmore rotating from A to come help fight B while his team is respawning. Obviously, Mayhem also respawning. QR code takes out Link. So, oh, Grinmore going for the spawn camp. Sees the players crossing to A, misses. He only has a pistol because he's bolt actioning. Goes for a quick COD reload, jumps down, and gets taken out by Seth.
That would've been
Meanwhile,
cool.
capping C at double speed, Kingmaker last alive. Myson takes him out, and that is 7-3. What a half! What a half! And remember, if I'm not mistaken, this is Space Jam's map.
I think
No, sorry,
Space
this is
Jam
this is Mythic's
picked
map.
Embassy,
Yeah, this is Mayhem's map, so it's good that they're succeeding. It's not over.
Yeah.
We're gonna get
Yeah.
to Embassy next as well.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. A 6-4 end there, you'd be happy as either team. But yeah, 3-7. Mayhem's got to be feeling pretty good about that. That's a really good result for them. So
Oh, definitely.
Space Jam's gonna have to dig deep here and see what they can do on the insurgent side.
Do you
Or,
think?
I guess they're a security now.
Yeah,
They
they
want
flipped.
security.
No, it's all right. Do you think anything unusual? Do you think? Well, I mean, we can check. I don't see any bolt actions. Oh no, we do. Grinmore's gonna bolt action with the M40. You think this is smart with how much smoke they've been throwing or they've been receiving?
I don't. I mean, I always want to have Grinmore, playing a little bit more of a mid-range turret role, kind of what Seth's been doing. But on this map, it just seems like he's in a snipey kind of mood. So I really think he's probably just been playing too much BattleBit Remastered.
Well, goes to the upstairs, so he's only going to check construction, not even get the intel of who's crossing the street. Not sure. That's certainly not how I play this, and I do like sniping. He will see Yellow Bridge cross. Oh, and Wooly gets the kill with the Makarov anyways. Oh, Wooly almost killing Ballistic Waffles as well. Seth does frag Kingmaker in Kebab. Now looks to climb up Barber, but look at the cap progress from Mayhem. They've got 50% on B. QR code fighting over Yellow Bridge. Nobody at the other end. I'm not sure what he's shooting at. Oh, no, there is. Somebody's in top shops. Nade doesn't find anybody. Will he peek and die? Nope. Okay, the person top shops is just holding. Might peek in a moment. But again, the B progress. They have stopped it. Seth kills Waffles.
Oh
Wooly
my
gets
gosh,
QR
that kill from Wooly.
Yeah, crawling across. Link last alive, if I'm not mistaken. Sitting on B, 2v1. Needs to find this red player. He's going to stand up. I'm not sure that's going to get the job done. I hate these peaky holes below all the trucks. Sees the player blue, gets the kill,
Holy
but now
shit.
he's called out. Oh, his ankles. Oh, and Glanton finds the shot on Link.
Very unlucky. I think Link ran out of ammo.
Yeah, I mean, all of those pieces of cover with the weird geometry never feels good, whichever side you're on.
Man, that was close.
What a round.
Link really wanted that.
That would have been, I mean, they needed it. It's 8-3
they
now. They
needed
really needed that. And Link did a great job even to get to that point. Holy moly. 17-10 is my son. 15-9 is Seth. The rest of the team doing well. Good work overall from Space Jam. Kingmaker 2-12 needs a little bit more out of him. And I think we're not going to have any more sniping. Nope. Looks like Grinmore's going to go do C. Or at least curl around Barber. Link takes out Mythic. Good early kill. Waffles crawling across Blue Bridge. Nobody's at Barber, but they are suppressing the heck out of it. Grinmore curling around to C wide. Might get caught out. Is going to get spotted by Seth. Can Seth get the shot? Grinmore's going to crawl away. Focus on staying alive. Who's in shops? Wooly is in shops. May come around and try and find this player, Red Truck. B, 75% or 60% capped, but contested. Now QR code gets taken out, but there was some cap progress there for a moment. Will Wooly peek red? He's going to flash. And run away. Seth tries to nade White Truck. My son gets the kill on Wooly. So gets the kill on White Truck, but there's also one pillars now. So no cap progress. Oh, sees the player top Barber on Blue Bridge. Finally gets the kill after trading some damage back and forth. Still, so now we have White Truck and pillars. Gets the kill on pillar. Seth is just murdering people.
Yeah,
and
someone
spot.
needs to stop this man, and finally Grinmore
Gets
takes
it.
things into his own hands.
But he's called out, and my son is going to cap A while he's contested on B. That is going to make this round very difficult. He's going to be aggressive. Glanton is waiting and will get the kill. Yeah, talk about Seth. Oh my lord.
Yeah, I love the way he's moving up there. It's just what you want your bridge player to do. Just be shooting a lot and be hard to kill. So either they've got to counter that directly by just hitting a nice shot. He's making himself really hard to hit. But the only other way to counter that is to go push directly up to the bridge itself. And Wooly was doing that, but Seth's got a lot of backup, and Wooly's being a little cautious, hearing footsteps. Threw a nade into Africa, but it was too deep. So I think it's Mythic playing with Seth up there, potentially.
My son's been covering shop most rounds.
Got it.
Yeah.
My and Seth just need to be stopped.
Yeah, that round we saw My Son stop Wooly from climbing the stairs. We've seen it some other rounds. They have made it up in contested Yellow Bridge from shops some of the rounds. But yeah, I agree. If they can't make it over to shops, they're relying on just beating Seth at the gunfight, and at least right now that does not seem to be happening. I think he got 2 kills before, who was it, Grinmore was finally able to take him out. Yeah, just insane. So we get another tactical timeout, and I think you might as well use it because it's 9-3. But oh boy.
Yeah, and here's where I wonder if we see some sort of cheesy strat like an AC here.
Yeah,
I know that we had one on Armada that we would try to run every once in a while, even on security side here. You know, it's good for maybe a round every match. It's pretty easy to shut down, but you know,
if they're not expecting it.
Yeah, you can sometimes get a free win out of it.
Well, we saw Grinmore go seaside last round, but Seth spotted him, and instead of pushing through it, Grinmore just pulled back and tried to support his team, which is probably smart, but if he had made it through, that may have made all the difference. That's a smoke a little off center, so he does get possibly spotted. Will get the kill on Mythic going Barber. That's the second time, and he'll double it up and get the kill on Seth. That's huge. Grinmore now has open access to C, unless QR code looks out the window. Doesn't seem like he's going to do that.
It was option A. Look at this spot from Ballistic Waffles.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, I don't even know how you get up here. Do you jump out of Barber or something?
Yeah,
it's like a sandstorm spot. Meanwhile, Kingmaker and QR Code trading shots. QR Code gets the better of him, but Ballistic Waffles takes out Glanton. Wooly kills Mai on A to clear that. And B and C being captured, and only QR Code left for his team against 3. And he's going to jump on A. Nobody's home, but I fear it's too little too late. There is somebody there with him at A. Oh, it's 1v4 before the cap anyways. Even if he gets this cap, I don't see how they win the round. But never fear, Kingmaker arrives from the respawn and takes him out from behind. That's a good round from Space Jam.
Yeah, I mean those 2 kills from Grinmore pretty much wins the round. I mean, he takes out all the fragging potential, or most of the fragging potential over B, and it doesn't look like Mayhem had too much of a backup plan there. So if they can continue to get those kills, they're gonna put some rounds together. Space Jam is gonna be able to get back in here, but I mean that's just a tall order.
9-4.
I'm sure we'll see some. Yeah, I'm sure we'll see some adaptations here from Mythic, Seth, and Mai.
Yep. Looks like it's going to be a heavy A-side push from Space Jam. Only Grinmore on the main street, and running through gunfire, makes it through unscathed. Waffles also crossing Blue Bridge to join him on the right side. Also dodges bullets, but makes it safely. Nobody dead yet. B being capped by Mayhem. Yet. Right. Mayhem capped.
Okay, well, Link is in a super forward position. Actually, no, wait.
No, Link is on his pillars. Yep, we're all good there. Ballistic Waffles does take out Mid. Seth creeping onto B, not finding anybody. I'm surprised he's not on the bridge, but always good to change things up. Top Barber giving QR Code a bit of a headache. QR Code pushes him off there. Wooly does kill Seth from behind. He pushed through shops. Big flank, yep. Came around the edge, actually.
If you're Wooly here, you kind of just want to stay alive and just keep the back of the map in the awareness of your opponent.
My Son is going to push out, peek it, doesn't see him, so backs up again. QR Code ducking into top shops. Glanton also looking, but there's a bush in his way. QR Code's going to go to A, but the C cap is about to come in. Glanton does kill Kingmaker off top blue. That's that activity I wanted. Wooly does find the kill on Glanton, though. So the B cap now going in Wooly's favor. QR code's going to get A, but again, the C cap... Oh! They're leaving
They left
C?
at 99%.
Now they've capped it. Interesting. They gave it a minute. My
And they're
son
double capping B up.
and QR are going to double cap A. They've got 18 seconds, and yeah, they have to contest B now. Spawn wave will try and get to C, but it's going to be tricky. 2 kills out of spawn is going to make that a lot harder. The B cap happens, 5 seconds. My does find 1 kill. QR code gets one as well. My jumps down, not able to see anything. Will Glanton get in time? He is going to make it by the smallest of margins. He'll prone out, and QR code is left to try and fight for B basically all alone.
It's a 2v2.
Oh! Does not get the shot onto construction. Glanton's going to have to leave. He'll now have to touch B before they cap A. Actually, B's already touched. He didn't necessarily have to leave. Probably the smart play. Oh! Sees Waffles, not able to get the shot on him, though. And Space Jam takes another round. Look, if they're going to mount a comeback, they're starting well.
Yeah, definitely. Huge flank from Wooly. Didn't die during the round. Was just a total nuisance from behind. Got a cap. Yeah.
No, I agree.
They're just starting to man up here, and you know they've got to switch things up, and that's what they're doing. And you know they're not dying as much. They're getting some impact.
Insurgency is really simple. If you just don't die and shoot the other team, you win. Really. Like, I don't understand what everybody talks about with all this complicated strategy stuff. So, no, but to your point on a serious level, I agree. I think that one of the things they've done, I don't know if it's intentional or if it's just Mayhem misplaying, Seth has not been a menace these last 2 rounds. Like, he's been alive for some of it, but they haven't been dying to him. They haven't let him get bridge, so I don't know what they're doing differently. QR code takes out Waffles as he tries to cross blue. So that'll put a damper on it. Seth is overplaying A side, and I'm not sure
He's lurking
why.
A.
Oh, he's going to get this kill, though. Nice kill onto Wooly there, and Wooly's a great player. They've got 2 here A side. They're going to make a push. There is one Link Courtyard who will spot Seth. That's Link. Takes him out, but Mythic does sneak on by and get into A. Glanton cuts off the C player from Space Jam. Needs to be patient. There is a player here. Does wait him out. Grinmore gets taken out. Kingmaker jumping down to join Link to try and contest A. Cap progress, plenty of time. Oh, but my son coming with the support. Link will sneak in, but he's got to avoid my son's sightline and find the player on the objective. Also, yeah, 1 top shops. He's visible. He should be dead. How did Mythic not see him? But his feet are going to get picked off. No.
He jumps over the bullets.
Yep, Link manages to sneak away, but all the time QR code capping B as well. So and Glanton protecting at the same time. So really, Link's got to find this red truck player, which is possible.
I've seen him win these.
Oh, that's going to give it away. Gun blocks. The gun model blocks the view of QR code, and QR code is able to take it out. That was a 3v1 one way or the other, but he had a chance.
Yeah, backs against the wall. Space Jam cannot drop another round during this half. 1 point away from taking map 1.
5 in a row. How hard could that be, right? 5 rounds in a row. No, I mean, look, anything is possible, but it's going to be a tall ask. I think we're not far from shifting over to Embassy next and seeing, because this is Mayhem's map. They picked this one, so they should have been prepared. And we haven't played Embassy all day, and I think, especially with the historical sort of just institutional knowledge that Space Jams have, they may have a genuine skill advantage on Embassy.
Yeah, we'll talk about it when we get to it.
Yep.
But Mythic going beast mode, getting a pick in the enemy connector all the way through the site. Just through, gets killed though by Grinmore.
Absolutely. Oh, on A side, Grinmore taken out by my son in the shop's windows again.
Yeah, it's Kingmaker in a 1v4 now to keep his team in the map. B gets capped, 5v1. He's called out, so
Oh.
yeah.
QR code waiting at the top of the stairs. That's our first match. First game. First map.
Yeah, good game. First map goes to Mayhem. Really strong play from them. I'm impressed with what I saw.
For sure.
Great shooting, great tactics, just really solid overall. It looked like almost a mirror match. It just a lot of strong bridge presence, good rotations, strong B play. So both teams kind of adopting the meta strat of just a really strong B presence, not doing any of the cheesy AC strats that we sometimes see.
Yeah.
So overall, I just think that the chips fell in favor of Mayhem, and they were just letting Seth and Mai run amok for too long, and they weren't able to shut them down in enough rounds.
I agree. I agree. Especially towards the end, they definitely limited Seth's effectiveness. He was brutal for a while, first half, and then at the beginning of the second half. But towards the end of the second half, they did avoid Seth, or they at least limited how much he was killing. I also, now that the scoreboard's gone, I'm sorry, but Glanton finished positive, and I think that's important to note as well, because as I remind you, in their losses on this map earlier in the weekend, Glanton had been sticking his face in a concrete block, not making any real kills until the very end of the round, if at all. And obviously it's one piece of the larger puzzle, but I don't know if he listened to me or if just his teammates figured it out, or maybe it's just how this matchup went. But nice to see him going positive, wasn't always playing B. Also, even when he was on B, a little more active. Both teams started sniping a little bit and then both put it down. I think that's wise. You think they pick it back up for this map? Because this is a pretty open map.
I'm not sure. I don't really think you get too much of an advantage with the sniper versus an iron sight on this map. Even though it is a big map, there's not a whole lot of super long sight lines that you're really going to be needing a scope for.
Yeah.
The most of the picks happen through the windows across shrine and trees, and you don't really need a scope for that. But I don't know. I might be surprised here. We'll see. I think the amount of bullets you can shoot is a lot more advantageous than having any kind of magnification.
No, I think that's true. Like Market, the main street on Market, I think is one of the few places where the magnification is almost warranted by both the hate and also the actual range that it is. But a lot of these other maps that have, medium-long sight lines that you can pick, you're right. The iron sights usually serve to be enough. Your use of callouts there makes me remember, I don't think I've played or done callouts on this map in like 4 years. So I know we've got trees, and what's the other corner called? I know trees on both sides, and then
I pretty much just dropped my 2 callouts that I remember there to sound professional, but that's about all I got.
All right.
I mean, we've got some things that are what you see is what you get.
Yep.
The B point in the middle, just an infamously difficult B point to play. You've got statue side. I think we had names for each quadrant of it, but I couldn't remember them now. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, is it shrine? Is it trees and shrine? Are those the 4 corners of the big middle square?
Yeah, they're not the best names because both of them have trees.
Trees,
like,
yeah.
There's trees everywhere.
And everything is shrine. In any Insurgency game, you can name anything shrine. It doesn't have to bear resemblance to a shrine at all, of course.
Yeah, exactly. So I believe trees is... Hold on. Yeah, I think...
Look, it might even be better if we call them the wrong thing. The chat will definitely get involved if we do that.
Yeah, but I might not remember callouts, but I do remember some general, things to look for as far as strategy goes on this map. Still, B play is definitely a strong strategy to go with, but you're much more exposed on B on this map, and a grenade can kill you almost anywhere you sit. So grenades are really effective. However, due to the way that the ground kind of slopes in here, it can be a little hard to get a nade where you want it. Sometimes it'll bounce out, but Molotovs are also really good on this map because of how small B is. You can eliminate, half of the B, and by the process of elimination, you can kind of figure out where they're playing it. So it'd be fun to see some Molotovs.
Yep. And just so that the spectators are anyways not aware, this earth texture circle in the middle of B is the actual cap zone. It is not the entire pavement surrounding it. And at least from what I remember, Gems, this map has relatively slow rotates. You can jump out the windows to get to B pretty quick, but the A to B to C rotates, and A to C obviously especially, very slow. Not only because it's relatively large, like Market is, but also just because you're crossing so many open sight lines. Like, this map is not... There isn't that much cover on this map, at least is my... what I remember.
Yeah, it's a pretty horizontal map with not a whole lot of verticality to it. I mean, there's sort of the two stories. You kind of got the upper and lower parts of the map. But all the sightlines are pretty straight, kind of like you're just, shooting from the shoulders up, getting a lot of headshots, using a lot of, head glitching, I guess you'd call it, to be safe and proning in sneaky places. But yeah, there's a lot of dirty angles that you can hide in, and I think just utilizing fundamentals with, making sure you're right peeking, and making sure that you're rotating preemptively. That your whole team is playing for the same objectives. It's really hard to shut down a point by yourself on this side.
Right.
But this map also has a lot of clutch potential and individual play potential, because sometimes your teams are just so spread out that you get a lot of 1v1s back to back to back.
Right.
So we'll see some individual play here coming for sure, and I would imagine a player like a Grinmore or a Seth is going to like being in these windows at either shrine side or trees. That's kind of your bridge equivalent on this map.
Right.
But there's a lot more flank angles that you can get killed from. So you're not really safe anywhere on this map.
Right. No, that I remember. And while it is a mirrored map or a symmetrical map along the horizontal lines, the spawns are offset, so the insurgents will get to C sooner, the security will get to A sooner. What do you remember about advantage, or one side having like better timings, or just the better positioning overall? Is there a significant skew on the round count for each side?
I don't think the meta really developed super far in this map, and I don't remember favoring a side too much. At least I just can't remember. I'm sure there was a side, but yeah, I think you can push through your site and start a flank pretty safely. I think the midpoint at the extremes on this map are at about the far end of your friendly objective. So yeah, I think once you start to round that corner to begin your flank, you're basically in danger. But you can kind of take an aggressive stance on your blue point.
Got it.
And I think we'll see a lot of flanks coming out for both teams. And the interesting thing about it is that there's an up and a top and a bottom for the flanks.
Yeah.
So sometimes you'll get a flank that you're watching for, but you might not see it because it's below you or above you.
Yep.
And that can be really tricky. But there's also a lot of sound information that you can gather by being in the right position. So sometimes just having a flanker, down by even that outer ring off the objective of B, if you're kind of down below the windows and just staying alive, you can hear the enemy rotating, you can hear the enemy trees or shrine player and feed that information to your team. And then all it takes is just someone to kind of peek that window and shoot a few bullets into their head.
Yep, that sounds like what I remember. Little bit of a, I don't want to say controversial, but a little bit of maybe goading. What do you think is worse for audio, this map or Ministry? Because as you say, like this map reminds me of Ministry, even though it's outdoors a lot and there's a lot of big open space, but it also means you wind up running a lot. And so people may be on the level below, or as you say, on the pavement ring of this B objective, or just outside the B objective, they have a lot of chance to just hear the enemies moving around. Do you think this map, similar to Ministry, is heavily audio dependent? Do you think it's worse than Ministry? I know people hate Ministry for the audio. That's the reason I bring it up.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. Actually, Ministry came to my mind as well when we loaded up the map. I like to think that this map is kind of like Ministry's big brother. It's got that symmetry to it. I mean, aesthetically, obviously, it's pretty similar to. I imagine this is like in the same block of government buildings in the lore of the game as the Ministry
the
would
deep
be.
lore.
Yeah, but no, I think you're right. The audio is a huge role of any of these multi-level maps where you have players moving by each other without seeing each other. The sound is kind of a massive giveaway there, because you might not get a kill, but if you hear the footsteps, then it's as good as a kill in a lot of instances. So yeah, I think that's totally correct.
Yeah. All right, and well, we're still waiting, so another just query. My memory of this map is that penetration and wallbangs are just not that present. A lot of the cover is very thick. A lot of the walls are not penetrable. Is that generally what you remember? The reason I ask is we've seen some battle rifle use earlier in the series, and not just this match, but in the semifinals, and that obviously gives you some more penetration power and ability to get the wall bangs. But I think here we're mostly going to see people actually shooting people that they can see, not necessarily clipping through cover, as we do get started here.
There actually are some really nerdy wall bangs on this map. I don't know if we'll see a lot of them because, you know, I don't know how much this map's been practiced. But yeah, you can actually wall bang through the thick wall at Trees or Shrine.
Oh, you can
with a high pen battle rifle. Yeah, you can.
Holy moly.
You can get cross picks through that. Blind cross picks through a wall.
Wow. Okay. Well, then we will keep our eyes out for that. Wooly, incredibly aggressive. Somebody got naded early, but Wooly, incredibly aggressive, goes for a flank. Seth trying to hunt him down. People are dying elsewhere. Seth is going to find Wooly, gets that kill. Kingmaker is on B, though. And notice he's hunkered on the wall closest to the opponents because that's where he's actually hidden from view. Well, now he peeks out.
Yeah, I love this spot from Kingmaker. This is how I like to play B. A lot of times they're looking
cap.
for you in the back, but oh, he misses the easy
Sees
kill
the player,
on window.
but Seth jumps and gets the kill. Seth just untouchable today. Grinmore does refrag onto Seth, but QR Code jumps down onto me, shoots, and has to run away from that nade. Waffles pops up and headshots him to end the round, and putting Space Jam into the lead. 1-0.
Yep. Yeah, so Kingmaker getting on B there, getting 2 kills, should have gotten 3 there, really was just, you know, that wins them the round. Because once you're on B, you know, some of the strategies coming back to me now. This map, it's really hard to get to B mid-round. So you really want to get someone on B. Honestly, we used to play this map really spawn-dependent. Whoever had the best spawn, you're the B player this round. Because it's just so dangerous to cross any of the gaps to get into B. So if once you have someone on B, you know, they're worried about nades and stuff, which, you know, I don't know if anyone's practiced their nades, but that can absolutely change everything. But barring that, you know, you have to push to kill the B player, and that's really hard to do mid-round once the other team's set up and defending the B player.
Right. And to remind everybody, we have not seen Embassy played as QR takes out Ballistic. We have not seen Embassy played the whole weekend thus far. So it's possible nobody else really thought it was going to be relevant, and it may be less practice than some of the others. We see Kingmaker not dead, but pushed off the objective. Flashes in and gets the kill on Mythic, as Glanton and Mai also pick up kills. Link getting a kill on Mai, Seth responding by killing Grinmore. And now it is a 1v2, Kingmaker last alive on his team. Both objectives, well no, sorry, C being capped, B, Seth close but not, oh now he is actually capping. So both objectives capping for Mayhem. Kingmaker will give away his position by stepping on A, but with a map this big, he will probably get this cap, and there is time left. How's the spawn camp on this map?
There's some pretty dirty spawn camps. Doesn't look like... Well, Glanton's got a really, really safe one. So yeah, he's in a pretty good spot to spawn camp from 1 avenue. But there's so many ways out of spawn. You can avoid the spawn camp. But Kingmaker lets himself get blocked. He really should have been playing a more aggressive position on the point here. I'm not sure why he left B and then decided to play such a passive spot on A. But I think it's just a little rust on this map.
Yeah. So you're saying he should have pushed up farther, held the front edge of the A objective, so that while the enemies tried to enter, he at least had a chance to kill them before they just hungered down behind cover and made him push them.
Yeah, kind of like what we saw him do on B in that round that he went off. You know, if a lot of times you just catch people out. They're coming to block the point, and they're sprinting their way up to the edge, and you can sometimes just kill them while they're walking up.
Right.
But yeah, you can't get blocked there because the A and C points, unlike B, are really massive on this map. And once you're blocked, it's pretty hard to kind of push and get yourself unblocked. So
and not only are they huge, they're full of different sections and rooms and walls that actually divide it, both A and C. So it's very hard to clear them, both in time and also your ability to survive. Mythic, aggressive push across the middle, but Kingmaker punishes it. Ballistic Waffles gets a kill. Grinmore gets a kill. Is quickly falling apart for Mayhem. My son retreating through A. Might get picked off in the back before he can escape. No, he is able to escape. Wooly being a little slower, which is fine because they're up numbers. They don't need to get themselves in trouble. B being capped currently. And Glanton on the far other edge of the map. So no teamwork left for Mayhem. They're both playing solo at this point. Oh, Mai making a ton of noise. Maybe trying to bait the player. Oh, a little bit of ring around the rosy here. But it might work in... Oh, my son doesn't check! He doesn't see him. He walked
Wooly
right
was
by
not
Wooly.
ready for that at all. I thought he was dead.
Yeah.
But
He walked right
somehow-
by him. Glanton pushing into C. Uncontested. I thought Link is not on the objective up here. Got it. But he's going to find Glanton. Sees his feet. Gets the kill. My son now last live on A. He is contested, so he knows Wooly's here. Sees him. Doesn't get the kill. That's terrible for him. Wooly, interesting choice to run away there, but does survive. You can get through those holes. My son knows he has to leave. But C is being decapped. Nice spot on Waffle's elbows. He's gonna realize that C was decapped. 19 seconds to touch B.
Might just walk down Crescent. That's a call out.
Crescent. There you go. Okay, gets the touch on B. The player in the windows directly across. My son hasn't spotted him. Gets below the sight line. Doesn't look at the windows again. And Grinmore jumps up and finally gets the kill. It's so tricky. They have so many places they can peek you from.
Yeah. Yeah, mid-round, people can be everywhere on this map. There's just so many ways to get into the flanks.
Yep. Oh, and chat. 3 minutes in the future, chat is asking about, or 3 minutes in the past, I mean, chat is asking about the purple walls. And it's just a texture bug I've got, guys. This game is old. I've had a million co-op mods installed over the years. I've tried to erase them. I have no idea. I could verify files and all that, but I just haven't done it in a while. And, yeah, so purple walls for the moment, but, you know, it's just my special sauce. Anywho, Seth's got a bolt action. I'm going to hop on board with this. Not doing poorly thus far. I don't think he's used the rifle before this, though.
Yeah, I'm curious as well.
He's peeking window to window. Not holding the angle for very long, though. I would have expected a little bit longer. Heavy A presence. Sorry, heavy C presence. Wooly pushing aggressively. Oh, he's going to get spotted, but manages to make it around the corner. But he's called out. Goes back and gets Glant. Seth gets taken out right before he kills Wooly. Mythic does take out Waffles, though. So we've got a big rotation. Mythic and Myson pushing Mythic behind the other team. Gets one kill. Grinmore takes out QR.
2v2.
But they've flipped the whole map. They've rotated around. They're 2 people on B. They've got a lot of decap progress to make, though. But they do have the people in position to hold.
Wooly's cooking a nade.
He's throwing the wrong way, though. He's just preempting my son, who didn't actually go that way. Mythic now pings his grenade, giving away his position, but he will chuck it into the trees, or whatever they're called. Link finds another grenade on the ground. My son, they're just holding. They're going to get this B cap. I don't know what Link and Wooly are thinking. Wooly on the flank now. He's going to try and find the B. Sees him, shoots. I don't think... Trigger discipline. If he had held it, would have been better. Now they know he's on this side. Or maybe not. Link gets the shot into Mythic. Also sees my son. Nice double kill. I didn't catch that on stream, unfortunately. I was switching just as he finished, but great angle out of that. The chat is also criticizing me for having impact effects. Look, guys, I do not use the pro gamer configs. I'm sorry. I am enjoying the game the way our grandpappy Mikey intended, and you're just gonna have to be okay with that for the rest of this stream. When I turn pro and become a pro Insurgency streamer, I will download the pro configs that the players are so fond of.
Yeah, I mean, this is an esports professional.
Oh, it's definitely
production value
esports ready.
stream. So
I don't
we gotta
even
have
know
graphics. RTX is on, boys.
Yeah, no. If I'm not doing the whole refracting light and ray tracing, it's just not worth it to me. You understand? I mean, I don't even know why they needed to make a sequel. This game is basically perfect as is.
Yeah.
Big pre-spray coming through. Grinmore takes cover. Nothing going. Wooly's on another flank and spank, but this time up towards A. Mythic takes out Kingmaker. And, Wooly's gonna get naded? Oh, survives, but he took chip damage, so he probably screamed. Seems like my son's trying to track that down. Grinmore gets another kill, and QR. Mythic on a big flank. Takes out Grinmore and steals his gun. Oh, peek. Link finds Glanton. Nobody on B this round. But A is now being capped by Wooly. My son there to stop it. Creeping around looking. Wooly escapes for the moment. Waffles looking for this B player. Link finds a kill on Seth. I have not been able to get any of these kills on screen. Holy moly. Anyways, B is now being capped. Nade comes in, gets Mythic. Excellent job. My son still lurking at A. Now last alive against 3 or 4. 3. Oh, one to his right. He's not going to see him. And Waffles will take him out. Decisive win from Mayhem there, and it's 4-1. And Mayhem will call a pause. What do you think, Gems?
Yeah, I think that one just went in favor of Space Jam, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. But like
Yeah.
decidedly, right? 3 up but last alive, not even close. Definitely able to split Mayhem up throughout the round.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it was just a strategic map pick here. A little more preparation, a little more experience from Woolly's side. Yeah, just playing aggressively, using all of the map, knowing exactly how much of a bite to chew of the map. It's kind of hard to know where the midpoints are unless you've played a lot of Firefight on this map. So I think they're pretty familiar with where that is, and they're switching up the strats too, like starting out really strong on B and then kind of switching into an AC,
Yeah.
showing that AC pressure is very valid on this map.
Yeah. No, I agree. And definitely noticing the preparation. Definitely seems like Mayhem is doing more just to try and hang on and match the positioning, not necessarily bringing out new strats of their own. We do see a bit of an aggressive push. My Son and Mythic both pushing through A, not finding anybody to contest against. Lots of shots happening between Grinmore and I think that's Seth across the way. Now almost gets picked off by My Son. Waffles going to find the kill on Mythic. Now Glanton refrags through A. QR Code also finding Kingmaker. Grinmore still trying to pick Seth across B. Oh, shots coming in. Now Grinmore does find the headshot on QR Code after about half a mag. But My Son nades Grinmore in response. Seth playing Crescent. My Son also takes out Link. It's so hard to track the action.
Yeah, huge round from
Wooly
My,
last
great
alive.
nade.
Glanton takes him out. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, no, that was just great play from Mai with the nade there, just using the geometry calculations in his big brain to just airstrike Grinmore over there.
Calculated.
Calculated.
Oh my lord. Yep, I'm definitely bouncing around a little bit trying to catch all the action. Is there a lot going on up at C? I haven't been keeping track of the action up at C, but if you can keep an eye on that.
There's a lot going on everywhere. I think C, Link's just been kind of holding passively.
Okay.
And speaking of Link, he's kind of going off.
He's been getting a lot of kills, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how he was playing yesterday, but earlier today, he definitely took a while to warm up as frag-wise. Usually you like to see Linky Poo fragging for his team as a, definitely a flanker, stereotypical flanker type of player, but he's playing really methodically now. He goes up there quick if he pushes too far.
Yep.
But
Both teams pushing C.
Yeah.
Link
gets
getting
the
2.
trade.
Yep. Realistic Waffles missing those shots on, I think it was Seth. No, QR Code. Link is now holding back of the trees or shrine or whatever.
Yeah, that's Shrine.
Good cutoff from him. Good sightline. QR Code finds the kill on him, though. Glanton does get taken out by Waffles. Grinmore holding steady while QR Code slips to C. So they've got cap progress. Grinmore isn't going to rotate C. He's going to join his partner. Seth might get caught out. Nope, he's going to prone and look around. That's a smart move. Oh, prone versus prone. Seth is there first, wins.
Timing.
Now the B objective capping. 10 seconds until it caps. C is also being capped. The nade is in the wrong spot. Will Seth jump down and contest? And that is what he should do. He will get there in time. And every second here is huge because his team is respawning. He should not push up. He should hold. Oh, Grinmore gets the kill. Not sure that was needed. Now the cap comes in. He could have staled that for 10 seconds probably. The whole Mayhem squad rushes to A. Grinmore going as well. Spots one, gets the kill on Mythic. Now they know he's here, and he will sit in cap. Meanwhile, QR Code ready to spawn camp, but all of Space Jam has gone towards A. They're leaving B open. They're gonna fight from the A side down the hill.
Yeah,
and
very, very coordinated.
Glanton does pick up a kill on A and ducks back behind cover. Go ahead.
Grinmore jumping up on the desk. He's hearing the crawling. He should see the ankle here.
Oh, Glanton doesn't aim low. It's all right, though. My Son gets on B, but it's taken out, and that leaves just QR Code. Sees one, doesn't get the shot on the window, and it's going to be tough. He's also out of time, so he has to stop. Cap progress. Probably needed to focus on surviving. Tough to keep track of everything.
Midair.
Yep. A lot of jumping out of windows on this map.
Yes.
And we'll remind people, if you fall, if you walk smoothly off an object and fall, you can shoot while in the air. You can't aim, but you can pull the trigger. If you are to actually jump, though, you can't shoot well in the air. So there's a difference, and that's why they're not jump shooting. They're just falling and shooting. But you can't aim, so you're almost never going to hit your target.
I hope we see a falling kill.
Oh,
Those
it'd be
are some of
lovely.
The best.
It'd be lovely.
360.
We've been seeing a big shift in the strat each round. We've seen Space Jam go C, we've seen Space Jam go A. This round it looks like they're going to do more of an even spread, and we see more of an even spread out of... Oh, nice shots from QR Code. Very tight angle he took, pre-spraying that. I don't even know if he saw Grinmore, because he kept shooting. But he did
Kingmaker
take
with an
him out.
aggressive flank up into B main of the opponent.
Oh!
He misses the kill!
Misses and QR gets the turn! Wooly flirting with Glanton over here. Will Glanton turn around? He will, but he won't get the kill in time. So Wooly has open A, but the only other person is Link left to guard C, and B is wide open, but they don't get on it. We're seeing this a lot. B might be open, but they don't get on it. Wooly gets caught out in the open, crawling away behind some wood paneling. Manages to sneak back towards A. My son finds Link, so now it is just Wooly. And he's going to step on A, giving away his position, but at least getting capture progress, hoping to bring his team back. He's going to step off, though, and Seth is there waiting from Shrine, taking him out as he crosses the open ground. And Space Jam will call a pause. 5-3 is totally fine if I'm Mayhem here.
Yeah, that's a big round for Mayhem to keep themselves in this match. Wooly with the tactical pause here. It seems like
Yeah, nobody dropped
immediately after dying. Just wanting to talk about what's going on here because the dominance factor is going a little bit back to even. So
yeah, that felt
yeah,
like that felt very comfortable for Mayhem. Obviously, not every round will be the same, but certainly not out of it.
Yeah, definitely not.
Quick tactical
Right.
pause. Do you think they're frustrated, or do you think they just want to organize a change in strategy to adjust for what Mayhem is doing?
I'm sure Wooly's frustrated. I'm sure they're feeling some pressure here. They can't lose this map. If they want to take it to a third map, this is their map.
That's
so
true,
they
right.
need to win this. And, they've prepared for this. This was kind of their ace in the hole pick. So, I think, Wooly he's only gotten 2 kills here. So he's got to be
only
feeling
got
a little
2 kills.
individually
Oh,
frustrated.
jeez. I didn't even
So,
notice.
Yeah, I mean, he's been roaming around and definitely getting a lot of intel and, putting a lot of pressure on points. We haven't seen him sit still at all. So
No, for
maybe
sure.
just a little jumpy. I mean, the kills he's gotten have been really good, and he's, hasn't died particularly a whole lot either. But
Right.
we
No,
gotta-
but still. I mean, again, the difference between a win and a loss can be 1 extra kill, and we have seen him whiff some shots, especially on those aggressive pushes right side past C that he's done. Looks like we're going to see another even spread, a little bit heavy right side. Great frag out of Grinmore. Seth does take out Kinmaker. Mythic also gets a frag. Those are some... We haven't seen too many pre-frags on this map. Now see them come in. Seth is going to throw another over the top. Might get somebody who's prone. Does not connect. Glanton still holding A. Seth finds the shot onto Waffles. And again, B's open, but nobody's going onto it. Early, we saw people pushing aggressively. Wooly does get a kill on
big
A,
push, Wooly.
then backs out. He doesn't go for A, focusing on B instead. Might be smart.
Yeah, Seth is so ready for him to pop out to go
Yeah.
to B, but
Good that he pulls back. Good that Wooly doesn't expose. And there's no timing pressure from either team because there's no objective. Like, this is why even if you just touch B and then back off, it completely
Exactly.
changes the dynamic because then they don't know when you step on. Everybody can sit here for 5 minutes if they want to.
yeah. Yeah, and Kingmaker, the B player for Space Jam, tried to jump out of the window early, and that's just not the safest way to be. So he got picked immediately, and it's really hurting them this round, but they might be able to claw their way back. Just a bunch of people lurking, and Link on C has just been unmovable.
Yeah.
Maya is thinking about it. He's trying to see if he can see anybody get a pick. But yeah, no one really looking like they want to commit to.
Seth has a
hopping into
lot of
objective.
vision right now.
Yeah.
Seth
we
and
might
my son
see-
are crossed. Oh, that's probably audible, especially with him running. Yep, you see Link moving. He hears this. Link is not on the objective, so no intel given to Mai until he steps out. Great sense from Mai to get the kill on Wooly there. Doesn't know Link's above him.
Link might be playing a little too slow here because Seth's still alive.
If Seth gets on B, he's in trouble, yeah. Link now
He's
contesting.
got a good sense.
Oh,
Link
bad
looks
timing,
away.
bad timing. Gets
Good
the flick.
flick.
That's what he needed. Unfortunately, Seth can now jump on B if he feels like it. It does give away his position. See, he's going to touch and leave. That's smart. And now he just lurks between C and B and forces Link to come contest B, which is exactly what's going to happen. Heard the grenade throw. Needs to adjust. Yep.
This is smart from Seth.
Great sense. Find the kill. Find him. Oh! Misses the shot. Ducks behind the pillar or ducks behind the wall a little bit. Clips the wall, then peeks back out and gets taken out. That's huge out of Link.
Yeah, Link's saying "Let's go, boys" as loud as he can in the Discord.
Yes.
That was a huge clutch round, and we got one round left in the half.
Yeah, 6-3. No, if it was 5-4, this would be totally different. And Seth did everything right. That was Seth at the end, right? He did everything right. That's the perfect positioning. That's the perfect game, like mental game to play. It's just execution at the end, and he could not find the hit on Link when he needed to. He had the initiative.
Totally. That was definitely their round to lose, and he just got a little unlucky on the timing there.
Yeah.
But great flick shots from Link. Link's clearly got
absolutely.
his sensitivity locked in, and he's just back to the level that he was at. Probably
Aggressive push. Glanton is going to find Kingmaker, but taken out. Willie also killing Mai. Mythic will refrag onto Kingmaker.
Yep, 3v4.
Link,
Advantage
look at
to
Link and Wooly
space.
pushing. You were right about Wooly not sitting still, clomping around. Link is going to go set up his campfire. No A presence. Waffles being as passive as can be. QR code finds the kill on Grinmore. Looking for one more, though. Seems to know Willie is over there. Willie, the only person moving, slowly creeping his way up. Silent.
Yeah.
Finds the kill on QR. Nice patience from him. Now we see a lot of motion reaction. Mythic pulling back to try and squeeze Wooly. But the damage has been done.
Both of these teams are
Oh! Wooly,
out of their
Mythic
minds.
didn't see the grenade. Finds the kill. Seth way out in the open, but nobody's going to peek that angle. Now ducks down just in time. No, he cannot jump up there again. He will get murdered. Surprised he hasn't been taken out. He does get spotted. He's pinched between two players. Needs to play it safe. He cannot. I don't know. There's no pressure. He now gets on B. They don't know he's gonna. But he's gotta hide. Why is he? In my opinion, they don't know he steps on, right? Because they've already touched it before. He's got to tuck himself in there as soon as he gets on B and just hope they don't even notice. I mean, running through the B objective with 2 alive to me is a high risk. Somebody's going to be looking at it.
Yeah, somehow Link didn't hear him running into B, and only after, running around and pushing the middle of it did Link look over there. So yeah, he could have probably just proned there and maybe forced the issue, but yeah, 2v1 as the B player is pretty hard if
it's a tough
Space Jam
spot
wasn't
for sure.
coordinated.
Yeah, and they were rotating to A as well. Whoever, I think it was Waffles, still alive on the other side. So it was going to be tough one way or the other, but, especially as you mentioned earlier, B's very exposed on this map.
So yeah, good half.
Good half. What they needed. Space Jam feels comfortable, but not easy.
Yeah, but what I was saying earlier is that both of these teams, I mean, it's unheard of in my memory to see Link playing with this amount of discipline. Like, it's awesome to see, this is only like try hard Link that you see, him, just anchoring a point and playing really smart fundamental Insurgency, only taking the strong peaks, playing teamwork with Wooly. It's a beautiful thing to see. So, and the same thing coming out, just only a little, slightly less familiarity, I think, from Mayhem. But yeah, both these teams are just playing at a really high level that is just a treat to see in 2023.
Check out Link's push. Not playing the camp spot anymore. Now pushing straight through. Gets a kill. Kingmaker picks one up on Mythic as well. Link gets another. Is finally taken out by MySun, but the damage has been done. Grinmore gets Glanton, leaving MySun last alive. Nades B, the wrong spot, unless that bounces really nicely. Nope. So he's going to try and slip over towards C. B cap will come in, respawning 1. They spot MySun's gun, I assume. And the bush Wookiee spot that Grinmore's in. You can prone on that bush and you're basically invisible, though obviously your gun, your muzzle flash will give you away. But, brutally quick round, in my opinion.
Yeah, that one was pretty cut and dry. Just everyone getting their kill, winning their lane. You know, when you decide to kind of spread out and fan out across the whole map, and the other team does too, it just becomes a lot of 1v1s, and they all went in the favor of Space Jam.
Right. Very different than Market. And less support, less refragging, much more you have to individually play your lane. And frankly, sometimes it almost feels like it's just about which team wins more single lane fights sometimes. Obviously there is support and there is rotation, but you know, if your team wins 4 out of the 5 lanes to begin with in individual gunfights, I mean, the round's over at that point, even if it's not actually concluded yet.
Yeah.
Kingmaker quick on to B. I like this. Doesn't know there's a player to his left, but gets all the way across. Link also doing his aggressive push. Mythic on the flank. Will probably find Kingmaker on B. Does find it. Chooses not to stay. Does choose to stay. Barely escapes the gunfire of whoever that was up above. Grinmore, it looks like. But look at Link, still flanking.
Yeah, Link is flanking. He's in B main. He's got a big decision to make here.
Oh, Waffles has a player two players close by. Is found by Mai. I don't know if he made noise or just got spotted. Glanton also picks up Wooly kill, leaving Link last alive. Can he clutch another round? It's going to be difficult, but pushing into A. Spots the player, jumps back out to contest, jumps back in. Now he's on the objective. But remember, B is capping all the time. Finally runs out, makes some noise. MySun hears it, and so starts shooting before he even rounds the corner. That's a good round from Mayhem, but 4 to 8 is, you know, that's still a hole to dig your way out of.
Yeah, that was a definitive win, though, so if maybe they've figured something out here, and they could start stringing some momentum together, and, you know, if panic starts to set in with Space Jam, Mayhem could really get back in this. It's anyone's game still.
Right. This isn't Mayhem's map, and they're not back against the wall. They can push it to a map 3 and be just fine, depending on how they feel about Station, obviously. Or, sorry, District, I think. Yeah, District is our 3rd map. One thing I will say, Link rushed through B, got to B main, and then held there for about 30 seconds. And I was a little bit surprised. I thought he would curl up and get kills around Tree or Shrine. Maybe he was worried they were waiting for him, which is obviously possible. But looks like he might meet somebody. He will, and he's not ready, so Seth gets the kill. Kingmaker is on B this round, but jumps out, maybe sensing it's not safe. Wooly pushing down into the B circle as well. Seth jumps on B, sees that nobody's contested, looks around. Wooly flanking behind. Sorry, Kingmaker flanking behind. Doesn't find him. Seth about to run in front of Wooly. Gets taken out, but Mythic does find a kill and then jumps and gets the kill on Wooly as well. Kingmaker on the flank does find QR code. MySun finding the player in A, but doesn't get the kill. Waffle's able to turn on him. Mythic able to cap up on B, or getting cap progress on B. Glanton trying to protect him. Kingmaker rotates to C, so we're going to have 2 objectives being capped. With Ballistics just sort of lurking at A. Nobody there, doesn't know that, obviously, though. The B cap comes in. Will they rush to C to try and stop the cap, or will they just lurk? It looks like he's going to rush out. He is. He is contesting, and now that he's in this corner, very safe here. Kingmaker has to make an aggressive play, or they're never going to win this round. The respawn wave rushing C. They want to stop this respawn wave. Kingmaker's not moving fast enough. He's going to get flooded. And there they are. Gets a nice shot onto MySun, though. That'll put a halt to it. Spotted. Ducks behind cover. Eventually taken out by Seth. Ballistic Waffles does find QR code on B, so B is now open, but the C cap is decapping, and A is being capped. He doesn't have time. He has 15 seconds to go contest a different objective. And with multiple people at C, this is going to be tricky. Seth able to take him out from that little, whatever, palm window, who knows, shrine window, whatever.
Yeah,
overlooking the ramp, trees window. so many calls.
Yeah.
Another good round from Mayhem, right?
Yeah, Mayhem looking like the better team in that round. Space Jam looking a little disorganized there, late round and even in the early round. They had some kind of an odd setup with 2 players in B main, kind of checking the same thing.
Yeah,
So,
putting down on that pavement is not where you want a lot of your people living, at least.
Yeah, I think they haven't quite figured out what their security side setup should be. So they're running into some issues here. So look to see a little bit more structure here. You know, if the calls are going to come out, if they recognize that structural problem with their setup.
Yeah, and again, very strange. They're going a heavy A push now, which is different. But very strange that they've moved people around. Like Link is no longer playing. Well, now he's going C, but the last couple rounds he has not been playing C. Nice patience from Link to get the kill on Glanton. Wooly also finds Mai. Seth lurking around A. Might find Wooly if he moves. Yes, finds him, gets the kill. Pushing into A. A's now clear, though Waffles is nearby. Will jump in the window behind Seth. No, he won't. B being capped by Space Jam. Cap coming very soon if not killed. And there's nobody around to do it. Seth does get the kill on Ballistic. Link responds with a kill. The big problem here, Kingmaker gets the B cap and can now push to C. Mayhem will get the cap on A, so it will be 5 up for both teams.
Yeah, Kingmaker's getting ready for the spawn kill.
Mythic goes for the
hold
spawn
C.
camp, can't get it. Kingmaker, you're right, setting up, yep.
Not in the best place to actually help defend C.
Doesn't actually find anybody. Oh! Wow! Timing!
Yeah.
Misses that player as he runs by. Link finds Glanton. Now they're all caught out in the open. Don't team kill!
Don't team kill!
Don't team kill! QR code eventually
Somehow,
goes
no
down.
Team kill.
They do kill Kingmaker. Last alive is Seth. And, well, too many guns. Too many angles. 9 to 5.
Ended up being a good crossfire there after a little awkward period, but yeah, the rotations there and the objective capping happening faster for Space Jam.
Yep.
So they get their 9th round on the board. 2 more to go to win the map.
Push it to a 3rd map. And you mentioned, I think it was the first round, you said you like Kingmaker putting that pressure on B early. And that round they did, and I mean, that helped them immensely, because they had like 3/4 cap progress before all the opening engagements were even finished. And especially on a big map like this, when the opening lanes can take some time, your B progress helps you a lot, because then people have to rotate very quickly, and Mayhem weren't able to do that. They didn't contest B.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think Kingmaker's found a safe route to get to B. It might be a security thing. He flashes himself here at B main.
He'll hold.
So, he's going to be a little delayed.
Link
And
goes
we've got a
for his
wrap
B main
here.
push, gets killed. Kingmaker responds. Big
Yeah,
right side push from Mayhem, pushing through C. Wooly's going to try and hold it, but he's not watching the right angle. My son is spraying but missing somebody near the trees. Mythic will try and flank. Hopefully not making too much noise.
This is a scary spot for Space Jam.
Gets
Yeah,
the
now it's
kill.
just a 1v4, and the nade takes out Kingmaker.
Oh no, 1v4. Waffle's trying to defend A, but B is now being capped as well. Knows where this player is, essentially. Just can't get an angle on him. Nade ping gives the player plenty of time to get out the way, and my son is able to come around the corner and get the kill. Another round for Mayhem. They're not giving up. 6 to 9 is not easy, but I mean, they're... Trust me, this is totally could go either way.
Yeah. Yeah, the rounds they're winning are definitive. So they're putting up a really good fight here. I think Ballistic Waffle's not quite sure what he's doing on the security side. He's kind of, I guess, playing the lurker role, rotating there over to C, but I guess he's playing A side.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They do
Waffle's
seem
playing
jumbled.
A.
They seem to not... again, I'm surprised they've all switched lanes. Like, it's a symmetrical map. You could play the same area of the map you did first half, but they're not doing that, which might be better. I mean, I don't know why they're doing it, but it might be better. But Kingmaker's going to tow his way onto B and then get back off, looking to react to that gunfire. Backs all the way out. Wooly, big push into C this time, making some cap progress. Grinmore finds the kill on my son. We're going to see Ballistic Waffles find a player here by A. Player jumps out of the way and then comes back. He's going to spot him. No, doesn't spot him. Waffles about to tow onto A. Seth creeping, looking for the kill. Glanton elsewhere kills Link. Wooly gets QR code. Oh! Reaction time at Seth. Awful there. So it's a 2v3. They've controlled C, but B is being capped. Mythic now pushing out into palms or trees or whatever. Sees the C player, or sees the B player, doesn't get the kill, now gets the kill. Ducks from Crescent, good choice. The 74U, not the easiest thing at range. Glanton gets on B. It's a 2v2, and the pressure's now on Space Jam. Mythic, a little bit of an aggressive push. Wooly is below him, but spots and kills Ballistic. That's huge. Kingmaker, not Wooly, now needs the clutch. He's got to clear B and kill the player he hears above him with the reload. But they don't know he's here. So if he can creep and find this B kill, but the B kill is not visible to him. So instead he goes for the window. Makes noise though. Will they react? Doesn't react in time or doesn't hear him. Now can just chuck nades at B, and that's what he's going to do. Flash over the top. Player is super blind, so all he's got to do is get around and find the kill. And he does.
Wow, what a clutch.
Nice execution from him.
So there we go. I called it. I said we'd see a clutch on this map, and there we go. That was a big one. Although it should have been an easier round. Wooly peeking a little more than he needed to and exposing his shoulder to the trees player.
Yeah.
But Kingmaker was able to use the information he had.
Huge
where
finish.
The last two players were. Yeah. Awesome. I would love the underhanded flash. That was awesome.
Great. Yep. Full blind. Gives them very little time to react. He had the frag as well, I'm pretty sure I saw. Chose not to use it because that gives the player so much more time to react. It just gives away your position. Much better for long range throws than it is something close up like that in a 1v1.
We're on map point here.
Map
Space
point.
Jam needs one more.
10-6, yep. We've seen a lot of overtime. It's going to be a heavy lift for them to get 4 in a row. Mayhem to get 4 in a row to push this to overtime, though. Link pushing across B this time. Gets comfortable.
Double B play.
Kingmaker also pushing. Gets an encounter on the ramp. Misses. Died. Waffle actually getting my son as well. Waffles also finds Mythic. Great defense from him on the A side. QR code is able to take out Wooly at Crescent.
Yeah, the beautiful thing about double B is that you kill one of the B players. You
Oh,
think you're
Seth
clear,
doesn't spot him. Sorry.
but Linky is just still on B and caps his team back in.
Yep, QR code sees Ballistic. So now it's a 2v4 because of the respawn. Not a terrible position. Glanton doesn't know where Link is making noise, so Link should call that out. QR code trying to lurk kind of towards A, but mostly just playing defense. This I don't get. They're not teaming up. They're not close enough to support each other. It's basically just hoping that they each find kills. And he steps onto B, but now he's contested, so he knows once here Link is going to react. Doesn't know exactly where it is, but Link has no need to stay as we see him back off. They've got plenty of control over the map. Glanton, nice reactions to get that kill onto the window, and will now back out. Looking for the player on ramp, who is there. Looking at Link. Link's not listening! Gets the kill on Link. That's 2 kills on B. Now he feels comfortable. Steps on the objective. Wooly finds QR code, though, so now it's a 2v1, and unfortunately the time is not in his favor. He needs to go fight for other objectives, and the C cap will come in, so this is almost out of reach at this point. Glanton needs a quick quick kill. Looks the wrong way, looks the right way, spots the player. Doesn't shoot, good trigger control. Can't sit, he needs to move, unfortunately.
I love that preemptive flash from Wooly. It doesn't actually blind
If it hits,
Glanton,
it's
but
huge, though. But yeah, and it's going to be a little bit too much ring around the rosy. Waffles, I thought was going to shoot him in the back. I don't actually know where Wooly's gone.
Yeah. He's like, we don't need it.
Wooly is gone, deciding A doesn't even matter. Turns out he's right, and Glanton, or whoever it was at the end there, does get picked up. And that is our 11-6 match, or 11-6 second map, and we move on to the third map, District.
A great game. Love that map. Absolute chaos. Definitely hard to spectate sometimes, but
Yeah, for sure.
man, so much diversity and strategy. It almost seemed a little puggy there, so disorganized at times, but other times we saw some really, really strong team play and some good setups from both teams. But you know, ultimately, Space Jam's pick working out for them. I need to go get some water.
For sure. And I just took a sip myself, yep. So, stick around, folks. We're going to switch over to District here real quick. This is the final map, no matter what. Whoever wins is the champion, second place to the loser. And there was no bronze match, so it is just a tie for third with Unexpected Predicament and Regicide, RG.
Yeah, and then had to be District. I mean, come on. This is just a perfect
Almost
tournament
classic.
final. This is a classic Sunday final. Going
been
to the
seeing it
third
a
map,
lot.
going all the way. It's just been back and forth. These teams are super evenly matched. And District, the great equalizer, the Dust 2 of Insurgency.
Yes.
So, yeah, I'm excited for this. And, yeah, this is just a treat. So I'll be right back. I got to get a drink.
For sure. So yeah, stick around, guys, and we'll be getting going in just a second. I, too, am going to step away for just a moment, so we're going to put you on a quick hold screen while they get situated. Should not be too long, and we'll be back in about 30 seconds. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is our last map of the day, I promise. But I'm excited because this is District. It's the final map of the championship. Winner goes home with a trophy or whatever we're awarding them, and loser just feels sad. District of all maps, Gems, I think we both agree is the one. If you're going to do a final championship map, District's probably appropriate. What are you interested in? What are you expecting? What do you want to watch out for?
Yeah, District is just so iconic in so many ways, aesthetically, tactically. It kind of defines what makes this game great, and is just kind of the penultimate map. So yeah, I think
Penultimate meaning second to last.
Yeah, sorry, I realize that's what that means. It is the super ultimate
Yes.
map.
Yeah, the
It is
quintessential.
the quintessential. Yeah, I wanted a big four consonant word, but
Syllable word.
syllable word.
It's okay. Sorry. just flaming Jeff. No, but I think you're right. This is the map. If you're gonna play Insurgency at its core, District has it all. It's got close quarters, it's got some long range, it's got quick rotations, it's got meaningful capture points. It's not station, which is important. We're gonna see a lot of things. Now, while we were gone...
It's a very tactile map, you know?
Oh, for
it's
sure.
It's got lots of tactile... I'm just kidding. It's tactical. It's a tactical map, okay?
Yes, words. I agree. Now, interestingly, while we were gone, I checked, just to remind myself. Mayhem won the first map 11-5. Space Jam won the second map 11-6. So, as far as I'm concerned, that's a wash. Like, there isn't any... I don't have any idea who's going to have an advantage here. I am super interested to see. I think their skills are really even. I think it might come down to who's prepped this map more. It might just come down to who gets the better sort of like early rollouts and who figures out the adjustment to deal with each other's strats. One thing I will say, Seth was brutal on this map against RG, and that was just 3 maps ago. So it'll be very interesting to see if he is as lethal as he was on Market, and who else maybe might be just as lethal from Space Jam.
Yeah. I think everyone on Space Jam is gonna like being on this map, feel comfortable, but I think they're not gonna be as fresh. I mean, I don't know if they've been playing as much lately as Mayhem has been. So I think it's gonna come down to who's more warmed up on Insurgency Source in general, who's been practicing more.
Yep.
And yeah, who's hitting their shots, who's hitting their pre-fires, and ultimately who's not getting tilted. Because at this point in the day, you're on your 6th map of tournament Insurgency after already, playing yesterday all day.
Right.
I mean, just watching, I'm exhausted, and I'm thinking about just how are you going to mentally finish this game? How are you going to mentally keep that edge and not get tilted if you start getting on a bit of a losing streak? Because it kind of happens. I mean, this is a super swingy map. It's a super unforgiving map, and I mean, it's really easy to just lose your lane three rounds in a row without it really being too much of your fault. Maybe you just get a cross picked or have a bad timing to something, or lose your teammate who's covering you. So yeah, it's going to come down to mental toughness, I think.
I appreciate everything you just said. I wholeheartedly agree. I also just want to add, like, you're right, it's emotional, it's mentally taxing, but it's not just emotions. There's a physical component as well. I mean, they've been pressing their keyboards. I don't want to make it sound like they've been, lifting large cinder blocks all day long, but the actual, like, just drain you feel, tired, mental fatigue, tension fatigue. Your reaction times are I mean, they might chug a cup of coffee or something to try and caffeine boost a little bit, but whatever it takes. I'm sure everybody has their own, little systems and twists and techniques, but I mean, I know when I used to play, especially when you do these like best of 3 matches and these long drawn out tournaments, it's absolutely critical to find a way not just to win one map, but to be able to succeed throughout the day. And it's always been different. Like when we do the seasons and we play once a week, it's a completely different feeling to play the whole day, all day long, and need to maintain that competency, that skill, late into the evening sometimes even.
Yeah, I think I grew as a man in so many ways, but from Insurgency tournaments. I mean, some of the worst times, some of the worst feelings I've ever felt have come from being, just like losing a round for my team or messing up a clutch for my team in a tournament and in a really important match. And that pressure, even though maybe there's not much money on the line, or
right.
maybe it's still like it's an important thing. Like this game is an important thing for everyone here watching this stream and everyone playing here. So I mean, this is a matter of pride here. I mean, we've got like everyone here. I was saying this earlier. I can tell that there's no cheese at all. There's just 100% respect. These guys are trying
for sure.
their 100% best to win these rounds, and it's just apparent in the level of play. We're not seeing anything disrespectful.
We haven't
or
seen meme
cheesy.
strats. We haven't seen anybody doing a 360. We haven't seen anybody doing a YOLO anything. It's everybody's been trying, even when they're down a few rounds. And more importantly, they've had to earn every single round. There hasn't been any point in this matchup, at least, where I've said, wow, this isn't even a game anymore.
Right. So I'm almost scared for them to watch this game, but I'm so excited as well because the level of play has been amazing and it's district, and we're gonna see a lot of back and forth. I don't think we're gonna see a total slaughter one way or the other, but
no,
I don't know. Do you have any predictions from what you've seen? I mean,
I'll make a prediction simply to rile up chat. I think Space Jam will take a lead, and I don't think they will close it out. I think the game ends somehow in a victory for Mayhem. That's my prediction. I could be wrong. And as we get started here, I think we're gonna have to watch it go. Link pistol rushing first round, and I think I just saw that that Waffles had an M1 carbine, which is I've seen it used this tournament. I haven't seen it used by him today. Could just not have noticed. But it's basically an AK and semi-auto as far as I'm aware. Grinmore, early frag kill onto Glanton. But Seth, quick rush into Cubby. And Patio gets a kill, doesn't finish the second kill on Grinmore, gets taken out. Wooly gets Mythic kills Kingmaker. Quick trades here. Not so much refrags, but a lot of individual gunfights. And we've split pretty evenly, 2v3. Mythic playing Garage, nobody there, but Wooly up above on Garage, trying to nade Dark Window, but nobody's home. Because QR code is pulled back. Passive round. Everybody slowed down.
Yeah, no one touched the objective there. No one was able to make it there. It looked like Link wanted to get there, but he was full blind from the flashbang that came through tires.
Yeah. And so now Waffles shooting, giving away his position, so he's going to get pursued, but he'll take out QR code, quick headshot, leaving Mythic last alive. That's big. 3v1's going to be a hard lift. He knows Wooly's above him from the footsteps.
Yeah, Gridmore's covering Garage here, so it looks like it'll be an open and shut case.
Not a great peek either. Aiming at the pillar as he comes around the corner, but regardless, difficult no matter what he does. 3K from Grinmore. Nice way to start the map.
Yeah, if you have to push Garage to street, you're better off just sprinting, jumping, and insta-proning, or doing something pre-firing, or sliding.
There's so many angles. You can't pre-aim it because there's 7 places in the Garage they can hide. You almost have to be reacting.
Street.
Right, the whole street, right. So you almost have to be reacting. You got a comment about this M1 carbine on Ballistic Waffle?
Yeah, I think I've seen the M1 put to really good use. I mean, it's, I think it's kind of slept on just because the strength of the AKS and the AKM and the AK-74, which is my favorite, gets so much love. Even the I forget what's the other gun that Insurgents have.
FAL?
Yeah, there's one other one. Galil. The Galil's even a decent pick, but the
I have
M1
not seen
carbine,
that used today.
M1 carbine's really light. It's basically like a really light M16.
Right, exactly. It is semi-auto. You've got a, it's an M16, not an AKM, but plenty lethal. Seth does gain control of apps by killing, I think that was Waffles. But look at Wooly, already snuck around to A. QR code kills Kingmaker, but Link he's not on B, but he's close to B. The B is being kept. Grinmore takes out Seth, but Seth just takes out Linky Poo in time. My son gonna try and get back and contest A. He will get here in time. Whether or not he survives is another matter. He's got a touch. He does get on, but he doesn't look left. Wooly gets the kill with his pistol. B is capped, so both teams respawning. Grinmore gets the kill onto Glanton on B, so the only lurker is QR code while 2 leave spawn. 2 deaths after the respawn, though, is difficult. And QR looking for those spawn kills. Doesn't see anybody yet. Should get him in a second. Wooly kills Mythic. So Seth, the only person left to leave spawn. QR code picks up a nice double as they leave spawn. That's huge. Curls back into B. Grinmore turns around just in time, able to get it, leaving Seth last alive. He's going to tow his way over to A. Unfortunately, he will not have time because they're going to cap B. All 3 objectives. That may be the first round we've seen where it's just an objective capture win early in the round for all 3 objectives. We have seen that earlier in the tournament, but not for this matchup at least.
That round was the Wooly and Grinmore show. Wooly running in like James Bond with the pistol, managing to cap A, get 2 kills. Grinmore just solid at B with the 3K.
Did Wooly find resistance on his way to A, or did he just slip right through garage? Do you know?
I'm not sure. I think he might have gotten a kill on the way to A,
Okay.
but I'm not sure. I think he might have just sprinted straight there with the pistol rush.
Okay. So it'll be
Keeping
interesting.
them honest.
Right. It'll be interesting if they adjust. I know a lot of teams will just sort of sit somebody on the road and make it so you can't cross. But then you're really not helping the team if they don't cross. So it's, you know, it's a rock, paper, scissors almost. Looks like Mythic is going to go to cover garage and stop that from happening again at least. QR code. Oh, nice early spray on Ballistic Waffles. We see that same angle in Sandstorm, but much harder in Source. Wooly pushes Balk aggressively, gets My Son on the rip. Multiple people in apps. Link takes out Seth. Glanton able to get to the barrels. Mythic waits patiently, does get the kill on Wooly. Glanton also taking out Link. This is a great spot. Mayhem in a good position. Oh, Glanton gets greedy, runs into Grinmore in tires or checkers. Kingmaker takes out Mythic. Last alive is, I don't know, I'm full blind. I don't know who I'm watching.
QR code is also
QR
he's
code.
full blind at Blue Door.
Yep.
Kingmaker and Ash.
Barn Door?
Really, Barn Door.
Yeah.
Yep.
Where's our other player? Okay, both over by Kitchen, over by Apps. And again, nobody touched B, so this could slow down aggressively. Kingmaker, wow, that flash. Forces QR code to duck. QR code thinks the player's much closer because the flash usually can't reach that far.
Such good play from Kingmaker this round.
Do you think they
That
must
flash
have?
was nasty.
That flash was great. Think they realize that he's on B? They must, right? I mean, they know because it's blinking.
Yeah, I guess you still hear the announcer
Right, in this game, yeah.
if you're flash.
Look at this. Oh, just a little high. Doesn't get it. Now Link should rotate. I don't know. Oh, barely in time to stop the cap. Will he spray again? And will Link peek? Link chucking nade. Shouldn't land.
Oh!
Caster curse. Great nade over the top.
It blew up like right on him.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I thought that was going to be much deeper. Holy moly.
The air burst grenade from Grinmore to clean up the
I
round.
think it was Link who threw it. Am I backwards? Regardless, it was a fantastic nade. And just eliminates the possibility, obviously, of getting into an engagement and losing the gunfight. So
Grinmore hasn't died.
Grinmore hasn't died. 8-0. Oh my word. And My Son hasn't gotten a kill. Maybe that's the matchup that needs to adjust. 3-0. 3-0 is an excellent start, and I said I thought they would get ahead early, but I was not expecting unanswered rounds for 3 in a row. So Link out in front with the pistol rush again. Is
Double
he going to go
pistol
B?
rush.
Who else? Wooly?
Wooly and Link.
Now, is this
Shoulder to
memes or
shoulder
is this
pistol
real?
rushing. This is real, man. They're feeling themselves.
Oh, Link gets one. Wooly jumps and is pushing up the road, not going A. QR code gets Wooly. Kingmaker takes out Glanton on B. QR code does a hopeless spray. Nobody saw Link go because they never knew Wooly jumped down. When they got one kill, they stopped looking. Waffles does get the kill on My Son. QR code looking over B is taken out by Waffles and Apps. The last alive is Seth. He is capping C, and he probably will get contested here by Grinmore. Will Grinmore find the kill?
Grinmore deciding to play a little slow.
Not in time.
Oh, doesn't get the
Seth
exit
gets
frag
the
somehow.
great kill. Yeah, I don't understand. Just blinked for a moment and you'll miss it. But this spawn kill, brutal spawn kill, are we correct? And A is primed, remember.
Yeah, they've got it.
Double kill out of Kingmaker, should seal the deal. QR code is going to cross the street, sees the player prone, can't get the kill. Somehow jumps through bullets. How is he not dead? Wooly, also he made it to A. Oh, walks out while he's reloading. That ain't the play. Glanton last alive against 5. And time ticking down. He is contesting A. Well, same problem as QR code. And he goes down, and that is 4 rounds. 4 rounds for Space Jam. This starts to look decisive, man. You were talking about they just may have more experience on this map over the years, and they've drilled this so many times it's built into their blood. That may be what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just seeing an insane amount of confidence from everyone on Space Jam, and Kingmaker there. Kingmaker, he's one to watch. The B player making a huge impact, playing really smart. I think he was having trouble, playing B on the previous 2 maps, but this map, you can just see the comfort and the experience from him. Like, this is just in his blood, playing B on this map.
Yep. And a quick tactical timeout called by Mayhem. Wooly using that chance to go whiz. But if they're calling a tactical timeout, do you think they need to change their positions, or do you think this is just about hitting the shots, executing, etc.?
I do think it's tactical. I think they need to figure out a way to get more of a B presence, because they just haven't had it. And the rounds that they did have it have fallen apart in other ways. So yeah, I think they need to figure out a way to both protect their flanks and these pistol rushes. I think they're a little too worried about these rushes and not worried enough about stopping the B play or getting onto B themselves. So yeah, I think it's just the lack of experience from a B player. And there's some very, very specific timings and spawn dependent strats on this map.
Yes.
That you need to know to really be able to exert that pressure, because sometimes if you just have a B player and you're like, okay, this player is always going to play B, if they have a really bad spawn, sometimes it's really not wise to send that player to B. I like to, I think optimal way to play this game is everyone knows how to play B, and you always send your best spawn to B.
Interesting. I know that definitely holds true for some maps, and as we transitioned over to Sandstorm and played that for a while, I know some of the Sandstorm maps that was almost a necessity, because unlike in Source, where I think most of the time your B player he might play an active role in looking at other positions, but he's very rarely actively engaging in the B objective. In Sandstorm, we had several maps, especially like Hideout, Hideout East I think it was, where the B players would actually just fight, and so if you got there first, you were brutally effective at just murdering the other B player, and so you didn't even need your teammates to clear the objective for you. And we don't see that as much on District. We do see it a little bit sometimes if you rush through B. But it's the same mentality of timing can make all the difference, and though you say they might not want to worry too much about pistol rushes, we did see that very effective pistol rush out of both Link and Wooly. So there's a balance to be struck there, because if Space Jam keeps pulling these sort of off-speed strats, these change-up strats out of their pocket, it's going to be very difficult for Mayhem to adjust. The best thing Space Jam can do is just keep Mayhem on their back foot here.
Yep. Another thing we're seeing from Space Jam is 2 sets of heavy armor this round.
Yes. I think QR Code and Seth both really like it, and I have seen Seth eat shots. So, I mean, it works, but you do have to wonder about the speed. Now, that nade is going to not get him, but Waffles will clean up the kill on Seth with his trigger finger. Wooly pushing up apps. Kingmaker gets a nice kill on QR Code. Wooly chucks an... I don't know where that nade bounced. Almost self-destructs him. Oh, wow. My son not able to get the shot on Wooly. My son still killless, unfortunately. And last alive is Mythic in apps. Nice peeking kill on Waffles, but he's basically penned in. I mean, they know where he is.
Yeah,
and
he's screwed.
He's got to try and exit, and unfortunately, because they're capping A, he's on a hard clock. He needs to contest an objective just to keep the round going. And Kingmaker also wearing heavy armor, but Kingmaker there closing out the round. 5-0 Mayhem. Sorry, 5-0, not Mayhem, Space Jam.
Yeah. Yeah, I was talking about the heavy armor, and I think those are the apps players. Kingmaker taking heavy armor to apps,
Yeah.
which just makes you unwall bangable.
Right.
Yeah.
We
We
saw
started to see the meta shift on this map towards late meta game, 2019, 2018, 2019 era of this game. This map was always thought to be kind of security sided because of the timing to be, but the apps play got kind of revolutionized by my teammate Kisses and Sparkles. As he started taking heavy armor or even rushing to that first apps window without heavy armor and actually pre-firing Dark Window. The timing to kill the Dark Window player is actually quite favorable for Insurgents.
It is amazing just how many evolutions these strats see. Now Wooly pistol rushing all the way through Cafe. Glandon gets a nice kill on Grinmore, but Wooly is going to make it all the way to Balk, and My Son still hasn't gotten a kill. Is not here to contest him. My Son usually plays apps, but instead QR code left out in the breeze to dry. Mythic does find Kingmaker. Now Seth comes up to cover and takes Dark Window. Also gets the kill onto Link on B. So B is now clear, and it's 1v4. Very nice. This is going to be Mayhem's first win if they don't mess it up. Waffles, looking to clutch, is going to go down to Kitchen and maybe go contest C. Not going to contest C. He's just going to try and defend B. B being capped as well. 5 up. Only getting 1 out of spawn is interesting, but that's okay. And Mythic is ready for him, so Waffles executed, and 5-1. Is this the beginning of a comeback, or is that just a one-off?
I could see it happening. That was a definitive win. I don't know, maybe Space Jam is getting a little too cocky here, but just getting killed all across the map without really too much of an objective on that round. So I think they just need to, go back to the disciplined play that they were doing. But who knows? I mean, Mayhem, that was a really strong win from them. So, they were able to kill the B player. They were able to win their other lanes. So, yeah, we'll see.
Yep. My Son's still killless. I only mention it because it starts to become a mental thing. Like, he's contributing, he's trying to play, nobody's saying he stinks. But we're almost halfway through this game. He's just going to get in his own head, and I worry because he's usually one of their slayers. So there's a direct impact, but there's also just the mental aspect where he needs to start contributing. And Glanton again opening kill on Grinmore 2 rounds in a row. QR code also getting the kill on Kingmaker. Waffles backs up trying to protect C. Nobody going that direction. My Son peeking and prodding in apps. Does not find Waffles yet. Mythic kills Wooly trying to get to A. They're just spread out. They're all doing their own thing, and there's no cohesion anymore. What happened? They're falling to pieces. Link and Cubby trying to find this player. Misses the shot as he crosses tires. Now he's up with Waffles. Buddy. Could be good to support each other. No pressure applied because the B objective has not been touched.
Yeah, they're kind of playing for picks here, hoping to get back in the round.
Smoke? Is this going to let him get into blue or something?
I'm not sure.
Well, this is interesting. My Son finds Waffles, and at the same time, Seth notices Link's giant smoke cloud and checks what might be hiding inside. And that's a second round in a row for Mayhem. And again, not even close, right? We've seen 2 opening kills by Glanton, which I think is just huge. On, I believe it's been Grinmore. Both times Grinmore or Kingmaker. I get them mixed up, unfortunately. But that's making a huge difference, just being up 1 immediately. And quick following kills by Seth most rounds, so... Whatever they're doing, whatever Space Jam's doing, they got to adjust.
Yeah, I think Mayhem's just winning their lanes now. They're just, playing good angles. They're figuring out timings. They're rushing the places that they're finding are weak, and I think they've just figured out a formula that's working out against the setup that they just weren't able to crack the code until now. So,
well, better
I
late
would
than never.
expect some adaptations here.
Oh, for sure.
We got
so Glanton has won 2 rounds in tires, and so the Space Jam doesn't play it at all. My Son gets an opening kill on Kingmaker. That's his first. Willie does macro up Seth, which is huge. He's
Double
pushing
kill
Belk.
Mac.
He gets a second kill on Belk. That's massive, because it also takes out their cover fire. Gets himself a real gun. Only has 20 bullets in this thing. Link cleans up Glanton. My Son is going to try and nade this B player.
Link
Might work.
from B with the double kill.
Gets Mythic as well, you're right. My Son does nade him, stopping cap progress. Puts it into a 1v2. Grinmore lurking behind tires. Wooly over on Belk. Will he stand up and get shot? Does stand up, doesn't get seen. My Son doesn't notice him.
Yeah, Wooly's going to go A, and they're going to play the AC strat here. Grinmore's
But
just
looks like
watching
My
street.
Son, oh, My Son is not going to go to intercept A. Unfortunately, the B progress is going to make My Son's life very difficult because he doesn't have time to sit and cap. He'll have to leave. He already has a nade in his pocket, but doesn't know it. Now
Yeah,
he's got to
and
go
Grinmore-
find this A kill. And
Grinmore probably leaves here.
Grinmore should be at B by now, right?
Yeah, he should be.
Especially as soon as they hear My Son here at A.
Turret's going to do what Turret's going to do. Here he goes.
My Son needs this kill. Oh, I don't know that the nade is worth it there for Wooly, but taken out. He will now bounce back to B. Grinmore will be able to set up and
He
just...
hears a glass break, though, so he knows he's coming arch, or suspects it at least.
Yeah, this peaky hole we've seen. Oh, misses the gap, though. My Son didn't see it, though, and unfortunately taken out. But we've seen multiple people prone, looking through that gap at the arches, and just murdering the people trying to enter the objective. So, yeah, you know, just difficult end-of-round situation. Obviously needed some more kills early in the round, but 6-2, not terrible. If Mayhem can get these last 2 kills, they're just fine, like totally fine. If they lose these 2 rounds, totally different story. They're in trouble.
Yeah, well, you called out Mai earlier as having a little bit of trouble warming up on this map, and you almost got the ace right there to win the round. by
Fantastic
himself.
round. Yes. Yes. And I hope that means he's back in it, like, continuing through the next few rounds. Because if he puts that performance out, I think it's going to really push his team over the edge. No pistol rush? As far as I can see, no pistol rush. A lot of people carrying smoke. My Son playing apps now. Seems to have switched lanes. Nobody's here to meet him. They all stayed low. On the... Oh, 2 up here to meet him. I just didn't see him through the wall. My Son runs into a hail of gunfire. Kingmaker takes him out. And again, no quick B plays. Now somebody runs on B. Will touch and sit. Nade onto Balk.
Base Jam with the classic setup here. Wooly is B barrel, and
Yep.
they've got someone T2.
Link gets glanced in. Balk does take out Waffles. That's Seth doing what he does. He's now going to make life very hard for Wooly, but meanwhile Mythic gets taken out. QR is trying to rotate. Wooly takes out Seth. That's going to close this round out unless QR can pull a miracle out. And the respawn does happen. Not spotted by this other player in apps, or at least not shot at. The flash onto B is interesting because it gives his position away. He's going to go right to Cubby. No. Flanking? What? Looking
Trying to
for
see
the
if he can
spawn
maybe
player?
get a spawn kill.
That was a while ago. A's now touched, so he's on the clock. And has no idea that Kingmaker is lurking. And so goes down.
Last round of the half coming up here. What do you think Mayhem needs to do?
Glanton had early kills for the 2 rounds that they won. That was huge. That was at tires. Grinmore is now backed off tires, and therefore not giving them the kill, not giving them the control of that. Seth has not been as lethal as he has been in the past. I've seen him earlier today in the other matchup, absolutely dominating that window-to-window fight in apps. If either him or Glanton can get their early kills and control their position, that's huge. My Son is playing apps, though. It looks like Seth has switched over to balcony, so I don't know if he's just as comfortable at that. I just haven't seen him play it, and so, I mean, if it's My Son that gets kills, that's fine, but somebody's got to get kills early here. I think because they don't have the B control early, looks like Glanton is actually going to push out, though, and get full flashed. Does not on B, but laying in the B area. Unfortunately, 2 quick kills by Seth and Mythic both get taken out. And Grinmore's also getting all the way over to B. Glanton's going to touch B, but I fear he's just exposing himself. Yeah, Link takes him out. 2 left. My Son peeks towards A, can't see the player, going to come back to balcony. QR code taken out in balcony. And My Son taken out from A. Quick round, brutal. Never had a chance.
Yeah, the B play coming out after other teammates getting picked, so really what you want is to have the B player and a lot of safe positions, strong positions. But instead, we see Seth kind of running out onto Balk, deciding to just sort of flash B and then run out onto Balk just kind of naked without, checking to see if, and Wooly's just there holding a right peak, waiting for him to come. So,
Yeah.
I think it's just a little bit too greedy in the defensive lanes, the power positions, the dark windows, your apps, and just, kind of trying to just fight those 1v1s versus, staying alive and being in a position to defend B.
Yep. I mean, hey, it's this is a massive round count to come back from. But they are switching sides, and for all we know, based on maybe just even how these two teams interact, maybe the Insurgent side is the side that sort of gains the advantage here. So these early rounds are going to be telling. I mean, obviously, if Space Jam wins, we won't even see that many. But a decisive victory here by Mayhem first round may just sort of indicate to us that it is a somewhat sided map when these two face each other here, and it may indicate this has a little more life in it than we may have expected. QR code, gonna go play apps. Nothing too weird out of Mayhem, it looks like. Nade across. Link gets an opening kill on Glanton, never good, but Seth is able to refrag. Seth playing apps as I expected. Seth gets another kill on, oh no, Mai gets the kill on Woody. And Seth ducks out of the path of the bullets. Mai pushing pushing Balk, is another player. Oh, looks away just as Grinmore peeks him. Ballistic Waffles, avoiding a nade, not avoiding a nade. Seth able to get that kill. Kingmaker taken out in the staircase by QR code. Mythic peeking the street. And last alive is Grinmore against 2. Looks alright. Mayhem's here. And the B was touched, so Grinmore has to make a move. Or he has to make the just blind read that nobody's actually capping, even though it was touched.
Yeah, Myth just baiting it, knowing that someone's got to push.
But Grinmore realizing that's the case, or at least, oh, sees the player, looks away, looks back.
Take.
Mythic has the exact same reaction and takes him out. Well, now the question is, how many rounds does it take Space Jam to adjust? Because the first round is always feeling out the other team, seeing what positions they're going to play.
Yeah. Yeah, somehow 3 to 8 feels doable, where 2 to 8 felt pretty bad. So, good start.
Wooly, pistol at the ready. What insane push is he going to take? Or not insane, obviously. Maybe it's a little post hoc judgment.
Yeah, and on the flip side, we got QR code with the pistol rush and the best spawn.
Wow. See, I consider him a hard rifle player. Wooly is a submachine gun player. I expect him to rush, but QR code I consider somebody who posts up and doesn't rush necessarily, so more surprising for me there. Wooly going into apps. Sorry, going into Balk. Gonna try and get all the way across. I'm surprised. Seth takes out Link early. That's huge. QR code makes it to the other side of apps. That gives Seth a lot of comfort. Wooly does make it down the Balk stairs and kills my son. Turning around as Glanton gets the kill. Eats a shot from Wooly. That's the pistol disadvantage. Ballistic Waffles does take out Seth. Glanton gets Kingmaker coming through blue. Lots of quick kills, and now things slow down. 2 versus 3. Mythic is about to find. Mythic finds Grinmore on the corner by Ice Cream. Ballistic Waffles last alive. Does kill Glanton at Arch. Or around Arch. But QR code is waiting. Waffles choosing not to go Arch. Goes up to Balk instead. Will QR code watch it? Not yet. Mythic taking... Oh, he is capping. Okay. And Waffles, again, B was touched. So for all he knows, there's a B player. Even though there isn't. Oh, QR code needs to get back to the objective. And makes glass noise. Waffles, I think, heard that. QR code heard the announcer tell him that the objective had flipped. A cap is way early. Plenty of time now. Oh! QR code takes the peek. It is knowledge and intel, so now the player going dark window is able to peek down on him. Give me that player. Come on. Doesn't see Waffles. Waffles will get the cap, but again, if they flood in and get this B player spotted, will he get killed? He gets the kill on Mythic. That's huge, because now he can escape.
Out, and there's no spawn camp.
There's no spawn camp. 7 seconds, though. They've got to touch A. Waffles will make it in time.
Huge from Waffles.
But they have to now flood back to B. Yeah, they have to flood back to B. Glanton gonna try and hold Arch.
They're double capping B.
Link makes it to Dark Window. Spots one. Gets the kill. They don't know Glanton is still there, though. Will they push in just to be safe? 2 flanking. Waffles checking from behind. Is going to touch. Maybe not in time. Waffles is there. He's just not getting out. Oh,
Wooly
they
gets
do.
the kill on the B player.
Wooly gets
He's
Glanton.
decapping.
And now it's up to Mai to get multiple kills. As last alive. Oh, doesn't see the player Arch. Gets taken out. Wow, what a round. What a round.
Huge round from Young Waff.
Huge round. Young Waff, oh please. Oh my lord. Oh, don't look at that. Man, that was Mayhem's round to lose, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I wanted to talk about, so I was watching QR Code to see what he did with his pistol rush. He did a sliding nade in apps to slide nade it across because it inherits your momentum from the slide.
Yep.
And you can line drive it. Apparently, I guess you can get a nade across the gap into security apps. So he missed it, unfortunately, but if he missed, it just lands
right at their
B
window.
barrel.
Yeah.
So at
Oh,
least
B
that's
barrel.
a good place to have it too, outside of tires.
Right. Yes. There's some sort of new bug they've been using, and it's legal. But you can sprint while holding the nade. Oh, QR code wall banged by the pre-fire. And that's brutal because he's instrumental to holding apps safe for Seth. As I mentioned, Kingmaker takes out Seth. So absolutely flanked. My son goes up to try and play, well, to get kills in Balk. Cubby pushed by Grinmore. My son's gun blocking the view. Glanton frags Link on B. That's good. My son spots the player blue, but then has to look back. Player now running to C. Kingmaker will not be stopped. Glanton not on B. Probably the smart move, frankly, because if he dies, they're screwed. My son heading to A. That's the safe cap. Wooly gets my son, so not getting to A. And Glanton getting the kill on Kingmaker. 2v1 though. This is going to be hard. And it looks like Waffles is flanking. Wooly aiming right at Arch. He cannot leave. If he jumps out, he is dead. And that's the round. So 10-3.
Tournament point.
Yes. Space Jam on the brink of winning the entire tournament. Seven round comeback is a stretch. If they were at 5 right now, it might be just a difficult stretch, but I don't know. I don't think I believe 7 rounds.
Yeah, this is wild. So after not winning a map yesterday,
At all yesterday.
getting close though. I mean, they
Only
were
in one of
close.
their 3 matchups. They only got close against Unexpected Predicament, and that they lost, I believe, in overtime. They got trounced in their other 2 games. Now, I know they had connection issues with one of their players, so they didn't always have 5 in the round because several rounds people dropped. But I mean, still getting trounced most rounds. QR code does the slide throw. Glanton gets a nice kill on Kingmaker this round. Link refrags, Seth refrags. My son clears garage, pushes up into cafe, gonna push balcony. Shot by a teammate, doesn't matter. Player pushing Arch. No, Wooly's going tires instead. Mayhem's in a good spot this round. QR code takes out Wooly as he pushes up to apps. Grinmore last alive. This round may not be it for them, but again, they've just got to get lucky or succeed. 1 of 7 rounds. Does find My Son before the cap, though, so My Son is respawning. Grinmore will now go touch A, but he already controls A, so he's actually just looping around. The player on the street is proning as he runs out, so Grinmore's able to get the kill. 4 up. What do you see? Very defensive hold by Mayhem, which is the smart play. Grinmore, excellent kill on Seth. He may do this.
What's happening?
He's now
The
making it to
M16.
garage. Oh, player in Arch gets 1 kill. The player in Arch doesn't react. Grinmore's able to back up. Every gunfight has been a 1v1. They are not refragging for each other. But time is going to kill him. He's got to basically jump onto B now, and when they touch A, he loses. Or will lose because he can't ping pong effectively. So in the end, the objective situation makes it almost undoable. He's going to rush to A and try and get the kill, which is the right choice. Watches for the fridge spot. Doesn't see the player in the main room. I believe he's behind a wall. Glanton's getting on B to decap. That's going to be the round. Smart play by Mayhem, saving themselves even when they basically lost every gunfight towards the end.
That was amazing. So that's just so funny for me to watch and so difficult for me to watch. It's just so that happened a lot playing with Grinmore on Armada. We would, but we hated when it happened because Grinmore, like he could clutch, but like he needs absolute silence. And sometimes
really?
Yeah, sometimes like he usually wins all his duels and like could win like in clutch anything. Like the guy can do anything. His aim is still so crisp.
Did you see his message in chat just now? I will remember that.
Yeah, but it kind of breaks his brain because usually he's just worried about click on head.
Yeah.
And when it's like, oh, like what objective do I route to next? Like
right.
his brain kind of turns off.
But he also wants the silence so he can focus. So it's not like teammates are sort of, backseat piloting him as he plays the game either. Wooly with an aggressive push into tires. Oh, doesn't see this player, but gets the kill. Kingmaker also killing Seth. Doesn't look good. They need refrags. Wooly makes it to C. Spotted, but dodges the bullets. And Glanton will push in. My Son does get the kill on Waffles on the street. Able to dodge the shots. QR code kills Kingmaker. That's big. Glanton flirting and contesting Wooly. Wooly now going to leave. Unfortunately, the B cap is huge here, and they're not going to stop it, it looks like. Link takes out Mai. That was their last chance to stop it, so it will be 5 up. QR code could pick somebody on the street, but goes looking for Link instead. And Wooly has worked his way back into kitchen, so he's no longer fighting for C, which is fine, because his team has the numbers advantage. They should just stick together now. Force the team to trade you out, and you will just win on numbers, so. Difficult clutch position for these last two players on Mayhem. Oh, wrong time to aim away, and QR code can't get the kill. Glanton, last alive, has to clutch or lose. I believe he's shooting at nothing. And gets taken out by Wooly to end the tournament. 11-4, final map.
Wow. Space Jam WD-40's the rust off on Sunday to win it 2-1 against Mayhem. And they are our champions this year.
They are
2023 champions. So yeah. Amazing play from both teams. All the play that I watched today. All 4 teams. It's just so cool to see, 4 teams show up and all of them could have won the whole thing. So I would like to see another tournament this year or scheduled sometime soon because all these teams are really good and even. Or a league or something because that was awesome. So yeah, congratulations to Link, Wooly, Waffle, Kingmaker, Grinmore. That was
everybody.
That was special.
Everybody.
Yeah, everybody.
And even those that did make it to the final, again, all of us in the commentating and all of us in just the community appreciate the fact that 5 teams were able to put themselves together and compete. 1 from EU, 4 from NA. Nice to see that there's still at least a decent community here. If anybody's watching and doesn't play currently, feel free to hop in the Blue Discord. There's pugs that happen all the time. We'll see if we can get another tournament together at some point, maybe later in the winter or something. But this has been a fantastic event. I've loved casting, loved watching the people play. It brings back so many memories. I haven't played in something like 5 years almost. Source, like for real at least, not competitively. So I don't know. I assume it brings back lots of memories for you. Don't spoil it in chat, Gems. You gotta remember there's a 3-minute delay.
My bad.
Oh, they're gonna kill you. Wow. Gems, no. Yeah, I don't think they would have seen the end, and they probably assumed, but anywho, regardless. Love to have you, Gems. Thank you for the commentary. Appreciate some of the perspective you can bring as a sort of longer term and higher caliber player. Appreciate everybody in the chat who's been commentating and discussing things going on with me, and thanks for sticking with me during some of those slow moments when we had just some real pauses, some real pause time.
Yep. My pleasure. Sorry to anyone who read the chat and figured out that did some calculations in their brain and figured out spoilers. But yeah, good stuff to all the people that played, and shout out to Blue Discord. If you want to keep playing this game, that's the place to do it. So,
Absolutely.
yeah.
And
all right.
yeah, appreciate you, Jem's final word. We don't ask for any donations or anything. The tournament is run just as volunteers. However, the servers cost money, and Apple Pie graciously volunteers to host them for us and set them up. He doesn't ask for money, but we do have a donate link for him that he has provided. You have no obligation to donate. If you feel like it, it is there. But otherwise, please just donate to a good charity or do something nice with your money. And appreciate everybody for being here. Hope to see you all on the flip side, and we will sign off for now unless Jems has any more to say.
That's it for me.
Thanks,
Everybody,
guys.
yeah, keep it real.
Catch you next time. See you later.